and welcome to the last day of our training. It usually is the 10th day, but for us it's the 9th because we have 1 day vacation. Today we have to finalize a shit ton of things, and well, we're going to start with the most important ones, not going line by line, because most likely we're not going to be able to cover every small detail, but you're still going to be experts, don't worry about it. Couple more important things are the filters, which is like the 6th way to hide stuff in Revit per view, how to make schedules, and the 2.0 families, in my opinion, are more important. We cover they also been 360, how to open. What's going on? All right. One more time, open. Yeah, 2.0 families, exported to IFCs. Yeah, different types of schedules. So let's start with schedules first. Let's read a little bit about them. Let's start with filters. It's easier. Too difficult in the morning to start with this. So filters are something quite powerful. You can, where is the, what? No. Yes, but no, this is selection-based filters. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's read what the filters are. As you can see there in the VV menu, I guess pretty much the last tab that we haven't explored yet, except this analytical model, which we don't use. So with filters, you can filter elements in view, apparently, based on parameters. Example, multiple climbing platforms in the project, but you want a specific view, you want to show only one platform. So in this case, we have to have a parameter specific for the number of the platform written in every element of this platform. And then you can filter that out and you can color it and hide it or do other things with it. It's possible to transfer them from it's possible to transfer view filters from one view to another. Yes, with view templates. So if you apply a filter to a view, then it can become part of the template when you save it, and then you can apply directly the filter with the view template to the other view. So how do, I mean, this is the whole explanation. If this is good enough, no, I'm kidding. I'll show you so now how to, I should have started Revit earlier while I was reading this. So the filters, you can select certain things inside of the project based on parameters. First, we're going to create one simple filter to select, let's say, a whaler inside of a top 50 panel without even going inside the panel. We can do this directly in the project. And I'll show you how to hide it and show it, and then we're going to show it how to color it. So essentially you can hide things with filters, but that's not the point. The point is that you can give them a lot of graphical override. So you can make them different color, you can make them transparent, you can make pretty much everything that is available in the graphics. override menu, you can apply it to it. By the way, just to apply the experience exchange from Revit from yesterday from Dennis, I will show you one button that I haven't used before. And that's actually, you see, it looks like that there are three, but in reality, there is four. Yeah. So the one that remember that I showed you that you can create a view, displaced element, and then in the view you can pull the thing and just make it like in one view to look open, the other view to look not open. You can do something similar with actually some advantages and disadvantages. So if you, for example, when you do the display view, it only can pull in one of the three perpendicular directions, orthogonal directions. So you can move it like this, and up and down. But you cannot really rotate. And in some cases, you need to rotate, like tunnel formworks. When you make the formwork to open, it actually rotates. It's not really sliding parallel. So for that, Sebastian created one more tool, which is combined into the dummy. So if you want to make this one 3D open formwork, and you can select this, and even you can select this plus this without the wall, and you can say combine into dummy, and this is going to be P100-open, and you can click OK, and this creates a dummy. Actually, I'm not sure if it created a dummy. So let's see. Generic models. Yikes. No. Maybe this was not the best example. So this is assembly. There you go. Generic models P100 open. So if you do that, I can do whatever I want with this. I can open it and I can rotate it if I need to. So in the open, I can do this and hide in the view like this. And in the closed one, I have to hide this one. So you're probably asking, what's the difference between this and copying the family? And you'd be right. But the difference is that the copied one, the one that is dummy, it's a dumb geometry and doesn't have anything inside. So it's quite lightweight. Yeah, so now you have one view that formwork is closed, in the other view it's open. But in reality, you have both, and you have to hide one into the views. So maybe you can have a separate work set for open formwork. You always put the open formwork in this work set, and by default, this work set is hidden. So everywhere you create new views, you don't see the open formwork because you don't want to see the open formwork. But yeah, see, it's like a just the geometry. See, there's nothing, you cannot edit it, you cannot do anything with it, and combines everything into a with the same color. So yeah, that's the, but yeah, the advantage is that you have to, like, you can rotate, but this disadvantage is that you have to hide it manually from the views. You don't want to see it because you actually physically have a copy of the thing. All right. So let's move on. The next thing that we're going to talk about, what is this? Create filters. PT schedule, PT sheet number. Actually, this one I haven't used, so I cannot talk about it. All right. So the next thing that we're going to talk is filters. So let's go to here. And first, let's do a simple test. We can go to VV and go to filters. And in the filters, there is this area. This area is unique for every view. In every view, you can add different filters that you can apply only for the view. But when you click to add filters, oh shit, there's a lot of filters here, which I didn't create. Okay, probably they came from when I was trying the, actually I don't know from where they came, but usually there is no filters here. So if you want to create your own, you can click on edit new. Quite strange wording. I mean, yeah, having a separate button for edit and for new, it will make more sense, but this is how they decided it. So you click here. And you can create new, when you can edit one of these filters that they created, or you can create your own. And let's say our filter is going to be named say H20, select H20 beams. Yeah, H20 beams. And the goal here would be to select OH20 beams in the project. So you can go and give it a category. Obviously, it has to be generic because our things are living there. And then, let's say we want to select the generic models. We have rules. We can add more rules that combine with each other. And you can create like quite complicated rules for selection. But first one will be very simple. We're going to use, see, these are the things that we can use to select by. We can use assembly code, description, name, comments, cost, tons of things, okay? This PP means project parameter. These are parameters that are only available in the project, not in the family. And they usually are used to mark that the family is like platform 1, platform 2, level +1, level -1. So you can create filters with them to select, let's say, only +1 platform and highlight it or make it with different color. For us, to be easy, we will start with for example, type name, okay? And we're gonna see if we can do equals, does not equal, greater, less than, contains, like a lot of things. So we can say contains H20 equal P, for example. And click apply. And now nothing happened here, right? But if we click add now, we'll have our filter somewhere, H20 beams. So how can we add it? Well, we just double click on it, okay? So now we apply the filter to our view. So how do we test it? First thing is, the easiest way to test if the filter worked, if the conditions that you set are actually selecting something, is to turn off the visibility and look in your project to see if the thing will hide. So if this is working, we should be able to hide all the H20 beams. See how we hid the beams inside of the panel. You've probably been asking why this one wasn't hidden, and the reason most likely is because this is different type of beam that is Yeah, this is H20 top, and this one was equal. But let's say we want to increase the difficulty, and we want to make this one to select all beams, right? So we go here, and we can find our rule and click edit on it, right? I don't what? Okay, don't click edit, just click on it. All right, so if you want to make it so it catches either or one or the other, you can change this one to or and add another rule. So it will be either this one or that one. So we can say generic, and we can have a type name that contains H20 echo, sorry, top T maybe. I'm not sure if they have P, but see, if it was and, it would be combined both. So it's going to be looking for something that has a type that contains in the type H20 echo P and H20 top P, but we don't want that because it's either one or the other. So that's why we have to switch. And now we have two rules that are applied with the or. So it's going to select everything with this or this. So let's see if it worked. It didn't work. That means that these beams are okay. See, now I select all of these, but I can not only hide them, I can do other interesting things with them. So if I turn them on, then what I can do is I can override their graphics. So if I take surface projection and take the pattern, I can tell that I want them to be solid, and I want to make them this color. And I highlight only them based on the filter. Or I can make them to be transparent. So I can make one like this, and see it transparent now, for a certain percentage transparency. But as I said, this is applicable only per view. So if I go to 3D Open Formwork, you will see that they are exactly the same color. But if I go to VV and filter, there's nothing, right? But I can click add, and then my filter is here. When I apply the filter, nothing happens because I'm not doing anything, right? But if I want to hide them, I can hide them by turning them off like this. Or I can say I want them in this view to be orange. And there you go. They're orange. So in this view, they're blue. In this view, they're orange. So depending on what you want to do, you can create filters. And with these filters, you can override the graphics for the selection. And then you can create very interesting things in your drawings. You can select only the special steel parts and highlight them, so you can dim the other ones. So essentially, the limit is your imagination. You can do very complex ones. So, for example, let's think about a complicated one where we want to highlight different levels of whalers. How do we do that? First of all, let's say this is layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, and we want to highlight them because let's say you have the structure like the one that we designed for Saudi Arabia, this Yamama building that I showed you drawings. The panels are inclined in all directions. So when you have to show like slice through every layer of whalers on a drawing, and it would be nice on the 3D key plan to show with a different color only the line of whalers through which you are cutting, so people know, okay, we're looking at on this drawing on the third layer, on the next drawing we look. So imagine you want to do this, so you want to color this one separately from the rest. So what would be the easiest way to select those? We already saw how can you select. You can select a single whaler by typing the exact way its type is called. In this case, this would be Docker, this number, underbar, multi-purpose whaling, and so on. And if you match the exact numbers for the size 225, you're going to select everything that is 225. But also you can use contains instead of equals for the type, and because we use contains, right? We're searching for H20 beams, where in the type name, this is the type name that you see here. I mean, I hope you're already pretty familiar with these terms. Type name is this thing. This is the type name. So we were searching in the way in the H20 beams by searching for the type name, which is the second part of the semicolon column. Actually, this is column, not semicolon. After the columns. So we were searching by contains. So we can do the same thing here, and we can do multi-purpose whalings. So it contains multi-purpose whalings. But in this way, we're going to select what? We're going to select every WS10 on the drawing. So let's do that as a first step. So we're going to create a new filter that we're going to call, not here, edit new. We're going to create new filter, and we're going to name it fourth layer of WS10. Let's see if it's going to allow me. Okay, I'm going to create this one, and for now I'm not going to. So let's do first. It's going to be most likely end rule, because we're going to have to select all the whalers, and out of them we have to filter out smaller certain type. Okay, so what we can do again is we can use type name and say contains multi. I hope I spelled it okay. So let's first test. Yes, it works. Okay. So let's look at this and think about how can we filter out only this one. If you look at the parameters, you see that they are not. I mean, most of them you cannot change, but you have this bunch of parameters. So this is unit ID, drawing number, assembly code, casting step, system, assembly ID. So you can pick one of these. But let me see. Let me see if there is an option for a parameter in the filter, so we don't do something quite stupid. So if I, I didn't add this filter. Where did I put it? It's here. Okay, so double click to add it. So edit. Oops, which one I'm editing? I want to edit this one. Edit. Okay. So I'll add another row, and let's see what we can do. Can we do some parameters? Yes. So for example, we have a parameter called assembly, Docker unit assembly code, or let's say Docker unit PP we can use, unit level. So these are reserved from Docker for different things. So obviously they're not specifically designed for this, but we can use one of these parameters to filter by them. How do we do that? Well, we choose one of them, let's say unit level, and we say it should be equals to WS10-level 4. Okay, we just come up with word. And what we need to do right now, obviously, is not going to work because there is no such value in the Whalers, right? But what we can do is we can go and press tab, select this, and we can write this here. Okay, then you can press tab and select this and add it here, right? Apply. And yeah, that's it. Let's assume these are also on the 4th level. In our case, they're not, but it doesn't matter. So you paste this here and apply it, and then you paste this one here and apply it. And let's see if the filter works. So if I go to the filter and let's say I want to paint these Whalers to highlight them into magenta. Click OK, visibility, apply, and it didn't work. Okay. Let's see why. So first of all, this is in Docker unit level PP. All right, and in the filter, no, it's not turning off. Yeah, I need to edit, of course.
The purpose, word purpose. O.
Hmm?
You remove the O.
No, the purpose is selecting it. So if I remove this,
spelling.
but I understand, but it's selecting them. So no, it's not. Oh. So I spelled it wrong.
Yes. Spelling.
Okay.
PUR.
Oh, okay. So that's the reason why. Really?
PURS.
Okay. PUR.
POS.
No.
POSE.
Okay.
Multi. We don't have L and multi.
Okay, let's do WS10.
Is it alpha uppercase, lowercase sensitive?
I don't. Should be.
Shouldn't.
Okay. See now they're hidden, right? They're hidden. Okay. So let's do a no, add the one that is missing, which was
No,
I don't see it. This one, right? Yeah. Equals to this. Okay. So apparently it worked, but then why the fuck it didn't work here?
I think that one was set in a different position.
Probably. So I need to put this one here. Yes. There you go. And see this. It is probably also I put in. No. What's wrong with this? There are. I think there's 2 panels on top of each other. What? No. They're overlapping. So I did not. Yeah, gotcha. I didn't. Okay. Yes, I didn't set the value. Yes, that's true. But you got the point how this thing works, right? So I just select up this one and then I can find this level P, click apply, and this is how you can select. See, it's quite powerful because you can select only single row with this filter. Yeah, you need to assign it. But what other ways you have to distinguish between them? Let's say these are trapezoidal, right? If they were trapezoidal and they're all the same, let's say it's a cone, you can say select the ones that are 2.25 meters, and you know that this is level 4. So you can make this one much faster, because in this way you don't have to go to the ones that you want to select and tag them with whatever parameter you want. But in this case, they're the same. So there's no other way to distinguish between them because they're equal things. And so you need to put something manually to make them different. But you can create separate filters for this, and you can mark those for 3, those for 2, those for 1, and you can create different filters. And you can apply these filters in every level in a different way. So if I want to do the same here, I can go to VV, filter, add, and I can add my 4th level, and here I can make them to be green, for example, if I want to. Every level, this is what I'm trying to emphasize. On every view, you have different, you can apply these, and they apply only for this level. If you don't want, you can just remove the filters by disabling them like this, or you can remove them completely, and it looks like normal. So please try to make a couple of filters by yourself for the next 10 minutes. I need to make a quick call, and I'll be right back in. Yes, if you need help, ask me, Lisa.
No, it's not this. You will take over.
No.
Why this?
I will be the first one. You cannot take over my position to ask Nodita. Actually, I really have the question. Usually, I see my previous result or
Yes, probably. 54, oh, general. Depends on computer.
Oh, I think the effect of the VB is for view, but your whole setup is already set. I think for you.
Even the view, we keep the visibility.
It's a matter of representing the view. We will try to open two different view. You can
See the filter is not there, I need to add in.
no, I think this is already there.
There's another one. Okay, now we need every view to
Add in.
add in.
But I think on in general mode, all that should have members. Go to filter. I go to go to VV. Oh, VV. But go to the filter.
I cannot make it.
Haven't do anything.
No, you need to choose which one you want. I don't want or generate model. Anti-generic model.
Yes.
You're supposed to have your one.
I already isolate. This is I isolate that one.
I suppose when you choose it,
It will select everything.
if you want this picture,
Let's say I only apply. How to unbook here. It's supposed to see only the banner right now, right? Oh, no, not okay. Filter.
Should be generic.
Yes. Now we go to what? VV. I need to select first. This item.
and
No, it's the first
go
one.
to the statement.
In generic. It's the first one.
Mhm.
And new article.
You also could be.
Then
Is it? I click the new one. New one, I say history. Go to the VV. So we're going to create a new feature for all.
Downloaded it?
although this must
Hmm.
the really
From Here I take to the generic. Pretarget is. Here, what you ask me? Pretarget.
Generic.
Here I take the generic. This one is, you want to extend that? Then this one. I- And then. Okay.
One word. Double S is one word.
We want this one. And then add. Okay. Yeah, okay. We want this. Content. We will try the H25. Content H20. But I have content. Here's not choose content.
When he has his levels.
Is that what you have created among then
In
this one
the,
not
in the
being,
panel, it's this
no,
going
content.
there. He has a lot of selections that you can
It's the-
select, yeah. But in my
That-
case, I only have two.
H20.
And you see, for example, I set this to winner.
And
This is not the topic element.
these are already.
When I scroll down,
Then you.
here.
This is the one. This is the one you created one. Select the design, select the design. You here already, you off the visibility. Right? You go and see, okay. Why did you name it to what, and then.
Yes, so the best.
It should be capital, not against.
Okay, can we?
So.
Please start.
It's like-
I think for.
Can copy filter.
Can copy lah.
Then just change the.
Taking the entire. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm painting the entire panel. But I'm making. You made, you made it. But I thought, why am I making it?
You select specifically the item.
Yes, that contains, yeah, all of this one.
I created another one. Create. It not pop up. Appear here. No, not this one. I do is only this.
Okay.
And then this is the one. That's not what.
Are you editing the same one?
Oh, is it? Am I editing the same? Also, I should not editing.
You already click okay. You already click okay. Just okay. Maybe.
Add the moves.
Yeah. You
Oh,
editing
no.
this one.
So all I want to do is the new one. Is it?
You need to put
Oh, no, the purchase with all.
No, after I select the generic model,
Yeah, this one is very much.
every time I'm adding rules,
This-
eliminating my rules.
If not, I think we go wrong with it.
And this one
Type name, the rest,
is first. Wait, then this. No. Then this one.
Is it that?
Since it's from.
Last one.
This is. The green global city. And that one.
Oh, this one is because we want to divide the.
This one.
This was on a for view, right? For view. But if I duplicate this view, I can still copy this one. This is what you mentioned, right? So you put the ones we sell, we get the same.
Yeah. Copy
I
that,
still copy the data.
and then now wait,
You can copy the thing.
I have to everything tell you.
Then they go.
How you can copy that?
No, it didn't work.
Can I copy?
Duplicate my view. It didn't work. Copy, there's no copy.
Just either.
What do you mean copy?
This one.
Copy.
No, you can go, if you are already on the other view, put BB, then you can add the filter that you made on the other view.
Because your filter
Put it here.
is already, yeah, just add.
Yeah, you can just
Already prepared, but you just need to add it.
Okay, you repeat okay. Then you just this one. Why you
No,
have
where is my H20? No, because that's this, I changed to.
Oh,
This one I
Revit
need
has
to add it,
that.
yeah. This one must be H20.
You click, oh, you only have 3 million.
Yeah, so I must do 3 tally, tally.
Betul. Betul. Okay. Just listen. You need to. Yeah.
This one.
No, it's a unit here.
Go to VV again. I want to change the color, then go and change here. I do the second one.
Okay.
Terima kasih. Name change. Don't say that up there. No more than me are all messed up for me. That rule is it, if I want to do the another one, I think. So you need now.
What's it for you?
First layer, second layer can change the color. This first layer and second layer can be different color. Because this is
to
all
create
different.
It's the green color.
just the same like this one. And you can just duplicate. So maybe that's this. Let's create this first. Let's create it.
Is it this one? Yeah. And
Let's put it in. And just delete this second and just delete this. Just delete this one. This one. Just put this right there. On the top.
Specifically for second.
You only breakfast before you come.
Mouse is there. You want to choose the word last.
Okay, I don't need this.
You go to the
It's similar.
I don't understand it down.
What I do is like
This is the black and
the same like can help you.
What's the oh, no, this is not up there. We go down. Oh, up, to cover the. You know,
This
like,
No, sure, yeah.
you need to click to the upper line. Visibility tip, the upper line, okay. Video. Click down.
Manage the filters. Anyone need help, or we can? And see filters, see filters. Filters, good.
You don't need a blue aspect. You just see the blue aspect and
What do you want to do?
then. Oh,
Okay, so just put this one right over it.
Just the computer.
I don't know if you can duplicate it. Probably.
Then I have to rename it.
but that was level BP. That is
Second.
content,
Second.
blue aspect.
Managed?
Wait, add, yeah, add. Blue aspect, blue, yeah. I change something. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Because you say only blue. Because we choose the level, we didn't choose the type. If we choose the type, all the type will change. Now we choose the, it depends on here. If you change now to type, then all the umbrella will change. If you try to change to the type, then all the umbrella will change.
Okay,
Yeah, that's all. Because of we choose the, all you do, because it's different type. Different type.
so I mean, we cannot explore all types that you can create, but
Yeah.
basically you got the point. You can use different things you can come up. You can basically when you do them, you just read what's available here. You read what's available and decide how to combine it. So a little bit of a creativity is required here, but you can see what is possible and how can you combine those in order to create like filters. So you can even select by, I think I saw volume. So you can actually select things that are bigger than certain size or smaller than. I don't know if you're going to need such a thing in our cases. In most cases, we would need to select by primarily by project parameters that you enter. And yeah, you can mark a single family. Let's say you can mark the platform. Imagine this is a platform, and you can use one parameter to mark the level on the on the climber. So is it level 0? Is it level -1? Is it -2 or +1? And this is how you can mark them. But on the same, you can add second parameter that shows this is part of platform 1, this is part of platform 2, this is part of platform 3. And with different filters, you can either select single platform in height, or you can select, like, let's say, all the platforms on level 0. So you can show different representation for the client. Okay, any questions about this? I see that everyone managed to make filters, no problem. So I guess I explained it. Okay, let's move on. This was a big, interesting topic, an important one. Filters can be transferred, I guess, again, through work through view templates. Okay, let's go to make our first own schedule.
Peter?
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
What is the selection filter? Because you are only on the rule-based filter. What is the selection filter?
Okay, let me see. You mean in the...
When you are adding filters, so what's the selection filter? Because now we are only on the rule-based. What's this?
Okay, let me see. Filter. Actually, I'm assuming, I'm not sure 100% because I haven't used this, but is this? No. Let's try. See? So yeah, we haven't talked about this. Yesterday, I noticed that I forgot to tell you about it. But remember, when we select multiple things, we get this funnel here, right? To filter stuff. But there is also this little list that appears. So what you can do, you can create a save a certain selection for yourself. How you can do that? You can press save, and you can say my 3 panels. Okay, you can, like, if you cannot come up with a meaningful way to mark the panels, you can just simply select them one by one, and you can save them. So let's do something better. We're gonna do level 1, and let's see if I can do it like this. I click and select this one, right? Then I go tab, control, add, tab, control, add, tab, control, add. And let's go and do save, because this is difficult to select, right? So this is my layer 1 Whalers. Okay, and now if I want to load this, for example, why this is this, I deselected. The problem is with these filters, and that's why I don't use them much, is in order to enable this loading of the filter, you have to have at least two things selected. But if I select two things and load my layer one whalers, I'm going to select them, but also this is going to select my two things. So I need to select this and this in order to turn the filter. So now I need to deselect this, but then, yeah, okay. See, now I selected them. But the more clever thing that you can do with those, because it's quite difficult. I mean, it's not difficult, but in order to enable this, you have to have two things that are selected in order to these buttons to appear. But also these saved selections, you can apply as filters. So you can have this one. Actually, it's already created, so you can just go like this, and you can say layer one whalers. I want them to be different color. So let's say red. So yeah.
So by selecting.
Yeah, selecting, saving them with certain name, and you tell this thing, I want you to be hidden, I want you to be transparent, I want you to be different color, I want you to turn it off, and so on. So if you cannot come up with a rule, and you already placed the things, you can manually select them, save them, and then you can tell them, you gonna change this way or that way.
So if you are already lack of the option here, the
basically, if you are lazy and you have to filter 5 things that you cannot come up with a rule, you can simply select them, save them as a pre-selected. Yeah, and then you can see, because you cannot change rules on this one because this is already preloaded, pre-selection filters. And you can edit them here by selecting 2 things and go to edit. But this is basically, I think, you can edit it to add more things. So you can say, I want to go and add selection. You can do tap and add, tap and add, tap and add, tap and add, tap. This is actually easier than the other method to add. And then you can modify this, and now everything becomes red. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention this one, but it's also another option to do. You can either do a rule that you can create, or if you don't want to, you can just like select manually the things. The disadvantage, obviously, of this method is if something has changed. For example, you add another panel that hasn't been in the selection, and you have to go and modify as opposed if it's based on a rule. Even if you add another panel, it will automatically get into the filter because the filter is going to match the whaler, for example. Although if this filter requires to put like some label inside of it, it's not going to do it. So you have to go and put manually the label. So whether you're going to go put manually a label inside of the whaler, or you're going to manually add it to the selection. So the selection filter is kind of the same. So you can do either way, depending on your situation. Because if I add another panel and it doesn't have layer one in the field, in the parameter that I chose, this one, this one, if it doesn't have, I have to add it. But with the same logic, I can go like this and click my whalers. Actually, no, I can go to VV filters, edit, and I can click to this. Oh, how do I? Oh, shit. How did I edit this? Edit? No. From where did I edit it before? No, sorry. I'm stupid. I go here, edit. I click on this one, edit, and then I can tap add this one. Actually, it's kind of faster than selecting and searching for this, type the correct thing. So it's up to you. You're flexible, but I guess, yeah, the possibilities are endless. That's why I showed you the drawing from Mizian last week. He really did great job in like filtering different things and creating, representing things in a very flexible way. Like, yeah, it's not easy to make assembly drawing, not like a general drawing, execution drawing for like project that panels flying in every direction. Okay, let's move on to, thank you for the question. I missed this one. I knew it, but for just slipped my mind. So what I want to do next is to create schedule. So a schedule is here. And just to learn, we will create our own that looks like, not this one. I think like this one. Yes or no? That's weird. Okay. None. All right, so we're gonna try to achieve something like this, okay? I turned off this face filter because initially it was set to CS1, and CS1 is fine, but it only contains Ferrami. And what I wanted to make sure that I have is, I wanted to make sure I have the panels. Because the panels contain special plywood, and this is one of the most difficult parts, to make it so it prints the name, the description, and then the size of the plywood piece that you're using. See, it grouped them by piece. Like I have 1500 by 1220, and I need 4 pieces of this. I need 1 of these. So every custom size, it's counted. But I don't like this long list. So what I prefer to do is I will add this panel to CS1, so it will come into my list, and then I will have an example. Yeah, so my goal would be to replicate this exact schedule from scratch. And whoever wants can follow along, or maybe we can just do it step by step in several steps, not me finishing it at once and you start from scratch, because it's kind of a long procedure, and I want you to see how to build it. Okay, so we're gonna keep it open, and we will start by creating a new schedule, which most likely is created from here, right? Because everything related to 2D and 3D views is created from here. So the first one would be schedule quantities. And we're going to choose, actually, I'm not sure if this is right, but let's see. Yes, that's it. So you can create one by clicking, actually, I already created it. No, I didn't. So you can click on schedule, schedule quantities, because there are different ones. You can use one for sheet list, for view list, and so on. But let's say we can click on schedule quantities, and we choose a generic models. Give it a name. Our name is going to be our Docker material list or something. And we're going to put it in CS1. And okay, we have it. Great. So right now, what do we have in the original one? We have description, right? So let's try to add the description and see if we're going to achieve something. So I have a field, right? In the field, I need to add fields that I want to see. So I click field, and let's see what I'm going to achieve. All right, great. Nothing. I achieved nothing because I have this. I mean, I have this and I want it to become this. And the first thing that I tried failed. I added description, right? So what could be the reason? We can go again to edit and look for from the rest of the field, rest of the available fields. And when we scroll down, we will notice that there is a big part that contains parameters starting with Docker. And then, all right, I mean, it's kind of strange. This one doesn't work, but most like maybe it's this one. But when I add it, and let's see what's going to happen. Okay, that's better result. But then this is description. This is Docker description, and here it says description, right? Then maybe we should look for a way. And also this one is empty, so we should remove it, right? Again, we go to fields, and what do? Click and remove this one. Okay. Where would be this name differently? Let's see. Filters, maybe not. Sorting, maybe not. Formatting. Maybe formatting is going to give us an option for a name. And see what we see here. It says heading, right? Boom. We remove this. And all of a sudden, we have a description, right? I can increase it. All right, I have a description. The problem is that not really the same, because see, this one is having these numbers, but here, as long as I find it, you see Docker Purge, and there you go. It doesn't have this. So we're going to think about this later, but let's see what other fields we need. We have also an article number, quantity, and a weight. So let's add these four and see what from there. So apparently this original description doesn't work, so we have to resort to the Docker stuff. So let's look one by one. Okay, there's Docker article number. This could work. Casting step description, so on, blah blah blah, and then we go to, let's say, count, because we look for quantity, right? There's no quantity. Docker quantity. No Docker quantity, but there's Docker weight. Okay, this one would work as well for us. This is width, this is weight. And then we have nothing. All right, so if we don't have quantity, then let's try to do count and we'll figure out from there. Okay, let's see what we have now. Good. This one counts the parts. This one gives us the weight. This one gives us the article number, but they're arranged in a different order, right? So first is article number, second is quantity, third is description, and fourth is weight. So let's try to do that first. Edit the fields, and you notice that you can select this, and you can rearrange them by moving this up and moving this up. And yeah, I think that's it. Yay, cool. Try to get to this point and let me know if you have any issues, and we will continue, because I don't want to like show too many things and you forget the initial steps. So far you need to have 4 columns. I have renamed the Docker description to description. Apparently we can do the same thing to article number and just make it article number, right? Like this. It's even art number. Okay, so let's do the same thing, because we're trying to make a copy, right? Art dot art number. Okay, there you go. So we have this and we have this. And this one is weight. So let's try to do weight. Weight is the weight is weight, and this is quantity. Okay. All right. At least the columns are the same. By the way, no matter which edit button you click, you go to the same window and you can move between them because they're different tabs. So if I click the last edit button, I'm going to go to this one and so on. So it doesn't matter where you click. That's why I always click on the first one and then move to the one that I want.
You know, maybe out there a little. Okay, it's not all disappear. Go to the, go to the, go to. Sorry, I mean, isn't it that, I mean, and you call the phone. Whatever you want to change, it's change. Email. And I will be in the beginning things.
You got to this point? Everyone? Guys, nobody's saying anything. Like,
Yes.
like I asked 3 times. Did you guys finish? No one replies to anything. Are you sleeping? Okay. Um. So, what's the next step? The next step is to figure out why we have how do we group this? Let's just first, let me try to do something. If I remove this to none, you have, see, at some point I have articles that don't have article numbers, right? I included everything not CS1 because in CS1 there's just two little things, so you cannot really see it. No, there is. Okay. So how do we eliminate the zeros? We can go to filters, and the first thing we can do is we can filter by article number, right? We don't want the article number to be 0, right? So we can say that the article number should be greater than 0, right? So in this case, we're going to eliminate the zeros. Now there's no more zeros here. But then how do we group this by quantity to make it actual count, not just actual quantity, not just count? Because see, we have article 1, this article 1 piece, this article 1 piece, but they can be grouped together, right? So we can go to sort and grouping. And how do we sort them? Well, we don't want to have multiple articles from the same article number. So we can group them by article number, right? So let's see if this is, most likely this is not going to help, but let's see. See, it didn't change. Why? Because we have this checkbox on, and this checkbox on says itemize every instance, meaning that you should not group them. If you uncheck this, now they're going to be grouped by article number. So 2 of these, 2 of these, 5 of these. And so now the group became much more compact. And interestingly, no, they look the same, right? They're more or less the same. 22148, 2258. Okay. Obviously, there's some problems here. We'll figure that out. Okay. Maybe because of these varies, it means it combines things with different weights, and that's why it cannot put the correct weight. So you got to this point, it was just like adding a little grouping. But the problem is, maybe now it's time to think about why we don't have the size here, right? This is displayed like this, but in theirs, it's displayed like this, okay? So we have to look for a field that is description, but description that has a sizes, right? So let's try and look for another description. Maybe there's better description that has a size. I don't see any, right? There's nothing that shows size. But I have a field that is called a special length. I have a field special height, and I have a field special width. Let's check them out and see, maybe they give us some information. Okay, I got the special length. So pretty much all of these are 225, but here it says varies. It means it grouped them, but this parameter is different. It has multiple values. That's why it shows varies. So what we can do is we can go to grouping and add a second grouping filter. So we separate them by width, right? Because the width is the one that is multiple different sizes. And if we do that, see, it broke them down. So first groups them by number, second groups them by width. But in theory, it's absolutely possible to have different lengths as well, right? It's just in my situation, I don't have, because both of them are the same. But if I had two different lengths, they will be grouped and it will say varies. So that's why we need to add this grouping also for the length, right? So I'll be grouping by the length. Okay. Let's see. Nothing changes because in my case, it's the same. But if I go to my 3D view, just to prove you that it is like that, and is this in CS1? Yes. So what I'll do to prove that is I will just simply explode this. Sorry, explode. Then I'll select all this crap and put it in CS1. Okay. And then I'll take one of these guys and I will change the size to 2 meters, right? Okay, this one is shorter now. My bad. No problem, no problem. So I had to write 2000. So good catch. Thank you. So right now, yeah, now it's 2000. And when I go to my schedule, you see that the filter indeed works, like it separated them. Okay. All right. And see, I have 4 of these and 1 of these, right? And before that, this was more. Okay. Actually, no. It didn't really show because I have 4. I want to broke down these 2, but the problem is this one has different width and it was already in a separate category. So I'll just go to the second one, which repeats 3 times, and I'll make this one, let's say, 1900. Okay. And now to see if it works, see, these were 4, and now they broke them down to 1 and 2. And this is work only because I have this one. If this one is not there, what's going to happen is going to combine those 2. All right. So that's why you have to break it down based on, you have to group it by the things that you want to be unique. Oops, what did I do? I have to go to grouping and I need to do length. Okie dokie. Do we use height? No. But let's try. Let's see what's the value of height. Height is, they have height. Okay, then let's make sure to have a grouping based on height, just in case there is articles that also contain height. So if there are articles with 2 different heights, they're going to be separated, right? But okay, nothing changed here because we all have the same height. And by the way, in these panels, it's not even entered. But the problem is, right now, instead of having 4 columns, I have 7. So first, I need to figure out one at a time, one problem at a time. I need to figure out how to remove those. But I need them for the future, right? So if I go back and delete the width like this, that's okay. But the problem is, do I have now a grouping ability? And I don't, because I removed the width and now I cannot do it. So theoretically, I need the width. So I have to return it, right? So in order to group by something, you have to have this field in your system, in your select schedule field. So in this case, this would be doc special width, right? So I'm adding this one, it's here, and now I can add it back to my grouping, sorting grouping, and this would be my length, height, and width. Okay, so now I do have that. Problem is how to hide them. Well, maybe we should search again in appearance, right? But in appearance, there's no columns, there's no field. So maybe go back to formatting. Okay, they're here. How do I hide them? Well, if you select one of these, you just read down and you see that there is a checkbox that's hidden field. Let's see what happens. If I click on it, boom, it disappeared. But do I still have it in fields? Yes, I do. So apparently hiding a column is as easy as just marking it and marking it as hidden. So now again, I have the 4 columns, but right now the difference is that these are broken down, as opposed to before where there was single, there were one liner where it was 5. Okay, I had 5 plywoods, but But now I managed to break them down based on size. That's good. Let's see how this one looks like. See, it's exactly the same. 22113. 22113. Okay, this is amazing. But at the moment, I don't have a way to visually distinguish between these things because this description is not the same as this one. See this how nice this one it is. Okay, and it has description and it has the size and then X, the other size, and so on. So did you get to this point, or should I stop for 2 minutes and you catch up to this? So I added the columns, I added the groupings, and I hid the columns, the fields. Can you do that? And then we'll talk about what we're going to do with the description.
How you want to sort out the special language?
Anyone need help?
Break down according to the size.
All right. Should we move on? Okay, let's see what's available in order to create this description, right? Because the description, maybe there is more complicated description. Okay, there's this description language too, right? But if you remember, we were talking about description language. Remember what was the, can someone remember what was the difference between description and description language? That's an F. Who else wants to try to get below, above F, maybe D? What's the difference between description and description, Docker description and description language? Guys, okay, I'll give you a small tip, but then maximum you get is like C. we use this description language to show it with our tags, the article caption. Hmm?
Special description. So
When you're tagging,
Then when you're
Then it-
tagging, yes.
you're showing the item. The name.
Yes, but what's the difference between the one that I have here and I renamed to description, which original name is this token description?
It shows the sizes.
But why would anyone who shows the sizes would name the field Docker description language? Think about it. Okay, the maximum now becomes D. I'll give you another hint. It's in the name. What that Docker description language means. I'm gonna have to implement exams every day. Language.
Yeah.
Okay, I gave you the keyword language.
So the language.
Yay, you're getting D. Remember, we have parameter that the description is shown in different language. The keyword is a language, depending on which language we have selected in the project parameters and when we press update. So let's add one and test. See, I added Docker description language. And this one is this one.
I think that's Andrew.
Ah, yeah, shit. Fuck. Yes, I modified the original one. Okay, good. So we go to this one. Thank you. So let's add Docker description language. I don't know by the way what 2 means, but this one looks exactly the same as this one. The only thing is this one doesn't have $$ in it. But in order to prove to you, because you forgot that this is not the same description as the other one, we go to Docat and especially for you, I'm going to put it in Portuguese Brazilian, just to be for everyone to be easy to understand. And then update description, and we just wait. Monday, I'll ask you what you did for the day in Revit, and if you didn't, I'll tell your manager you're not working on Revit.
Why does my Docker not working?
See,
Last one.
see, now it's in Brazilian Portuguese. This weird letters. Okay, so this works. Okay, I'll just put it back to English because obviously American is the right language. So we're gonna update. All right, so now they're kind of will be the same when in a few seconds. But the problem is, again, I still don't have sizes, right? So now we're going to the culmination is how to create our own custom fields. And that you have several options here. And the one that you're looking for is combine parameters. If you click in this, you have another menu here that you can create your own parameter, a combination of multiple parameters. So what is the first thing that we need? We need the description. Obviously not this description because this description didn't show anything. Then let's try to get Docker description language, right? Then what's the next thing we want? We want to put Docker width, no, length, Docker. Do you see length somewhere? Yeah, obviously special length, and then special width, right? Cool. Does this interface looks a little familiar from the tags, where we're creating tags and we're adding parameters and combining them, we're adding prefixes, suffixes between them?
Yes.
That looks the same, right? So let's do nothing for now and just add those and see. This is some weird ass name parameter, but we can, I suppose, rename it to something more reasonable. Let's say description. Okay. All right. So we have description, we have description language, and now we have another one called description that we just created, right? So let's have a look what's inside. Whoa, we're starting to getting somewhere, right? But let's first get rid of these two. How do we get rid of these two? Well, the first one, the description language, I don't believe we need it because we're not using it in any of groupings, right? So we can hide it, but theoretically we can just remove it because, see, we don't use description for grouping, we don't use description for filtering, and we don't want to show it, right? We only use it in combination, but in combination, I don't think it's going to disappear. So let's give it a try, and let's remove the description language, okay? Click OK. This one disappeared, the description language, right? But the description remained here. So it's all good, no problem. As long as it's not in the filter or on the grouping, we don't need it, right? Then we have this. This was, what was this? Let's see. This was the normal Docker description, right? So let's get rid once and for all from this one because this is useless. This is only in English, right? So in the same way, we don't group by it. We don't format group. We don't filter by it. So we can just get rid of Docker description. The only reason why they're the same, but they're not actually the same, is this is English and this is language, but also combined one. So we don't need this description, okay? We get rid of it. Right now, we got to a point where we are pretty much there, right? The only thing is that first we need to put this one in the correct place. So that means I have to sort them, meaning that this description must go above the weight, right? Because we want article number, quantity, description, weight. These three we need, and they should be hidden because we need them for grouping, right? Click. Good. We are getting very close. Now, it's only a matter of going to this combined field and fixing this shit. So we don't want these separators because currently they're separated with these slashes, right? After, let's see how the other one, the result is formatted, so we can look for it. So first you have the description, then you have space, then you have the length, then you have space, then you have X, then you have space, then you have the width, right? So let's do the same thing. That's pretty straightforward. You go to the description, edit it, and what you do for prefix, you put space. Then you have space X space. Then because you have space, you don't need to put space here. Then, oh no, sorry, here you don't need that. So and here you also don't need this space, right? So all you need is suffix of this one, which is space X space, and and a little space before the length, right? Let's see if I got it right. Pretty damn nice, right? Description, space, length, space X space, width, right? Let's see if this is the same. 1900 by 1220, 1900 by 1220. All right, cool. But there is one more difference. And the difference is it's varying here, right? It varies here. So And what does it say here? Here, it says that, but there's one more thing that we're not seeing, that I'm noticing. See, here, this Frami fitting timber is 6 kg, right? And I have quantity of 2. So the question is this a weight of 1 or the weight of the 2? And the truth is, the only way to figure it out is just go and see how much is the data inside of the actual fitting timber. What does it say? Because otherwise you cannot know. Or you can use your knowledge from certain things that you know how much they weigh, and compare and see if this is correct or not. But for us, it will be easier just to cheat. We just look at the original one and see what they say. Well, apparently, 2 of these weigh 12 kg. So this is the weight for a single thing. And these are 2, and that's why it says varies, because these 2 have different weights. But theoretically, we want to group them to show the total weight, right? So what we can do is in formatting, I think in weight, there's this calculation, and you can tell it to calculate totals, all right? When you tell it to calculate totals, it's gonna calculate the actual this multiplied by its weight. I mean, sorry, the weight of this multiplied by the quantity, and then it's gonna give you the total weight. So you have 12, 24, 29, and so on. And here you have 12, 24, 29, 28, and so on. Okay, so I think we finally achieved this result. As the only difference is we have a total here, right? Total number of quantity and total tonnage, but here we don't. So we can do that by going to, I think, grand totals maybe. Boom. So this was where, again, in groupings, you calculate grand totals, and there you go. We achieved the same result as here. Here, this one has Docker calc list. I can just paste this one here. But I cannot, it cannot have the same name, so we cannot do that. Then, how do I get this picture? I'm going to try with copy paste. Let me see. Nope, it doesn't work with copy paste. By the way, there are some formattings in appearance here, but we will. This is only question of preference. But let's first get to this point. Okay, just try to get to this point. There are three more things that I showed you here. You need to achieve the same.
Docker language.
Docker language, yes.
It's not working.
But you don't need to add this one. I was showing it to you just to show you how to think about it. You just go directly to combine, because see, I added Docker language and then I removed it. So you can skip this step, but if you want, you can test it. 10:20, we should have had a break. Or you're not tired? Yes.
I heard already added this one, but it's not description, not here.
Because this is just on which description you added.
This
Actually, you don't. But why are you using description? You don't want to use description. Description is the one that comes from Revit. You want to add Docker description language. So your first keyword is wrong. Sorry, no, go there, edit, click edit. This fence, remove the first one, select this one, remove it, which is out, and then find the Docker description language. There you go. So add it, put it on the top. So select it. Yes, up. So remove the separator, and then fix the formatting. So put a space before the second parameter. Space to prefix. In prefix you put one space. Then in the suffix you put space X space, right? Because you want between the two parameters to have this, right? So this is prefix. Your key is the length. So you do space before the length, then space x space after that. But also you don't need height because for the panels we don't need height. So just remove it. Theoretically, you can do that. No, actually, no. Actually, you are right. Add it. Yes, you're right. I should have shown that because we're doing something Let me show you again. In my fields, I made a mistake and Wei actually made it right. Because I added only length and width, but in reality, I need to add also a height as well. So I can go and find local special height, add it, and then I can put space x space. And then the question is, am I going to have empty space, empty x if I don't have height? And the answer is yes. And we don't want that. So what should we do? Yeah, the problem is that I told you something wrong. You should not put it here. I think you should put it in the separator. Space, X space, and space, X space. Because no matter if you have it or not, the suffix is added, but separator is only added if there is a value. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong again. Let's see how, let's cheat and see how they did it here. So far, I didn't open it. They put it in the prefix. Oh yeah, that makes sense because you put it in the prefix. That's actually quite clever because you put it in the prefix only if the thing exists. So I'm gonna put it like this, and then I put space x space, space x space x space, and so now I have this only if it exists. There you go. All right, that's the correct arrangement.
Separating. No, it's not the special length. Some space, you have to add factors. The second one, so n space. Which is next. It's character. If you make another space, it's something else in the next. Using the number deeper. Money. That's what's called. One when we accomplish that. Ignore any additional power. Is the right on description. And we can skip there. Peter, in this computer, there's no measurement units.
In this
On
computer,
plywood.
they just put another computer like that. Just call the IT and tell them I need computer with units.
Maybe go to branch units. So,
How did you build this? The description field.
this one,
And we go to edit fields. So this is this description. This is the combination of
Yeah.
all items. Click edit.
Mhm.
So we have this.
The units, maybe there's something wrong with the units. Maybe he removed units or something, just cancel that, or okay, and click OK, and then go to,
French business, right?
yeah, but this is in manage.
Manage. Go to the manage. Manage. Yes. Go to French business. Okay. Save project first.
Saan ang basa mo?
Ano yun?
Ayun, alam, combine na ako. Ganun tong
Yeah, this one, go to length, click on length,
Okay.
Ayun, dapat description.
and click
Then
on length,
prefix here.
and then
Down.
what-
I space
what?
X.
Check your settings, let's compare.
In manage also, right?
Yes, no, don't change it, let's change, let's have it the same.
And then a common.
Mm.
I have to decide places. Unit symbol and then. What's unit?
Subregs.
Local description set.
Yung one.
Yung mga
Yeah, don't do that, or.
Go to the images. Change these to local description language.
All right, I think everyone achieved so far. Yeah, put them as a prefix in front of it.
The description language.
Should we have a short break?
Yes.
Then,
But I just wanted to confirm, everyone achieved the same list as the one that
And
we started with, right? Without, even without looking at it, the only thing that I looked was the prefix. But it makes sense when you think about it. If you have width, length and height, if the height doesn't exist, you put the prefix in front of it. So if it exists, it puts prefix. If it doesn't exist, don't put the prefix. So, yeah.
Right now, because we use now the local description language,
Mhm.
which capturing a special language.
Yes, but by default, you keep it to English and it's English.
But
Ayun,
if
sige,
I'm using
sige.
a special steel parts, that I didn't put any special language there.
I think in this case, it takes the description.
It takes the description translated, right?
I know. Obviously not, because you don't have it.
Because I have one now in my.
You know what you can do,
one on space.
because you're curious, go and create one new family and use the special steel part template. Just put one box inside of it and insert it in the project. Put it in casting step one and see what's gonna show up. Put like in the family something in the description
Yes.
and see what exactly is gonna show. But my suspicion is that it's gonna show the description. It does, and then try to change the language to see that nothing should happen. Okay,
Yeah, sure.
break. Break means go stretch your legs. Go for a walk. That's why I kind of use Apple Watch, but not at the moment. You tell me every 1 hour.
Baka may ano lang.
Yung sa fix yung sa likod.
After ng, kunwari, after ng length, yung sa fix.
Mag-space kaya tayo.
Pero wala yung values mo eh. Wala yung, ano to, yung 750 and so.
Ulit natin. Ayun. Yung dapat apat ano.
Check mo nga sir sa. Atin, naman. Weird.
Sa'yo ba? Nilagyan na.
Oo, automatic.
I think ito na,
Upload din.
because.
Oh, pero
that's
wala
special
hindi
language.
Units ano.
Oo.
Use the default
Check mo
one.
yung ano, project units mo. Sa
And default one is capturing a special description.
manage o sa manage.
You look at it. This class PC family, okay? So. I like to open my special steel funds.
Okay.
First, that SPC.
Try mo ulit sa update.
Help me, help me.
Lisa, when you start work, then you directly use straight away use Revit or This until now straight away.
Help me. Because I
I tried to use on the cat then. You said, close the other cat. You really didn't know that.
You angry when you see.
Oh, what was okay.
No, I open just for my reference doing some line.
Yeah, that's how to refer, right?
We open the cat.
I forget how we could get from here. Because I'm in special steel parts. I'm special steel parts that I created last time. How I can modify the description. Let it be like, yeah, this is one. Just replace it by this one, right? Alright. Can I change also the article number? Sure. 7E. Just okay with that. I'm afraid that I'm doing the wrong thing there. And then I'm going to save it out, right? Save it out first, and then I need to modify and make it a project.
Do that.
Which is not what I have, is a demo one.
This one is incomplete.
Okay.
That's
So
it.
right now in my model, in my overriding is the parameters and one. Yes.
Yeah. What language you use? What is the language also? Parameter.
Yeah, it's more with my content. It's always like, yeah. Because,
I'm using
things.
America.
Okay. Then if I'm going back on the command promise,
Try this out.
graphically done. Ah, here, this one. So now it's in here, but I still don't have the description.
Because you're using special language.
Yes, right. And then this is the one that he was discussing to us.
This was showing the wind. Length with, this one length with and the, I think.
Let's see it here. Let's bring that to the description, right? The description, bring it here.
And so I try to show
The inbox.
grand
The
total.
description here. See here? And it's not capturing on the depth special.
Because it's a special language. You can go to the special part.
This is special parts. Here, there's special action one, okay? So I need to go. I could just do slower and slower. And
Better.
This one is always beautiful.
but now I cannot capture this one special article, special description now.
There's no special language.
This one is completely special.
I mean, I want to see what is the item.
Is it shared parameters?
Already, this one is the DOM. Language.
Because you can view here.
Hold on.
I already removed it. This one I already remain running it.
Or maybe I could check, right? Let's say it's.
Because it's not I check, right? I can put this here so that I can know what is the item, is it correct or not? Before I remove the view.
That was special language.
Sure, now why yours?
Special
is not
field
showing?
part
Yeah,
dimension. Special field part.
Oh, yeah.
Special
point.
point.
I put here, right? Then I can view is your language correct or not?
Capture.
Yeah, it's not showing. This is the special item.
So we need to,
Yeah.
it's 3 pieces. Yeah.
So I
didn't yet name that one.
Yeah.
That's why it's special. So I
Have a special description.
Yeah, it doesn't show my total.
This is the description.
Maybe we can use this one. Special language.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Because they I think they also want that. Special description.
yeah, it's already total.
Language.
Thousand top lines.
Mhm.
Count total.
Oh wait, it's not showing like that.
Yeah.
Utility data.
Can you undo it? Can you check again?
Dito ako description.
Oh, itemize.
No. It should be mentioned here on top.
Yeah, here, great. Hold on. I think it's not itemize here, right?
Ano yung gusto ko?
Meaning every single item.
Update pa.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Dimension relation na.
Hello.
Okay, you don't have the total.
Yeah, other one has.
Place what?
Okay, usually what I do, I save and I open back.
I see the, okay, I open the,
Yeah, you close, you save, yes, and then you reopen.
so this is.
It's like,
Mag-iiba ako magkaiba ng property.
It assess something.
Rest double S lang yun sa
Wait,
isa.
it's not showing the
50%.
It's a full like.
Sasabihin siya sa diba?
You don't.
Sabi niyo ano is hindi.
This week.
Kung matay kasi ng profit, kung kagaya ng sample nila, may percentage na makukunin yung isa. Percentage yung isa.
Maybe we are lacking spaces.
Parehas yung problem.
Yeah, I already put
percentage for it, for instance, like a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Ang inaano niya sa issue property is the price loss. Pagkat natin sa
his grand total is also great.
But this one is a standard length
Yeah,
or
standard
different length?
standard, yeah.
Then you need to change this one to the local length. So I have to change to the
Special.
Is it special? This one?
Oh,
No, because on the plywood.
ang
You try to change to this
conditions niya, diba? Inalaw.
This is the thing.
Really?
Ito. So ito yung properties
This
niya.
one just put local.
Ito yung total properties ng dati.
Okay, so.
Tapos,
Sabi mo,
kinuha ko yung oil percentage ito ang pinili sa ito. Wala
All the standard components.
Meaning sa akin, ito for one
So, local link.
is
you try food
826.
is there.
50%, 50%.
Yeah,
So from that one, the next page,
it does okay.
Because it's
Because
then usually they don't show.
which is
Oh, it's but there is no FM also.
Yeah, there's no length.
I think you so you grand total also don't have. You click the view.
Naging factor yan kapag dalawang magkaibang property.
We have it. You time out. You go home.
The last time.
80% lang kanya.
You did, you can look
Hindi ko kaya ano
the total of the current.
kay W16. Tapos, check ko yun kung kaya ng isang property mo, which is sa akin, thankfully, 19.95 divided by 2.
Ah,
Nasa
yeah.
If you go.
Ilang daw PS,
I think I forgot.
Is it?
Kaya that is up.
I think I forgot.
But not
But
but
this
FM.
Pwede nga
It's
ako
something
sa
You got.
basta wag mo ng
What language you use? Stay there.
Then when it's ready, change back to the stage.
So let me put this on special link.
If the US,
I think we should.
Yeah, change it, but at least you need to get the.
yeah, if they don't, just
Special links.
But he update, right? It's nothing but that.
Hindi na,
I mean,
kumbaga,
because when you update, if you run, right?
Yes.
I think nothing happened. You click again the
Sabi
update.
na nasa umpisa, nakita mo. Pero
May remote.
Tapos sa lahat natin doon. Pero still okay. Yan ang hindi ako tama yan.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you. Special steel part?
Update.
Special steel part also?
Yeah.
Because I don't have
See that?
a special language for special steel part.
Yeah, this one already have
I
units,
mean,
but this
this
one.
cases doesn't have the units for the plywood.
Units for the plywood? What are the units for?
MM.
They're like,
Go to the manage. Project on units.
It's already there.
yeah.
Click, double click. None. Click it.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, here is
Then-
our.
No, because that's
Wow.
problem also. That's the problem of the earlier. That's why I'm asking you. No, my next question now is the special steel parts.
We didn't run in.
No, I
Didn't put
we,
it in.
we initially thought that
In my
it
case,
needs to
I
be
have my
special.
name. In the local description, I have the special language. I don't have. I don't have the special language.
No, I even asked advice Nino to tap out in your home. Hindi nakaset yung mga project eh. Project list yung
Wala na pala.
Oh,
Sa 18
See,
just in case lang, kunwari yung mga
but
filler.
I don't have the special language. So
Kasi
I'm
katulad
going
din
to add special
yung mga
language.
filler by side.
So I have
Pwede
a special
mag-special
article number. I have a description, local description. Yes. I don't have a special language.
Ano ba rin? With and height. Yung
Then you need to put it in the special
Pwede
language.
din yan.
See where is the.
Mga filler
Correct.
niya.
And this is the one I'm being key. That's why I
Thank
asked
you.
earlier Melissa, but both of us can find out how to put this special language. See, this is the special slippers,
Sa CS1 na yun. Sa CS1. Sa CS1.
There's no
Parang
special
wala
language here.
Wala kasi ang pillar ng
The hidden part.
Yes. How I can bring out this hidden parameter?
Yeah.
I think it should
Because
say
it's special.
hidden.
Because you cannot pull it out in the system.
Right na yun.
Keep it hidden.
So,
Huh?
Ayan, CS1.
oh, but why is not showing?
Bakit di niya binasa yung
Yun yung ito yung one.
How can I bring out the special? Yes,
That's a weird way of having rest, so coming back
wala siyang
to more stuff. Just 1 second, change this.
This is liquid.
But in this case, it's just fitting
pillar.
filler by side.
This is the other item. I also have the given my side.
This because of the timber by side, if it's combined, it has varies on the weight, meaning that you have multiple of them. So you have to make sure that the weight is is here. And go to weight and say calculate totals to give you totals. Understand? Otherwise, just verify that your weight here is the same as the weight in the original one, because otherwise it shows you the weight for one item, not the calculated totals.
But in this case, your two numbers to fill by set are the same.
No, they're not. That's why it says varies before that. But because I don't do grouping by weight, that's why they're shown as one. If I add a filter, but although I'm not gonna have enough space for it, but I can try, I can do grouping, not filter, sorry. See, I don't have more space for more, but if I remove the height, for example, why this is a description? I should not group by description. I need to group by, actually, yeah, I can do description. I can probably remove those because now the descriptions are unique. No, they're not unique. So I need to still group by, but then I don't need to group by description. I can group by height, by length, and I can group by width. And there you go. And if I want to group by weight as well, I can do that too, but I cannot do height. So there's limit to how many things you can group by. So I can add, let's say, weight. And now, see, this is broken down into two separate pieces. Because that was saying varying, because I'm not grouping by it and by weight. But for example, now if I have something with height, it will not, with different heights, it will not group. So probably the better way to do that is just to have the height. Let me see actually how they made it. Just then I'll check now. And let's see how it's made here. Oh, actually, shit, I was actually modifying theirs, not mine. So let's see what was the original. Yeah, this is what they were doing. They were doing it by description, special length and width. But I don't think this is necessary, because if I remove the description and just add length and width, I'm going to get exactly the same result, because the description is always the same. So that means I'm actually wasting one slot for grouping. So I can either use this one for height, or I can use it for weight. See, this one is still available, and I can group by weight. Now these are separate items.
I have two scenarios here.
What?
My multi-purpose drilling WS10
Mhm.
doesn't have any special language.
Did you update?
The
You go here.
update language, update description.
Yes. By default, they all have nothing unless you update it. Yes.
How about this special skill parts also?
What, did you try to add one?
Yes,
Yeah.
because in my CS1, in the original CS1, I have two pieces of special skill parts.
Mhm.
But in terms of special language, it doesn't have
What does it show?
blank.
Even
But I
Uh,
have my description already. so-
you have the description, but in this case, I think, let me check. So this is a good example. So if we go to create, I'll create one quickly, one family, one special part. I'll use this one. And you're right, I think. Let's see, I create one like this. Okay, and then load it into the project. Put it in 3D. Yikes. What was the name? Most likely family something. Yeah, family 1. Okay, this is my special stew part, right? So I forgot to put the CS1 to it. Oops. By the way, this is a feature, not a bug. Unlike AutoCAD, these windows can be detached from it and they can be taken onto another screen. So you can have one of these views in one screen and the other one on the other. So you can look on two screens easily without issues. That's like I guess, as I said, this is a feature, it's not a bug, so you can put it back here. There's also one thing in view. I think I showed you this one. You can tile them, or you can just make them a single tap. So let's put a CS1 here. And see what it shows here. Where is it? Yeah, there you go. See, it has description. So I don't know why yours doesn't.
you don't have the weight. Yeah.
But the weight, I didn't put
You
it.
didn't assign.
So if I put, let's say, 500 kg, because this looks like a big block of steel, override, and then it's 500 kg. What else you want? If I add sizes, let's say I go to my family and click here, but keep in mind that I don't know if I mentioned this one, but here you have when the length, maybe I didn't, you have length, width, and whatever. You remember how we were taking this one? Should I now write the F's and D's? Can you remember how you put this? Reporting heights and widths? Do you remember that?
Yeah, you need to assign the length.
Okay, you saved the group from F's. So I will do that by going here, and I'll create a single line like this, tap. And this one I will call my length. So I can import docker length, right? And then I can put this here. Fuck. I don't have vertical position. Okay, here to here, it doesn't matter. Okay, this would be my width, right? Okay, so if I put this one as width, that means that my parameters now are filled up, right? But there's a big but. There's always a big but. The thing is not going to be shown here, I think. See, it's not shown. And again, this is semantics, but if you remember here, these columns are called docker special length, right? But this is actually called a docker length. So it's a little bit hidden, but how you do it, you add parameter, you go to shared parameters, you click select, and you click here, and you all thought this is dim1, dim2, but if you remember what I told you, there's like these little guys here that by default they're not added. So you can add docker special length and make it shit. Should it be type? Should it be instance? I suppose should be type. Let's see. And then let's okay, should be instance maybe. Yeah, should be instance. This time I'm actually not 100% sure, but and then I add length, right? So I need to add width. Okay, so yeah, most likely they have to be okay, but where's the other one that I added? Ah, okay, it went in dimensions. No. Width, where's the length? Okay, I'll add it again. Although most likely it's here, I just don't see it. Docker special length. Okay, Docker special length. Instance, dimensions. See, I have these two now, and what I can do, I hope, is to give them values. How? I can say this one is equal to, no, I don't think I can use the reported. I'm pretty sure it won't work, but let's say. Yeah, see the exact same problem as the other day when we were having issues because we were trying to read directly this data, but it doesn't matter. We can have another parameter, or we can just manually measure it and say our special length is 500 and our special width is 300, right? And now we have these values, and once we have these values, we have them here as well. And by the way, this is important in order for this to be read in Docker Calc. Otherwise, this won't be reported, shown in Docker Calc. So for special stew parts, I have no idea. We have a freaking template in which length and width are not added by default, because by default, it should be in the template. You shouldn't go and add Docker special length and special width. You shouldn't even know that this needs to be added. It should be there, and people should be able to just fill it up. Because most common people writing the sizes in Docker width and Docker length, and it doesn't show up in Calc, and it doesn't show in the schedule. And the next thing is they start complaining to me or to the guys in headquarters. So this is a little trick. Again, thank you for raising this question. So right now,
On my way. So under my special scripting language, predefined parameters, I suppose, under the
share.
under the fields.
Or can you? Yes.
So what I did is I add the special skill parts description. And that's coming out now.
Yes, actually, this is something we did not do because I don't know if you have a look at this one, but there's something that I missed. See, I showed you this, but I forgot to tell that this is in the original one. So you add this one, and these three. And the trick is, if this one exists, this one doesn't. And if this one doesn't exist, so this is the last thing that is not really visible that we have to add to our own. So this is mine. I think, yes, this is mine. So what I need to do, you're right, you found the solution yourself, or you just saw it, I don't know. But we need Docker special. Yes. And you need to add it behind this one. Although it can be first, it doesn't matter because one of them always exists, the other one doesn't. So this is not going to change anything. I changed it now, see, because it shows name of the special steel part, which is yes. So this is going to be 2000 blah blah, something like this. And when you load it, it will show it here. Okay, perfect. So we got all the nuances about this. Oh, what's next? Let's see. So we covered schedule. This was a big topic that I was concerned about. Just 1 second. Manage links we did cover, by the way. This was manage links. Remember, yeah, from yesterday when we were doing linking, the links are managed from here, and this is manage links. And from here, we did this multiple times so far. Any link has this reload from, reload, unload, and add. So if you link, if you load a link, and then you can unload it, that means it's going to be still connected, but it's not going to show it. And if you decide, you can just reload it. Or if the file name changes, you can say reload from, it's going to reload it from another file. And this is to add new links. This is the same as going to insert and click add a Revit link or IFC link or whatever. Okay. Yes, here this is one. If I want to load it from another one, from another file, I do it. If the file in the background modified, you can click reload and this is going to pull the latest information. We did this on the very first day when we used the underlay from AutoCAD to draw our building. So it should be pretty straightforward. So that's why I'm marking this manage links as discussed. This is the VV, how to show and hide. This one we also did. It's here, you're going to have links when you have link, but I don't have a link. And in the same way, just uncheck and you can hide. This is how we were hiding the underlay from the first time. Okay. So I'm just trying to mark the things that are clear so it doesn't look so hopeless, the situation. Work sharing collaboration. I think we did an excellent exercise yesterday about it. This one I'm going to show you in a moment. Manage cloud models. This is interesting. So let's see what is included here. Enable multiple teams to work on a central model. Can change access permissions. So we did this one yesterday. We changed the access permission to the group Revit designers, BIM designers, right? BIM designers. Remember, you were all BIM designers, and the big boss was Jay, and he was the one who was adding you. Okay, I added you, but he can do the same thing. Visualize changes in the project. This one I will show you in a moment. Create and assign issues. This one I haven't. So show permissions. This one we did. Folder structure we did show yesterday. Issues markups. Okay, so this thing we haven't done extensively. So let's do that. For now, I will close the project that we were using because this was my Singapore training project, the one that we started from the very beginning with the building that we made. So this one, as you know, as you see, is not a cloud model, right? So what I want to do is to go to Autodesk, and I can find the recent projects. What I'm connected to, again, to the wrong thing. Second. All right. So we could find this from here, or we can look at the recent. And remember, when you see this little cloud here, that means this is in the cloud project. So this new road, you can see it's my project from yesterday, so I don't have to go and fish it every time from docs. I can just click it if it was the project that I worked yesterday. So you can open also the project, and we can practice there. I think I showed you yesterday. You see, this is a good thing. It shows me that I need to change to something else, which in my case would be building. Okay. So let's go and see how can we go to the project in BIM 360. We find the name. Okay. And you can click view online. When you click view online, it automatically opens it in BIM 360 first, so we don't have to just go and search BIM 360 on Google. We don't have to log in, and then, I mean, we still have to log in, but you got one point. You're going directly to the project itself. Okay. There is option, go to build here to building models, then central model, and you see that you have this project, but it says version 2. What exactly is version 2, right? And also it says it was updated last in May 23rd on 2 p.m. But now is okay. Sure, but let's do a sync of it. I'll do a sync. Remember, we're working on this project all the way to the evening, to 4 o'clock, and only 2 versions. If one version is one sync, then 2 versions it cannot be because we synchronize 30, 50 times at least. So I'll do that just to make sure it can change, but it cannot. Look, still version 2. Okay, nothing changes. So how do I send more? Let's see what's inside. If I click, by the way, I can see it here in the browser. What do I have? Nothing. No, I do have something. I have the building. See? But I don't have the walls that we built. And we have walls, right? If I click on, if I go to my Revit, so do yes, and let's go to 3D. See, I have a bunch of walls, this is moved, but this is not the same. So how do I send these things to the cloud? Well, I'm doing it by using publish. So I need to publish this model. And that's done from collaborate, manage cloud models. And here in this view, you have to find your project, which becomes increasingly difficult because there's no search function and I'm having more and more projects. Which one? This one, right? So you click on it and you wait. Okay. So you see this line, this is one project, this is the other. When there's, you don't hover over, there's no buttons, but when I hover over, there's this button and this button. The actions button, we're going to talk about it later. And there's a publish latest. So when I click on publish latest, it tells me that it's going to publish it in the cloud. And then this is like a long operation and it's asynchronous. So it doesn't really, it requires me to sit down and wait for this one to complete. So it says, you can close the window. And this is true. When I close the window, you'll notice that here, if I refresh, no longer version 2, but version 3. And all of a sudden, I think it was like, I don't know how many megabytes it was, but now it's 60. And see now it's a updated today this morning. But there's this spinner here. And if I open this one right now, you see that there's no difference or it's not going to open at all because it's still processing. Yeah, it says it's processing, which means that it takes some time for this thing to be, yes. So let's wait for a moment and to see when this information is going to pop up here. In the meantime, we're going to talk about where so technically you have two cloud versions. One is the central model, which stays in BIM 360, but it's not visible to the outside world. And you are adding new layer, new version every time you click synchronize. That's why I told you don't click synchronize if you don't have anything to add. If you just want to see what other people do, just use the, what was it? Reload latest, okay? But if you only have things that you created, then this is the time when you need to do synchronize. So this is one version. The other version is on the cloud that is visible from web interface and from the applications and everything that you can show to the client. But there you put versions based on when you click manage cloud models. So one model is synchronized from here. The other one is from here, manage cloud models. And then you do this publish, okay? Let's have a look if this thing updated while I'm talking. Not yet. No, actually, I don't know if not yet or yes. No, not yet. And yeah, the good thing about this is that you don't need to show every version that you create with synchronization. You can just publish the one that is when it's already finished and you want to show it to someone or to your boss when he asks you where you are, and you just push this one so he can open it on the browser and look there directly. Just one moment. So regarding the versions which we created when we synchronize, where they are? Well, they are here. You can, this is new functionality from Revit 2022 project files, and then number 10, and then central models. And then this is your model, right? If you want to see the latest version, so for example, when someone deletes a slab and in Malaysia, you want to go and find who this was. So you click on the three dots, and then here there's a version history. So when you click on this version history, you have 73 versions. This is what we created yesterday. That, like, I've seen 300, 500, depends how many people work and how often they synchronize. And this is because I told you to not synchronize it every single occasion you have. If I had, maybe would if I hadn't told you to do that, you're probably gonna have like 150 different versions. And see, when I told you to write comments, this is where your comments are. Okay. And let's say someone fucked up something royally, and you want to find it. Well, you don't go, if you don't know where it is, you don't go one by one. You just go 5 versions back and see where it is. If it's not there, you keep going. If it's there, then you keep forward until you find the moment where it disappears. And that means that the previous person is the one who fucked it up. So, for example, if you want to open the version of BC, you can click left click, and open. You can test this one on your own and see what's going to happen. It's going to open a new model, which is exactly what BC checked in yesterday. But if you have a closer look at the top, first, there is no sync, meaning that this is not a central model. And the other second clue by which you can recognize that this is not a central model is because it says detached, which means it's detached from the central model and it's on its own. And then it says version 63, because I opened version 63 from May 23rd at 16:53. This is 4:50 p.m. and it says detached. So right now I have everything that BC had back then, and if something actually missing, I can do like this. I can select the item, click copy. No, actually not click copy, click Control C. And then I can go to here. And even if this one is not here, right? I can say paste, align, see paste from clipboard. No. Paste. I suppose like this. Ah, shit. There's an option to select it in the same place. Yeah, so we probably modified the type. That's why when it planes, because it's the same family. But if it's like, let's say, let's try to do something else. I delete the second slab, right? And I go to original. And yeah, I'll just go from this view and go and say Control C, and on paste, paste from clipboard, but I have to put it manually, so this is not good option, right? Then paste, pick to aligned level. This is also not the right one. Okay, then edit, paste to selected levels. I'm sure there was another option that actually is going to place it in the same place, but I cannot figure it out. Align to selected views. Which one? Yeah, but the problem is it's not active. Okay, let's try to do it from the plan. But which plan? There's many plans. So let's try with south. And here we can try also from south. So what is missing now? So the red one is the one that is missing, right? The red one is missing slab on the second to last floor, right? This one is missing second to last. So here, this one is missing, and in the green one, it's here. So I go Control C, Then I go here, Control V. I did. No, I don't know why this thing doesn't work, but I can basically see what level is here. So this one is at level 1117. So I can go paste with picked level, not pick, but we are with that level, and align it with 1117, and it should one again. So paste with selected level, then should be 14, I suppose. Yeah, there you go. So see now, okay. You got the idea. You can copy from one place to another with copy paste. The same way we were copying between levels, you can copy from older version to restore the things that you lost. If it's a family loadable, you can open it from the detached project, save it somewhere, and then load it into the main project. So this way, you are saving yourself from evil people who want to destroy your work. Okay, let's see if this was, by the way, as I said, this versioning here is something that came in Revit 2022. So this software did not have this before 2022. The only way back then, back in old days, previous year, where that you can open old version is like this. You go to, I promised you that I'm going to talk about it. You go to collaborate, then manage cloud models. And then from there, you find your project, which would be this one. And once you find this project, you get to the window for the publishing, right? Then we click to publish the latest model. But if you remember, there was one more button that we didn't talk about it. And this is actions. In actions, you can view versions. But this was what we had before. See, these are exactly the same versions. But there's no option in actions to open this. There's only option to restore. So if I go here and click, look how many red exclamation points they give me. What will happen is it's going to delete everything before, after this version, and going to restore to this one, which is useless. Why would you do that? You have to save as the model to a new model, and then the copy you just restored, find the thing and just move it. Like, it was such a nightmare. Right now with this new functionality, you can just go back to the new version, to the older version, and from there pull the information and put it into the new version. Okay, let's see if this updated. Yes, this updated. So when I click on it, you can open and see what has been done. First thing that makes me impression is how smooth this thing is. And even though it doesn't look like much, doesn't look like it has a lot of material in it, believe me, even if it's a lot more, this thing is blazingly fast. There are some functionalities here. For example, you can measure. And thankfully here you can select points with one click. And now this is 6.9 meters, and you can keep this there. You can measure angles, I guess, if you know how. So maybe here, here, and here, and it gives you the angle. Quite nice. You can create special views. So if I click on this side, I can create my own view in real time. See? Absolutely in real time. If I want to change the view, I can change it to this one, and in this direction, you can change what you see. This is very useful for checking drawings. Because not drawings, but models. Like if you have people who draw for you or model for you, you can open and have a look at the model, see if everything is in the correct place. And once it is, they can continue with it to finalize it. Also, obviously, there is like a top view, which is this one. So you can essentially see any floor you want, right? Pretty nice. There's also a possibility to walk in first person, like in Enscape. You can I don't know, I didn't see what's the shortcut for running. Oops, I closed it by mistake. I pressed the wrong button and closed it by mistake, but I will open it again. How do I go back from here? Docs. I click here. Yes. And project files. Okay. Then. But no. Yeah, I click here to open the view because it's already open. Where are we gonna have lunch today? Again there, or we can come to closer one here so we can save time. I mean, as long as there's food that's edible. Okay, so when you open this, again, you can do a lot of nice things. But one of the most interesting to me things is the possibility to create issues. To make issues, make problems. You have a problem with me? No, not exactly like this. This triangle is an issue. So I can go and measure on site directly something that is installed, right? I can measure and see how much it is. But, for example, I can measure this distance from here to here for 19, okay? And I can keep this and I can create an issue. And I say, create an issue. And here the status is going to be open, title. No, I have to select something first, and I can select that the issue is here. No, probably. Yes, I pointed the issue is here. And I can write wrong panel, wrong WS10 location. I can choose the date. I want to be today. I can choose the location details. Root cause. I don't know if stupidity is here. Human error. Okay. This should be stupidity. They're more polite than me. And here, I wanted this panel to be 450, but it is 419. And let's say 420. The nice thing about this is that you can create it and you can assign a person to fix it. So this would be PC is going to have to fix this problem. But the nicest thing is I can create it in a computer, but I can also create it on my phone. And you would ask, why would I do that? Are you stupid? Your phone is 10 times smaller than your computer. Truth is, yes, it's smaller, but my computer is not with me when I'm on site. And I will sign in now in the BIM 360 app on the phone, and I'll show you what you can do. You can also, by the way, sign in. Just download the BIM, the application, which is called. I need to log in now. Ah, shit! Not with this email. This is my personal email. One moment. It toca. Not one. Okay, so I already created the issue, but I can modify it. So I can go to issues. I'm on the wrong project, by the way. First, I need to select the correct project. So what was nail? Okay, I found this project. I load on it. Now it's loading the project. And I can click on issues. And this is the one that I created for him. And I can add photo. I can go take a photo of the problem like this. And then done. And I can send it. And I can write all this shit. And I already assigned it to him. And at location, I can put German center near the vending machine. And I can write my cup is empty. Just fill it up. It doesn't find the location, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, because I guess this is not allowed by the project administrator. But anyways, right now, BC should receive an email. Please share your screen and let's see how we're going to solve this problem. Maybe you should go to the vending machine and refill my cup. So, by the way, when I zoom out, you see that this point actually gets bigger. So you cannot really miss this. And if you some other place it's like this, I can still see it. But if there are both of them, I can always click this one and directly takes me to the orientation in which I send this thing. And there's also attachment, which I can see here and see where exactly the problem is. So let's have BC share his screen and see how he can handle the problem.
Create the issue.
Yeah, click on the triangle, yes. And there's gotta be new somewhere. No, click on the triangle. Yes, click there. Isn't there new?
Oh, yeah, no.
Probably you have to be admin, maybe. Maybe you're not admin, maybe you don't have rights. I'm not sure. Let me quickly check on my computer. How did I create it? I created from issues. And at the bottom there's create new. Don't you have this one? See on the TV where my mouse is. See, you don't have that.
It's not. So
Yeah,
I'm not the right.
yeah, probably.
Don't have permission.
Probably, yes, but this one can be resolved, no problem. So let's see BC's screen. Okay, so what you can do there, you can type as answer, add comments. You can say, dude, you can find your own drink, and then you can add another attachment. You can set attachment, and you can take a photo of middle finger or something. Or you can attach like a, let's see if you can attach PDF. Let's not do middle fingers on the browser, on the BIM 360, because we're gonna have to explain it later. So go. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, first of all, think about what you have now. You have a possibility to have the real model in your pocket and give it to a formwork instructor, or even to any engineer that goes to site. So you see something, you don't need to dig through drawings or call people, check this drawing, open, measure this thing. You can open on your phone. You can do this measurement directly on your phone, the app, verify, see if something is wrong. And if it's wrong, if you are a formwork instructor, you take a photo, you write a note, and you send it. And then the engineer, you can assign it to the engineer who designed it. The engineer receives an email, he opens it, fixes the problem, publishes the model, replies to the issue. Okay, so let's do that. Put some file. Let's see if you can attach a file that I can open on my phone. Let's say just drag some small PDF. This 1001 that I see. Or you put okay. Maybe PDF. Try to put a PDF. I'm curious if PDF is going to be able to open. There was like 1001 drawing. Okay, cool. And now go to details again. Did you write comment? Okay, on the comment, just write, please. Can you add comments? There's no comment. There was before, maybe on activity. Ah, yeah, responses. Please have a look at the PDF. Yes. Okay, and then click the checkbox, and then you can click the top. See, there is like it says open, and there's a drop down. No, there's an open button at the top right corner. Top right corner, orange to orange. Click and make answered. Click that, and then just add some comment, whatever. What? Why assign to? Okay, click done. Yeah, but yeah, no. This is just to show to which was assigned. Just keep it like this, I guess. Then click done. That you answered it. So now I probably will receive an email. Let's try to see whether or not I'm going to receive an email. Yep. So I receive email immediately. I'm on site. I didn't even have time to do anything. And then it says he changed the status to answered. This is the issue, wrong location. And I can click and go to view issue. This is going to take me directly to BIM 360. And it's going to take me directly to the thing that he did. And I can even see the PDF that he sent. Open it. And I have this beautiful drawing, which solves the problem, obviously. Yeah, that's, I would say this is awesome. And on this, if I click on this, I can still see the result even here on the drawing. And let's try to do this on the actual BIM 360. So I can, by the way, I can see the model. If I go to project files, then point 10, then this one, then this one, I can actually navigate on my stupid 4-year-old phone.
Is it laggy?
No, it's not. Look. See? See? Absolutely no lag, nothing. This is web. So now the point in this is blue, right? Because it was orange before that. So when I click here, I can click on activity. I see at the bottom, write comment, use mention, so I can put at BC, see this, see that. I don't see the file, by the way, here. It says answer, due date today. Link document, see? The 1001. No, this is not the PDF. I see your comment, kindly refer to the PDF attached, but I don't see the freaking PDF attached. That's interesting. I see I can isolate the show. Maybe I can create like a section box. But why I cannot see this is interesting. Why I cannot see the PDF? Ah, there you go. See, it's in the activity under his name, and I can click on it and open the file that he sent to me. And there you go. And I can view the PDF on my phone with the result. Or if he fixed the model and published it, this is going to be a new version of the model, and I can see directly the solution. So apparently this was not a good example with the distance of the panel, but you can, in your head, come up with scenarios that actually you had in your day-to-day business where you have to get quotes from the side and talk to like former constructor or engineer on site that you have to support. So there's a lot of promises of what BIM can do for us in the future. But this is a functionality that exists today, and it's absolutely usable. It does not require any efforts. You just need to start using it. Because once you have the model, click, this is published. Your team leader can have a look, your head of engineering can have a look and check. And this is completely immediately available to our former constructors, to colleagues who go to site. Theoretically, you can even share this with a client. And someone can use this one to check an item, verify how big it is. By the way, this is completely interactive. So if I click on something, I close the issue. I click on a beam. And by the way, this one also can work full screen, which is even cooler. So there are some settings here you can read: navigation, appearance, orbit, environment. You can change everything. But the coolest part is you can read data about the things. So you can click show properties, and you can see the properties of the whaler, everything that is inside of it. If you have a special stew part, you can take this special stew part and see all the information about it: sizes, weights, special numbers, and so on, for every single part. You can also see, double click to zoom in and zoom out. Very easy. Also, you can isolate the item in the context of everything else. And you see it's extremely smooth. There's absolutely no lag. Show all objects. So let's say I made a special stew part and I placed it here, but I cannot see it in the entire building. I can simply, where was my part? I put one special stew part. I cannot find it now. Anyways, I can, let's say, somehow select this item a little bit and say, not you. How do I select the panel? Yes. I can say focus to focus on it, or I can say pivot in order to rotate around it, or I can say isolate. And I can see the part in the context of everything else around it. Or show all objects. So I encourage you to have a look at this. There's also option to create markups. I'm not really sure why I don't. Yeah, so you can just write here, save a markup, and then you can go exit markup view. So this is an excellent option for showing problems to your colleagues. So this is if you are like team leader or anything, you have to change people, check people's work. You can create markups, and then they can see them. And when you double click, it takes you directly to the place where the markup was done. You can add attachment to this markup if you want. You can add text. So for example, let's create a new markup. So I'll just exit this, and I can say create a markup. So I can write down this, and I can put a text and say move this 50 mm up. This is mainly for checking, drawings. And I can save it. And then someone opens it. This one you cannot assign to a specific person, but you can tell them, okay, I added a few markups. And just imagine how awesome this thing is in checking drawings. You just look at it and you show quickly change this, change that, instead of like taking screenshots with slipping tools, writing notes there, then sending emails, then someone fixing them and replying back, this one fixed, that one not fixed. Super cool. You can edit, you can change these things, you can add like call out like this. See, this should be 35 mm. There you go. Save markup. You can color things, so you can color this one. See, I highlighted this beam. Oh no, how do I color it? Huh? I don't know how this thing works. Anyways, but also there's one more thing, and unfortunately this project does not allow us to check that, but you can show a specific casting step. So this is casting step 0, casting step 1, casting step 2, casting step 3. So if the casting steps are set correctly, you can switch between them and have a look at your how they are formed, Also, you can have a look at drawings. Why I don't see them, it's another question. No, this is not drawings. Yeah, here, 2D. But there's no 3D drawings, 2D drawings. If there's 2D drawings, they should appear here, and you can have a look at them, and you can do checkings. By the way, there will be new features in ACC. So we should not get in too much detail here. You just need to understand what's possible. And then from their point, it's up to your curiosity to have a look at, explore each and every button that you have. Because ACC is going to be something similar, probably more enhanced, and it's going to come in a couple of months with Revit 2024. It's going to replace BIM 360. Initially, they're both going to be working. There will be no migration between the project from BIM 360 to ACC. So kind of sad, but we're going to have them in parallel for a while. Okay. What do you think about this feature? You'll be using it? She said no. He said no.
I'm not checking anyone else.
You're not checking, but you can get checked. So you need to be able to publish there. You need to be able to handle issues. Okay. That's why I'm teaching you. You're going to teach your colleagues and your bosses.
This it's on this could be downloaded on mobile phone or tablets. Yeah.
It's amazing. You can do it on the phone. Anywhere.
Without any Docker security access. Open your browser.
It's, no, not even. You can do it. You can do it on the browser, but there's also app. You just download the app and log in. That's it.
So you just share the link to the guy?
No,
Give some access.
you have to give them access. You have to be part of the project. Maybe there is option to share a link, but Autodesk are quite particular for the being able to collect money from everyone. So I think one of the changes between BIM 360 and ACC is that there's like some differences in the way you charge clients. So if you give access to your clients, in one case, they have to have a license. In the other case, you have to have a license for them. I have no idea how the pricing is there, but they find a way to collect money from everywhere. Like I'm trying to. Yesterday, after we finished, I had a call with my colleague in headquarters. They're extremely crazy. I need to have access to Autodesk developers network, where you can download the latest version of any software that Autodesk does. But if I get this access, they are very strict about not doing any work, production work on these softwares. So if I get access to that, I cannot work. I can only develop. I can make software, but I cannot work. But my job is literally BIM manager and developer. So I do work for BIM. I make families. I help people. I do trainings, which is productive work. And at the same time, I develop. So if I install the development software, I cannot work. But if I don't install the development software, I cannot update COM tools to work in 2024 because I don't have 2024 on my computer. So how do I make it work in 2024 if I don't have it? So it's a kind of a big conundrum there with those greedy bastards. But we're gonna find a solution somehow. So in 2 months, when we have 2024, you're gonna have COM tools. Who? Let's see what's next. This was a big topic as well and important for me. I always enjoy telling people like this what the capabilities are, and they're usually impressed. So show issues, markups, 3D viewer, model comparison. This one I haven't really tried. Before I close it, maybe we can have a look.
Peter,
Yes.
how about if we have the lower version of project before? Can we still view it by a big 360 or any means?
Yes. And it's again one-way street.
Because I think we have one project long time ago during the 2021. Then when we shift to 2022 without any more
Yes.
to access on it.
You do, but it's weird. So if you open the AutoCAD Revit 2022, select the project because the project will be there. The project number will be there. If you add it to this project, you will see it in the list when you try to open a project like here, it will be here. But what will happen is you're not going to be able to see any files here. It's a good point. That's actually a good observation, and something that I didn't tell you. So I will correct myself right now. It is possible to do that, but this is happening only in one way. You upgrade the model. If you upgrade the model, you'll be able to open it in 2022, but no longer opening in 2021. In our case, it shouldn't be a big deal because you anyway don't have it in 2021 anymore. So if you'd like, I will show you, and maybe you can try to upgrade your model and get access to it. So how do we do that? First of all, I have to be a admin of the project. Neo. And you should go to project admin. Let me find where it was. And there's Revit Cloud Model Upgrade. Are you admin on this project? Who's admin? We don't touch Danish projects. No, but see, it's quite difficult to do it, to figure it out, right? You go to admin, upgrade, and then you choose the version and click upgrade. And see, already 2025 is available, and we still don't have 24. And we're hoping we're going to have 2024 in 2 months. So you just click upgrade. This is going to do its magic inside. And all of a sudden, this project is going to be a 2025, and we're not going to be able to open it with anything in Docker. So you can do the same thing to this project with 2021 to 2022. So there's option to do that if you want. Okay. There's reviews, there's advanced settings, naming standards, attributes, activity. Okay, good. That is great. Just 1 second. All right. More project model comparison. This is what we didn't try. 10. I haven't done this one, so I'm not really sure how it works. I saw this. Compare. So you can compare the difference between 2 and 3 versions, and you can just do like this, and yeah.
1,100.
Yeah. So it shows the things that are different, see? So you can compare the versions and see what has been changed. This is extremely useful as well. Like, as I said, I haven't used it, but at first glance, it looks very, very useful because it tells you what has changed in between the 2 versions that has been made. And you can select the things that you want to see. You can see only the things that are added. You can do, what is this, measurement supposedly? Height, this is height electrical, height structural, height architectural, height piping, mechanical, and miscellaneous. So ours is mechanical, okay. Did not know that. But you can see, you can read the things that have been added in this version and that version. And yeah, you can, I suppose, download these changes in CSV. And you can see what's added, what's removed in this format if you want. Okay.
Even the customer can, if we were going to give the customer a rights access to this one. So definitely they can extract all the information if we're going to give an access to the customer.
Yes, you can if they need that, but usually we prefer to give them information in IFC format and don't give them.
Access.
Yes, but theoretically, if it's necessary, we have this folder, customer shared area, where we can upload, let's say, PDFs or IFCs, and also the customer can upload to us and we can download from there. I mean, things that they can upload directly things for us, and we can put things that they can download. So we put them the IFCs with the result. They put us the Revit model or IFC also for us. So it's extremely useful for these things. Okay. Yes. You can use this one, and you choose which version, so you can compare version 3 to version 1, right? But these are again the versions of the publishing, not the versions between the synchronization. I guess it takes a while to load it, but you'll see exactly the same result there. By the way, the coolest part is you can actually compare PDFs. You can compare one version of PDF to another version of PDF. So you can change, let's say, take file, and you can compare if you have a PDF 1 and PDF 2 or two different versions of PDFs. You can load them and it's going to do exactly the same thing. It's going to overlay the two things. It's going to show you things that have changed in this PDF since the previous version.
So meaning all the drawings that were created in Revit model, we can store here the PDF file, or
yes, you can, and where you should store them is in most likely order planning in this one. There is a debate what's going to happen to DSP, because a lot of people don't love it. As you see, I didn't even mention it, and I'm not planning to, because to me, working in this bullshit artificially created way to do that doesn't make sense. Like, you want to use Revit in its native environment, which is BIM 360, because it opens all these possibilities. Otherwise, it's just patches. And I know this from many years ago when they introduced it. I was like, why they have BIM 360? I don't know who chose it, but it seems like the winds are blowing in a direction they probably not gonna have it. So you don't tell them what I told you, even though this is on record. But yeah, you can keep working with it in AutoCAD. But if I were you, I would store the files directly here because you can do comparison between files and it's easier for. There's also a workflow. I'm not sure if it's already working for management of the drawings, like to
For example, you have an execution drawing and that one's already created in Revit
Mhm.
application. And then you created a PDF. Is it automatically stored here,
No.
or you have to
No, you have to store it
store
manually.
it here manually?
It's stored manually. I hope there's some change in that direction in ACC. It makes sense to go there directly.
Yes, correct. Especially if the documents already approved, issued, everything's.
Although, yeah, this approval process is possible here, but I'm thinking maybe I can directly store it there. Let me check. I don't have any drawings, right? But I can use a standard one, which is, let's say this one, right? I can try to print this one. Let me see. Can I print? Print? Is there a way to store it? No, I don't see any way. The only thing I can think of. No, but see, we have this this one. No, this is Meridian. This is something else. So I didn't show you auto desktop connector. So this is one thing that is actually important for me is turned off. So you can turn it on and wait it for it to connect. And yeah, I think this should be the solution.
For example, if we already approved one drawings and then create a PDF, automatically we store.
I'm not sure how at the moment this works, and as I said, it's really doesn't make sense to learn too much about it in BIM 360 because most likely it's going to be different in ACC. But if you go to your computer, see Autodesk Docs. This Autodesk Docs actually gives you access to the published models. It's just a little slow because it actually connects to Autodesk. But where's the project that we just did? Neo. It's not here, right? That means that most likely it hasn't been synchronized in a while because it was turned off. Shit. But let's say if you keep this one on, it should be updated. So let's try to store this in there, but not in this project because I cannot see it at the moment. I don't see it still, right? Or I do? Okay, but I have this map project, which should be here, okay? And I can go to project files, and then I can go to order planning, and I can go to execution or whatever, and I can save it there. So if I save it there, why? Okay, so let's go ahead and change to this project and see if I saved it really there. Not central models. No, it was in order planning, execution planning. Again, Control P. Ah, see, it's already ACC docs. Ah. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's try again. Control C, print, Control V, save. Okay, it's saved there now, right? Function F5. There you go. So let's see if this thing is gonna update, and most likely it will update, maybe not right away. By the way, there is like option to do right click. There's nothing here. Okay, let's go and see what's going on. So first of all, I need to switch the project to map. And then document management, order planning. Then execution. Oh my God, it's so quickly there, but it's still updating, right? But what I can do is I can go back to Revit, and let's say I move this thing up. No, I delete this thing, okay? So I do Control P and click OK. All right. And again, it's asking me to go do that. So I put it here and I save it in the same. I don't know if it actually managed to update the first version because it was still updating. And now I'm putting second version on it. And the good thing about it, you don't need to like add V1, V2, V3 on your name. You just keep the same name, and the BIM 360 internally manages the versioning. And so now this should change to V2 in my opinion. Yep. And the best would be now if we can do comparison. So let's see how to do comparison. Maybe I have to open it first. And hopefully it's going to open it fast. All right. So we choose compare. All right. Suspense. All right. Compare. That's not cool. Maybe I just, there you go. So, what is the difference? The difference is, so I can just do like this. See? I can switch between them and see what changes. Okay? That makes checking quite nice.
Much faster.
Much faster, yeah. And I think also there is an option here to submit for review. And then you can create transmittal. So if you have things to correct, by the way, how can you correct this? You open and you open markups and you can do okay, save markup. And then I suppose at the end you can or you can create issues if you want. You can create issue and like okay. You can write stuff and you can put like pictures and things. You can create the issue here and you can write down there's missing blah blah blah. But this one is nice because you can assign it to someone. And once you finish all this crap, you can submit for review. Actually, no, submit for review is yeah, give it for approval. So I can give it to review name. You have to create workflow. You have to create approval workflow. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. So let's say 1 final review. Okay, next. Actually, I'm not too familiar with this. So for this one, I'll create a separate video when we finalize the, so you have approved, reject, you can set up, but it's too much. I usually don't teach this one in this course. I've actually had some, I had some of this shown in my BIM coordinator course. But as I said, I haven't tried it too much since then. So I would intend to record a video for this work process, especially for the new version of the software. But you can see that it's pretty powerful and you can create your own workflows for a project and much nicer. Like compare that to Meridian. Okay. All right, we spent too much time on this. Let's see what's left and managing cloud models. We did this one as well. Publish cloud models. We did this one too. Creating 360 model. We did this one too. Select views and sheets to publish. Did this one too. Meridian. I'm not going to talk about it. Yeah, make sure you regularly synchronize. That's backing up the model. Restore from backup. This is really last resort. This is when you fucked up something really bad and you cannot restore it. Project standards, project template. Basically, you have to always use our project template because everything that is necessary is loaded there. This one I haven't tried. Okay, I'd say maybe we can have lunch. Let me just mark these things quickly. Talk a button. BIM 360. Schedules we did. Material list. My exporting schedule, did I show you last week? It's like very easy. I think I showed you, but if I didn't, you have this, and if you want to export it, first, if you want to export it to one moment, why it's looking like this? Because the description is not updated, but it doesn't matter. So if you want to put it in Docker Calc, you just click export, and that's it. It's going to pop up a window that counted everything. If Yeah, but you have exported 1049 items, and you can just paste it in Calc. The other option is file, export, and then you scroll down to reports, and from reports you export schedule, and you can export it in CSV. And CSV you can open in Excel and do whatever you want. So exporting schedules, I showed you. Revisions, I haven't showed you this one later. BIM 360. Docker workflows. Okay, let's see where we are. We have a few here. Okay, we're gonna cover the COM tools. Explode family, I showed you. Animation, I haven't used. Print PDF, I showed you, but I can show you again because I'm sure you forgot it. Placing, there you go. This is what I wanted to see. So we covered these topics. This one, managing cloud models, publishing models. These two we didn't do. I think we did links, but I have to see what they mean. Okay, there's a decent chance we covered 80% of this document today. Confused? More smart? Less smart? More confused? Tell me.
Another inquiry, because last time that we were working with the big wallet, we're having some problems with exporting special steel parts from Revit to Docker.
What kind of problems?
The descriptions being the Docker special steel parts 510 on
Yeah, because you are missing this parameter.
these
That,
parameters.
yes, the one that
The
you
plan
found out.
already working now. I mean,
If it's not in the template, not working, you have to add it and fill it up.
how about the production drawing number? If we want to export from Revit to
I had the same question last week. I had to research this one, and now I have your answer. See how smart I am? If you want to set a special steel part number to be visible, it's quite strange, but it's not set in the actual family inside, but it's in your part. There is a field. I think actually, I don't know who asked me, but Dennis didn't know that. On the dinner, I told him. So it is this one. You have to put the drawing here. And when you count, this is going to be put there. But obviously on the special steel part.
special.
This is project parameter because it says PP. So if you edit inside of the family and you search for this parameter, it's not there. A little confusing because there's other drawing or other parameters inside of the family template that say that, but even if you fill them up, they don't show up. So it's this parameter. I had to actually, I mean, it was quite a challenging way to find out. I had to work directly with the developers, and I searched in the clipboard of the computer to see what they're exporting in order to find that this is what parameter that needs to be exported, because no one can tell you. Like everyone says this was developed by that person, this was developed by that person, and that the team that makes Docker Calc is one, the team that makes Docker Cat is different. So, yeah. Okay. Stop recording. So, tell me that you learned something or you didn't learn. So what's next in the list? It is copy special. We did this two couple of times already, so no need to talk. You just select and then point to the same object as the one that we have hosted on, and automatically it copies it there. Let's go over these things. Place screw and export the XF and freeze current view. So maybe this project is not very suitable for it. So since I should have probably left it. I open the Singapore one for some of the tools. For others, I will show you the collaboration model. Okay, so let's go over these tools. Place screws. I don't know if someone have already tried that, but essentially how it works, you have to have something that you want to screw. So imagine these are two things that you want to bolt together. And from here, you start the tool and it says select hole opening, and you select this hole opening, okay? Then it asks you to select the second hole opening where you want to clamp. Again, this is not perfect example because I don't have two things that are to clamp, but imagine this is one part, this is another part, and they touch each other, and we want to bolt them, okay? When you select, it automatically measures the length of 65 and hole diameter of 20. So it automatically suggests to put a 16 millimeter bolt because we don't use 18, and that's why the next logical one would be 16. But we all know that these holes are actually 21. I don't know why they model 20. So in reality, M20 bolt can be placed there. But this is how it works. It just measures and gets the previous size. So what we can do here is to add bigger size, and apparently we can redefine hole. Okay. That's not ideal. So I cannot change the diameter. All right, I'm gonna have to discuss this one because sometimes the holes are not defined correctly like this one. Okay. Yeah, so the issue is that I cannot change it, but yeah, I can just stick to 16, what to do in this case. And then there is like a washer type on both sides and gives you all the options that we have. And there's on the nut side, all the options we have. Actually, it asks me to redefine the hole, which I haven't finished. Okay. And what is select additional doing? I can select more holes. Okay. That's actually good. Okay. So I can select multiple holes, I guess. And then finish. And then I can insert. I lost when I was doing selection. I lost the. All right, let me define the holes better because this was not a good example. So I start like this, defining first. This was a very stupid idea to make this one because I could not see the. Okay, so place screw here and here. Then select additional. Here and here. And then change this to this and this, finish and insert. Okay, so quite nice, huh? Actually, not really, because the heck is this? I did the wrong thing. Okay, now I understand what they mean. Okay, got it. I haven't tested this functionality for multiple. I'm testing it for the first time. The other one, so what they do is you select first the top hole and the bottom hole, right? And then you can select additional, but you don't need to select the bottom hole. You just select the top hole, and because I select top and bottom, it actually put two bolts on both sides. And that's why they got mixed. But you can do like this. Top, and then you finish and insert, and now it's gonna be okay. Okay, I didn't know this workflow because I haven't tried multiple. One I tried and I know how it works, but then the issue is this is 16, which is kind of a bad thing because if you do something on a WS10, you definitely need 20. And let's see what's here. We can fit, I think, maximum M10 with some maximum pressure pushing inside of it. But usually M8 is the beam screw, right? So let's try this one. Put on this hole, although there's, come on, this to this. How is that possible? Is this, yeah, this is 16, sorry, and 8 is here. Oh, okay, so here it allows to put 16. All right. So I click here, then here. And then, yeah, it gives me M16, which is fine. And then insert, and there you go. The issue is, I think someone told me it doesn't support square bolt. So, place screw. Can I choose this one? And then at the bottom, I don't have anything else. I choose here. And then it became slanted and it didn't count anything. It's 10.2, but it doesn't have anything for here. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I can try to do from here to the bottom. No, it's too short. Because the problem is here the holes are not matching, you know. So I need to select something at least here. And they're not at the top of each other. So this is not a good example. But as far as I know, I don't think it supports cup square bolt. So let me just write down this as well. Support for cup square bolts. Okay. Just let me reply to this message. Okay. So, this was cup square. Then we have export DXF. This one I cannot really test it because this one is made to export where you have a 2D drawings into closed polylines. So this is made to export for CNC machine when you want to cut like when you want to cut a shaping timber with the CNC machine. I will record a separate video for this one because you need like a specific environment to test it. You need to have like shaping timbers and things like that to export. So I'll just write this down and I'll send you the video. Yes.
Inquiring a little bit on the facing of schools. For
Yes.
example, we have the schooling arrangement along the west part of the H20. So we need to create some hole first in the H20 so that we can do
This is the other problem. You need to have holes already, which is nonsense.
Sorry?
This is the other problem with this tool, that it requires to have a hole.
Mhm.
You cannot select the opposite. Although theoretically you should have the holes. So if I ask them to do it to work without holes, they'll say no, because you need to have a hole. In most cases, like in the only case that you don't need to do this is on H20 beam, but in reality they do drill these holes.
This like but no in the 3D model.
The whaler? You don't see them. You don't see them because you most likely here on chorus. You don't see them either now.
Like the
Maybe
now like
signal plate doesn't have a hole.
This one. That's because they deleted them for performance issues. And if even if you're on fine, see, also this one is not this shape, it's like rounded, so it's simplified. But do you really need this level of detail? Are you going to show nails there? I know it's not correct, and as someone coming from inventor where everything has to be the correct diameter and everything like this you look like initially this was looking like a child game, like not serious program, but at the end of the day, when you think about it, for our applications, it doesn't really need that. Okay.
Oh, okay. No. Voids workable.
Yes, this is one thing that I wanted to talk to you about, and it's actually related to the top 50 panels. So thanks for asking these questions. This was actually on the topic, on the agenda. So let's say this is my panel, and I want to make holes in it, right? I can use this tool to arrange the view like this. Okay, and let's say I want to make a holes here, but how do I do that? Well, if you go to Docker Cat and then from there go to map, not to map, but to CC Beam, you can write this down. And in CC Beam, there is some really crazy good family created, as long as it's loaded. Okay, so you go to CC Beam and it's in you can type void because I keep forgetting the exact location. And it is here. No. Is it void? Maybe hole. Keep forgetting the exact location. And the search, it's not exactly very helpful. Oh no. It's not CC beam, my bad. That's why I cannot find it. Or did I? It's it's CC high-rise. GC high-rise. Yeah, GC means
GCHR.
yes, GC high-rise. And I have to turn off this. Okay, so now we're in the high-rise folder, and we go here and we type void. Shoot, where was that? Oh, maybe it was. Damn, it's so complicated when you have things in so many places. No, it's not. It cannot be here. It cannot be here.
It's better. Inside. Inside. Oh, I don't see. I see. Very good. Yeah.
I'm starting to get very annoyed by this. There you go. It's in 4 more sets, additional equipment. Damn it. So you can write it down. I'll just write it down for myself because this is pissing me off. Yeah. So CC beam. Okay. Additional equipment. All right. So it's in CC beam additional equipment, and I can take this and so we have two voids. We choose this one and we place it here. Then we make it colorful and we see what's going on. See how I made a hole in it? So you might be asking then how this is helping me. This is not really a proper hole. We can do not orient to face. Yeah, we can do orient to face, and I can orient like this, and then I can use the tool create 3D to 2D, pink, and this becomes 2D. But what? Damn it. Create section on face is what I wanted to do. There you go. Oh, where's my panel? Huh. Right, create section on face. Like this. Ah, why? Why is it creating it like this? That's strange. Maybe I picked the wrong family to demo this, but let's do it the proper way. So I'm going to the floor plan, and I can make a section here. And this section is going to be parallel to my panel. And then in this section, I will see only this panel. Good. All right. So see, I have an opening, right? But actually, probably was better to put the section on the other side and make it look like in this direction. Okay. There you go. Okay. So this is my opening. And the question is, what do I do with it? Well, you can resize it if you want, right? But also you can change its shape. How can you change the shape? Well, you can make a hole by unclicking the rectangular and clicking the hole. And this becomes a hole. But then if you unclick the hole and click slotted, you make it a slotted hole. And then there's configuration for both. So if I do like this and make it, let's say 20, this becomes a 20mm hole. And then all I need to do is just select and place it wherever it's needed. So here, back. Okay, so copy this one, put one here, and then from here, I can copy any direction. And then I can do two. I can take this one plus shit. This one plus this one, and I can copy down from here to here. Okay, and then what you can do, if you remember, we had this issue that certain things, in order to be shown, has to be inside of the assembly, right? And this is assembly, right? So I can click edit assembly and see these guys are outside. So I can click plus, boom. Okay. So this one is in phase 2, and my 4 holes are in phase 2 now. Okay, and then I can go ahead and click edit assembly. The problem was that the holes were in different casting step. So I click add, boom, 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 and boom, click. And now if I go to my assembly, P100, and go to plywood view, what'd you say, huh? Pretty damn sweet. And keep in mind something else. You have one panel, right? Let's say you have one standard 2.5 meter panel, but in top 50, in almost all cases, the 2.5 meter panel, for example, put in different places, have completely different holes.
Yes.
Then comes the problem. What do I do with the holes in the family? Because the family doesn't have a hose, and doesn't have a hose for a reason. Because where do I put these holes? I mean, the only option would be to have a hose that are with instance parameters, so you can switch them for any position that you want, left and right, which we can also add. But think about it. If I have this panel and I have it as P100, right? But then what I can do is I can copy this one here. I can disassemble it, and this becomes like a normal, right? And now what I can do is Docker tools, create assembly group, select this, finish, and I can name this one P100-P-100A, and I can click here, 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 and here. Edits cause an assembly to match an existing assembly type and inherit a new name associated use. Previous use will be deleted. What? Hold on. I don't have only this, I have also. Really? I have also this host. Okay. No. Ah. Huh. No, it didn't create. I know it actually changed it. It changed this one. Yeah, so that means that I renamed this one because it detects the same. Ah, because it really is the same because I have the same host. See, I copied it and I tried to make it with a new name, but actually Revit detects is exactly the same, and that's why it renamed the original one. My idea was to create a different version, right? So in order to do that, I could go to orient to plane, pick a plane, and then I can move this host in a different position. So I can, let's say, move it here, and it's gonna allow me to create new assembly. I can go to local tools, create assembly, finish. Ah, yeah, the reason is because this one is still assembly, so I need to disassemble it. No. Okay. Yeah, I need to disassemble this one. So this one is assembly. And this is 100. Right? I know both of them are disassembled now. Shit. Okay, I'll try to create them. But no, there is P100. Yeah, this is P100. Okay, so this is P100 and this is not. This is nothing. Okay, so right now let's select new one and make P100A. Finish. This is P100A. Let's check and take this as our coordinate system. Yeah, see, now I didn't complain. The reason why I complained the previous time is I took this assembly, copy it here, then I disassemble it, and then I try to assemble it again. But Revit is comparing them, and it sees that, and I try to assemble it with a new name, and it sees it's the same family with the same host, put it the same place, which are essentially 5 families inside it with the same configuration. That's why I complain it cannot do it. But right now, because I have different hosts, I have 2 different panels now, understand? So I'm using the same main panel and I just changed the host. And obviously when you have different hosts, this is called different panel now. So that's why this in combination with the standard panels that I created actually creates you a lot of flexibility. So you can just take the panel, put it there, add host, put it in assembly and make the assembly drawing. See, the same panel, two different hole positions. See that it's shown here like this. Okay. And then in the drawing, I mean, my drawing got deleted because we disassembled it.
But what if we have, for example, we have a lot of same panel sizes in the entire layout,
Mhm.
and then we start creating one assembly panel for one panel size, but that was all holes, all arrangements are the same.
Then you don't need to create for all. You create only for one.
Only create for one.
Obviously.
The hole is not yet put it inside of the family. So will be the carried over by the family name or the assembly panel after we.
See, you mean if you have multiple panels from the same size with the same host,
Mhm.
your question is if I create this one as an assembly, is it going to carry over to the other ones? And the answer is no. I'm starting to think more and more to integrate this host inside of the panels. That's actually quite a good idea. I can make them with shape handles. And you lay your tie rods in the correct position in the plan view, and then you just click on the panel, grab the handle, and move it to your tie rod. Grab the handle and move it to the tie rod. This is actually quite clever idea, which I just came up with. Because the holes are going to be already there, and you can turn them on and off, and you're going to have all holes in height. They're going to be moving automatically with the whalers if you change the whalers, and you're going to have a small handle which in plan view you can adjust and put where your tie rod is. Yes, that's a
And
good
then
idea.
later on, once you create an assembly, so it can detect also 2 panels. Then you just make one, and automatically the other one with the same properties.
If they have the same properties, like it happened, it automatically. Okay, let's do a quick test. So let's say I have a normal panel. I'll just insert one. I'll insert one panel from my panels. Catalog. Top 50. And we'll base like this. Move this. Put 1, 2, 3. But this one, I'll change it to be a bit bigger. Okay. So let's assembly. You click here, finish. Let's name this one P-50. Pick this one. Click. Click. All right. So right now, this one obviously see is the panel, but this one, no. This one is not assembly. I remember there was a way to do that, but I cannot figure it out how. See, because they're absolutely identical, right? I didn't change anything to them. No, you cannot replace them. Well, the thing is, when you actually you need to make it once, right? Because you need only one assembly drawing. And the next time when you try to do the same drawing, what it's going to tell you. So you click this one, you click finish, and you name this one P, I don't know, 58 because you think it's different, but it knows it's not different, so it should tell you. Click, 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 and click. Click OK. See, error. And then that's why we cancel. And now this, it rename both. Shit. But you can always click and rename this one to 50 like this. So yeah, you can do it only for the first one. Okay, let me write it down also as a feedback. How do we check if same panel has not made assembly? This is legitimate logic. One thing that you can do is you can create filter. Probably. Let me see if there's a possibility for filters. If I create new, is there an option to generic to check? See if assembly name if assembly name has a value, and then this is filter one, right? See, it disappeared. So the easiest thing I could have done is if assembly, sorry, I turned off the wrong thing, filter one. See, they disappeared. So what I can do is every panel that is ready, I can create a filter and make it green. So the user, once they make it, they know it's finished. So you can keep track of it like this. See how quickly it was to make a filter? You go there, assembly name has a value, boom, you have it. And this is how you can keep track the ones that you have done. But how you know this one is the same as this one? That's a good question. Maybe you can just select, but select similar is not gonna even select visible in view. But what about if I have a third one, right? And this third one has a change in a parameter. So if I change this parameter to make it 600, is it gonna select it in this way? So press tab, right click, select similar. Yeah, see, it selected even though this one has the, see, this one is various now because it has multiple values. So that's a tricky one to figure out. By the way, I'm actually curious if I try to create now assembly from this because it has different value, is it going to actually consider that? So go to log tools, create assembly, select finish, then pick, click here, 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 and here. No. So actually it considers that it understands that it has different value and a different value of the other component of this one. And that's why even though when you do tap and right click select similar, it selects row 3, but if the parameter is different, then this is a different family for it, and you can create different assembly. So technically this should be P-50/B, for example. This is B, this is A. The only problem is why not all become the same family. This is interesting. I'm sure this was working before. Let me try something else. One last attempt and we move on to the next thing. So I think maybe before that this button was not available. So maybe I have to use create assembly generic. Okay. No, this one also didn't work. I thought it's gonna make this one as well, but it's not. Look at that. No. Let me go again. Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking. Because like last time I used quite extensively this functionality was before this tool was developed in Docker Tools. See, when I try to create a family assembly from the same thing, this tool cries and says fuck off. Okay, it doesn't allow me to. Actually, it allows me, but it will change the name. No, actually, you just click and automatically creates it. See, this was C, and now this is C. Just see, like this is family now, right? Yes. So I go to this one. 1 second. I go to click, go to this one, and it says if your assembly matches an existing assembly, it will inherit the same name. So I click like this, and now this is the same family. But the problem is that everything is outside in the family as we know. But I'm thinking, can we combine both methods? You know, can we create the original one with this tool, and then At the second. So if I use Docker cat, I clicked by mistake on circular former. Sorry. Okay. So let's try to create this with create, click, finish, pin. Then this, and this. And now I have this one, right? And this one, when I try to do edit, everything's already inside, right? So let's see if I can do the same thing, but with this one. But why it's giving a new name? Yes, but this one is not E, right? But let's see at least if it's still outside. This is weird. Let's try to disassemble them all. So disassemble. Other one, delete element. I'm gonna delete this one, delete this one, delete this one, and I'm gonna add completely new panels. 1, 2, 3. Right? These are fresh panels. Let's remove all the filters so they don't create this bullshit. Apply. Okay. Sorry, the other way around. Okay. Then let's do create, finish, and this is going to be P-50. Then click here, 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 and here. Click OK. And now this is assembly, right?
Yeah.
So if I go to this one, and then how do I apply that? This is bullshit. That I don't know now. I mean, I'm not sure. But the issue is, like, at least this one is warning you that there's an issue. There's already created one, right? Where this one, if I click here and click finish, it doesn't say anything. So I can name this one P-50 again, and let's see if it's gonna work. Click, 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 click. No, it's weird. Maybe we'll try again. Create assembly, click, finish. Ah, no.
Created before, one time, before you insert this string banner, we have created one time.
What do you mean?
Just in the AutoCAD, if we already have created one block, right? If you didn't patch it, right, the block is in the file there.
Yeah, but here they are here only. So if I delete them,
Yeah. Delete this.
okay, I delete them. But he's actually deleted the structure as well. So I'm gonna add one more, and let's try. Docker tools, create, click, finish, in. Here, 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 and I did it too fast. Okay, so right now, this is the assembly. Okay, and this is not assembly. How can I do that? I don't know, honestly. If I go to Docker Tools and click on this one, click Finish, and then choose the same insertion point, like this, and this. No. Oh, that's
From the
weird.
First one.
Yes, but are they both the same? No, this is generic. This is not assembly. See, this is assembly. So there's some problem with that. So I'll investigate why it's not creating them like this. Yeah. All right, let's move on because we are wasting time with these small details. Place screw. This one I'm going to mark it as red. I will have to clear out. Freeze current view. Let me try to explain this. Freeze current view. No, it should be probably 2D view. So you can take one 2D view and you can maybe crop it if you want. And you can freeze it. Freezing means it creates a rendering view. A rendering view, so we had the modeling, drawing, and rendering. Rendering is a drafting view, which exactly copy this one, but it's a made out of lines. How do you know? You can explode it, and
I think it's
no, it's not a group. Oh, you. Yeah, but this one has 40,000. All right. My bad. So I want to explode. Then can we do partial explode? Okay. Then I can do partial explode to this one. No, I cannot. But anyways, so this is a 2D drawing that I can mess with. I can change it and I can create different configurations like details. Pretty much same as the exploded view, but this makes a 3D rendering file that is independent from the model. So if I go again to floor one, you see that the formwork is actually there in 3D. But if I go to this one, this is a 2D view. In how do I know it's 2D view? Because I can put dimensions on it. I mean, this one was also 2D view, but this one is not related to the model, right? So you can change these things. So for example, you can take this line, probably delete it, or mess with these things. You can explode this one, full explode. So now this is made out of lines. So if I want to correct this, I can delete these two lines. You know what I mean? So you can just like, you want to make some explode big detail. You just take the corner in a normal view, and then you freeze it. And then in it, you can just explode everything and you can add some lines, you can add text, you can just change it. So basically to represent some information that is not in the model. Basically for faking things in offer stage. So this is what this button does. Okay, freeze view. Creates a drafting view that has a copy of the original view with lines, not 3D model. Okay. All right. Docker buttons, project transfer standard. We did this. These project parameters. Project parameters. Okay. You didn't know that? Has a great crucial. So there's no replacement, it's just. Okay. So, project parameters are in manage. I think we did this one already, right? Project parameters. This is, you can add them from here. All these PPs are added from here. And they are available in the project. And yeah, let me see. Shit, too many things open. I'm gonna close email so I don't get distracted. Yeah, these are the project parameters that are created for our families in the project, and they can be modified from this menu. You can take this one and modify it, or you can create new ones here. But this is really nothing to mess with. They're already in the template. So this is just to know from where they are made and how to add new ones. Let's see this one. This one is particularly interesting for me. In which category it lives? Okay, it's text, common, constraints, value line per group type. Okay. Okay. So this one is most likely in generics. In views. Okay. Views. Okay, cool. So I'll give you an example where this thing could be useful for you. There's one thing that I don't think I showed you. Remember that in order to shift things from model to drafting, right, to views, what did we do? Can someone remember how to move this one from modeling to drafting? Let's say I already duplicated.
Then from the constraints,
Yes.
view type, then change this one
To okay.
whatever locations.
Yes, but have you noticed that there is another field here called second view type? But when I fill it, let's say I CS1, it doesn't do anything. The reason why it doesn't do anything is because the structure of the project browser can be modified. And currently this is our default, is called view type. But there's also another one that we can include called second view type. And if I add this one, the grouping changes a little bit. How does it change? It actually creates CS1 inside of drawings. It creates CS1, create floor plan. So now if I take any drawing, I can create additional grouping. So this level, I can make it to be in modeling and in CS1. See where it goes? Then I can take all these floor plans from here to here, and I can put them in CS1. And they're gonna go here in CS1. See, this adds one more level of, so this one we can make it in CS2. There you go. CS2.
It didn't affect anything on the sheets.
No, it doesn't affect. This is just how it groups them. So you can create, let's say, you can put whatever you want in here. You can put CS1, CS2, CS3. You can put your names. You can put, this is John, this is Peter, this is Michael, CS3, S3. And whatever you assign, so a little bit messy at the moment, but until you assign all these things, but then you can go ahead and just select the level and put it in with left. I want to put it in CS3 and it goes there. And everywhere where there is like a question mark, it means it wasn't being assigned. So let's put this one in CS3. See how they start to disappear little by little. I can select this and put those in CS1, The main part that you need to know is you should not have question marks anywhere. That means everything has to be assigned somewhere. So you see, now I assigned everything somewhere, even though it was pretty random. Right now, see, my modeling, I just got extra folder inside. So I have CS1, here I have floor plans, elevation sections. Here I have CS2 floor plan, CS3. Basically, it mirrors the entire structure inside of this one. So it just gives you one more, because at the moment you had like floor plans, you have sections, you have elevations. Elevation sections, floor plans, and 3D views, right? And you have them in modeling and you have them in drafting. But now you have activating this thing, we have one more level, and this level is you have modeling, then you have CS1, inside you have floor plans, facades, sections, and 3Ds. Then you CS2, CS3, CS4, and the whole structure is in drafting as well. See, here I have these, and I can assign them. I can assign those to, let's say, to my CS1, for example, and then boom, they go there. See, and this is how it works. So I was gonna. These are not assigned. That's why they have question mark. So how this was created? Well, it was created through this project parameter code second type. So I can just have a look how it was made. This is why I told you it's particularly interesting to me. So it's a shared parameter. It is okay, and it's just okay. Let me see if I can create some similar shared parameter. But then I have to second view type. Is it here? No, but most likely it's in. No. Yeah. From here, but again, this is too much into the weeds. It's really not necessary to create this one. If you go, you can create the same parameter here, and then you can create your own browser organization like this by adding this parameter to it, by grouping, and I'm adding it first to this one, second to this one. You can add another one, third one to your additional family, which would be called, let's say, third view type. And this is going to appear on views, and you can group it like in multiple levels if you want. But for now, Docker said by default is only this simpler one, and if it becomes need comes, you can also activate the second. So if see, I clicked on this one, and everything I did now is reversed to the original one. It's not really reversed because it still says CS3. I'm just not filtering it by it. You know, this information is still here, and if I want to, if I have the need, I can always activate the second view, and it's going to break it down like this. Because the parameter is already there. What you're changing here is just how the browser presented to you, what parameters it used. So currently, this one says group them only by this parameter. This configuration says group them by this and this parameter. And how do I know that? So if I click to edit this organization and go to grouping, see, this currently is grouped by view type only. But then if I go to this one, this configuration, it's grouping by view type and grouping by second view type. That's why they become nested inside each other. It's as simple as that. It's not really nothing difficult. Again, for 99% of the cases, the two view types that you have gonna do. For maybe 80% of the cases, only the first one is gonna be enough. But if you have like very large project, and again, the thing is they stopped it there because if you really have a large project that requires so much of organization in the views, you have to split the model. Basically, if you need this, you're doing something wrong. Okay? Again, this is not super important for you to know because it's really configured from the template, and you don't mess with it. You just need to know if you see something that this can be changed. All right, just 1 second. All right, welding symbol, copy, special, create assembly, group, rename, family, place, crew, export, freeze. All these are done. This one done, this one done. Okay. Home tools button. Let's have a look at them. So I think this one we did, this one we did. Section lines, this one's not that relevant at the moment. Edge length I showed you, point distance I showed you, surface area I don't think I showed you, but you can, let's say, calculate the area. Maybe I did show you. You can just select one thing or multiple things, click finish, and this is going to give you how many square meters the thing is. The problem is I need to add precision because this cannot be exactly 2 meters. So I'm going to write down add precision area. Okay. Load into project I showed you. These four have we discussed? We'll discuss them in the moment, not now. Animation, this one, there's webinar for it. I didn't write it. It's quite complicated. I don't want to confuse you. You can see this in here. Teams. Then digital engineering, Revit. Webinars. And how do I search here? Okay. It when things don't go the way I want. Digital engineering, Revit, webinars. Revit parts. There is a webinar for my tool. Model preparation. And this one is an interesting one. Create top 50 panels. Boost your Revit project with formwork sets. Automate creation of views. This is AgaCAD. Optimize workflows, talk about power tools. This is from Sebastian. You can watch pretty much everything about these buttons. Hashtag interface, master AgaCAD, enrich your formwork design with Enscape. So there is no. No, there is. Of course there is. I just missed it. This one. In this webinar, I don't know why there are two. Maybe it was two parts. So most likely, in this one, you can go and see how locomotion works. And one is presentation. Yep. Okay. And the other one is probably the video. This one is yeah, this is the video, sorry. Clicked already on the wrong one. Come on, why are you not loading? Yep, there you go. Yeah, it's 1.5 hours. So basically, they have a breakdown in parts.
So how would I go about placing my connector plate here? Or I get it from the catalog, I pick the plane, center plane. Then I use the Orient View base button in this case.
Where is the
Sometimes
motion?
if you're working not on a slanted wall, you can also use the blue group to go to front. But in this case, I need to orient myself this side. So now I have a useful view from which I can place my connecting plate. I still have the work plane
What's
in the
inclined?
center. Now I
Walls,
go-
what?
The wall's inclined.
Yes. So you think Revit cannot do inclined walls? You
We
are,
haven't talked about inclined walls yet.
you're underestimating it.
Last time we mentioned about the slab, we can do this now. Even for the wall, we can do this.
Me- Yeah, I think so. I haven't done one, but it's probably here. I'm
No, it's okay. Maybe.
yeah, you can watch this one later, but let's not. I mean, we have a lot of that to cover. Most likely, inclined walls is something that you can do from when you create the wall. You just look for a setting for that. But where do you do that? I don't know. Okay. Anything that look like inclination? No. Edit type. Structure. I don't know. I don't know. But if you get to this point, just call me and I'll figure it out for you. It's the first time anyone asked for incline wall. Okay, let's move on. So these families, the Sebastian one, definitely you can see in the webinar, much better explained than me. The ones that I can show you are these two. These two are actually useful, and they're not done by him. They're external providers, so this is worth it to be discussed. So these are the MF240 and shaft platforms. They're working exactly in the same principle. So I'm going to show you only the MF240, and you can infer to shaft platform for them. This one, I would actually prefer you if you can test it yourself. So maybe you can open your project and just draw a wall. Let's say we're going to draw a wall like this. And we can go to COM tools and click on the assembly and say placing assembly. This the tool first asks you to load 7 families that haven't been loaded previously. And when they do, it will allow you to load the so-called helper families for for making the layout. You're loading. What happened? Hey, it's loading. Just wait. Mine is also the same. That's why I'm waiting. I'm not saying anything. Okay. All right. So, no. That means so before you do that, you have to go and load the climbing platform. And where this climbing platform is, it's in the catalog, and go to CC Beam, and you go to formwork sets, I think, climbing systems, MF240, and you get this one, okay? Then you place it on your working plane, whatever your working plane is. Let's see if we are actually in the right place. I'm going to isolate this. Yeah, this is fine. All right. And okay, let me turn off this organization, so it's actually easier to find what I need. All right. So here I have a platform, right? And this platform I can align to my structure. This platform is meant to be hosted at certain level. And if I want to host it here, I need to create a level there or work plane. So if I work on level, let me see from south. Okay. Okay. So this is from south, right? If I want to insert it at the top, I need to have a level or a working plane, reference plane. So I can create a reference plane here, and I can say platform insertion plane, right? And then I can tell to this platform to be hosted by this. Okay, and there you go. Now the platform is hosted in the correct place. It's hosted by this little guy, which is called placing point, I think, or insertion point. And this is placing point. The orange one is placing, this is insertion point. So this is a little bit of a convoluted logic, but actually it makes sense when you think about it. So the way you align this to the structure, you're using the insertion point. Moment. Okay, so the nice thing about this is that it's very lightweight and you can do your design with it directly. How can you do it? I mean, we can just do simple copy, and we can copy it here, and with the help of spacebar, we can rotate it and align it again to the wall. Then we can move this, but actually it's better to work on from plan view. So let's do it from here. And I will just go to my platform and we'll shrink my crop view. Okay, so here, what we can do is we can align this and this, right? And then we can shift it down whatever distance we need. It is difficult to select from here, so sometimes you need to go from on one level, then on the other level. Then from here, we can move it, let's say 300, okay? And let's move this one like this, okay? And in this view, we can drag this and make it all the way to here, right? But let's make it a bit more complicated. Like we'll make it up to here. Then this one we can increase to here. And then this one we can increase to here. All these functionalities are here in the parameters. You have platform length, you have cantilever, you can bracket distance. So obviously you don't need to drag them like this. You can, let's say 3,700, and you can make 6,800. Then 300 like this. But then what do we do with this portion here, right? And what can we do? It's actually quite simple. This one can have a correction, and it's done through this cutout. So left front, you can make, let's say 100, and see how it got shrunk. So you can make it 600. Okay, probably 800. Okay, 1,100. There you go. And then there is depth. The depth is this distance from here to here. So this distance looks like to me like 700. But actually it increased it in this direction. So I need to make it minus 700. See how it cut it out. Then I can make it minus 900 minus 1,100 minus 1,300. There you go. See, now this one has this shape, this one has that shape. And if I increase the distance, then I have to change this one as well. Meaning that this one should become 1,500, let's say, or change this one. Okay. Obviously, you can increase it depending on your needs. And look how it looks like in real life. See, this one is here, this one is here. But you may be wondering why they look so funky. By the way, can someone tell me what element is this line? What is this? Huh? No. I'm talking about what kind of how you create line like this that is visible in 3D. Because we can create, no, it's not extrusion. In the family environment, we have two things that we can create, right? And create. It's none of this. It's this model line. I told you model lines are lines that are visible in 3D view for things that look like wireframes, you know? And this is how this one is done. Why it's done like this? Because it's super lightweight, and this is for your design purposes only, okay? Once you finish with the design, you can have many of those. You complete your design. Then you go to Com Tools, and then from here, you click on here, and you select platform 1 and platform 2. Click finish, and then here it asks you what's casting steps. So you say 4,000, for example. Types of railing is this. Then you say I want +1. I want traveling unit. I want level 0. I want intermediate suspended platform, and I want -1. And here you choose what kind of a side railing you want, and you can say railing XP. Okay. Once you do that, basically, essentially click on everything. Or if you don't want to have something, you don't do it, but you have a nice picture that shows you what you need to do. And then you click finish, and then you go to make a coffee.
Just now to come out the pop-up one.
This one, MF240. Okay. So there's one little problem. Someone modified the actual family, and this family needs to be rotated 180 degrees, and we rotate it with spacebar. So just insert it in the wrong direction. But like when you do, see what we got. And the most impressive part, look at the platform. I mean, ignore this. This is already obviously not finished. So it requires some modifications, which you can do by just dragging this to here. Why like this? Why like this? Okay, it worked. Okay. But anyways, what I'm trying to show you is, this one also can be shrunk. This. See? This one can be shrunk from here. Why? There you go. See? And this one must be here. Okay. See? Pretty nice. This one also should have a shape handle somewhere. There you go. No, this is the shape handle for the, yeah, this is the one that I need. No, the other one. There you go. And here we can click on this one and just boom. What do you say now? Much faster than what? Than doing it by hand. You like that? And let me show you even better. How can you really go and see it quickly? Well, this was actually designed by external company in 2018, 19, and this is what they were presenting to the big bosses to impress them and make sure they make sure to show that this is like the future. But you know, still not everything is possible. But look at this. And this cutout, see, it even cut the beams here correctly.
Yeah.
See? Pretty nice. Yeah.
Is that you created again, or is it already prepared?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
This is the platform that you created earlier.
Of course.
That's great.
No, this is in real time. I'm showing you the one that I just created. This is the one that I just created. In 5 minutes, and I'm working on it. See? The cutout, all the things. I mean, there's like some work to adjust a few things. And you can have the entire layout done like that. And we have the same tool for our shaft platforms. So there, the difference is that the family are a little bit different. The helper family is a little bit different. You can go to DockerCAD and do catalog and go to shaft platforms, and there we have different family that looks similar. So these families that you're seeing, they're named 2.0 family. 2.0 family and 1.0 family are terms that don't exist in the science world. This is something that we created internally in Docker. This is terminology that we're using internally. And basically 1.0 family mean like a single component article, and 2.0 family is a combination of multiple components into something that is useful and adjustable. And in this case, this is high-end useful component. The reason why it's done as it is, it will become a little bit more clear when I show you the SKE and the other ones, because this one is fully automated. The other ones are less fully automated. But yeah, see, you can have this, and you can increase like this, and you can increase like this, you can increase like that, and then you can rehost because this is not in the correct place. I had a plane called platform insertion plane. Click OK. This one gets shift. Then Docker.com tools, shaft platforms. It will load two families that are missing. You can test this one in real time. You see, it takes 3 clicks.
I'm replacing.
No, just placing for now. Assembly, I tried it last training, but it wasn't working. But this tool was done to such level of automation that it automatically creates the assembly drawings for those platforms, which was very impressive in 2018. Now, not so much. Whatever you want. Whatever you wish. But you didn't do the cutout. Just wait.
Once you activate the MF240, will already created. You can no longer go back and edit something.
You have to delete all the top and bottom ones, and just leave the middle one, and then regenerate it.
An option still to do.
Because this whole platform actually consists of several families placed on top of each other with this insertion and placing part. So the main family that you use for generation, it's lightweight and is used to be used to make your layout. But all the settings that you put, they're not only for itself, but they're needed for the entire platform, for the +1, -1. And what this software is doing is it's reading these parameters, placing the other families on top of it, and then fuse their parameters that is taking from the main helper family. So that's why if you want to modify something, it's easier to delete the +1, -1, the platform, and the traveling unit, change the parameters in the design family, the helper family, and then just rerun the script to align them. Otherwise, you have to go in each, like let's say if you want to change the bracket distance, you have to go to the +1 family, change the bracket distance to this next one, and you have to do to all of them. Okay. So how does this work? I click on this, select platform, click finish. Let's say 4,000, and then I click, and 2 clicks, literally. Okay, and I love when the demos are going like this. Okay. I suppose it could have been better. Yeah, obviously there is issue with this family, but see this one, for example, it was quite nice. And the rest of them here were quite nice. So I'm going to make another attempt to make the drawings automatically. Most likely I'm going to fail miserably, but at least I'm warning you. So we're going to Comptools, and there's now a second button called Assembly Final Sheet. Okay, what is this? What is it? Okay, maybe I'm not doing something right. Yeah, this is also cool. So you can select the platforms, click finish, pre-assembly of face side railing, create schedules for each platform. Click finish, and it does some magic. And if you go to schedules, you should find new schedules created. Let's see that. Schedules, drawings. No, this is not it. Nope, not it. Nope, not this. I cannot find where it created it, if it created it. Okay, I told you, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to make this, but the next one that we can do is try to do assembly final sheet. And you can just select the 2 platforms, or maybe one by one, or let's try with 2, finish. And here we tell it which platforms we want to do and which drawing we want to do. 1,000. Actually, the assemblies are 3,000, right? 3,001. And no, this one is going to be 3,010, and this is going to be 3,020. You put legend, blah, 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 blah. Click finish. Assistant completed. Please check and adjust the drawings to the project needs. All right. That was too easy. Go to assembly drawings. And nothing. Yeah, I told you that it wasn't working, at least for me last time when I tried. It didn't work. I checked all the drawings and there is no 3,000 anywhere. So I don't know. I have to check again. Okay, let me write down again one more thing. I just didn't have time after the last training to check why MF 240 does not produce drawings. Yeah, I'll try one more time. So I'll hide this. And one last time I'll try with assembly, select and finish. Then, okay, I'm gonna not check anything, just click finish to see if it's gonna do something. Please fill out required. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's say 3,500, 3,510, 3,510, 3,520. Yeah, I firmly believe that they cannot create the drawings in 0.5 seconds. So there's nothing here. Anyways, again, this is the most. Okay, let's give a 10 minutes break because you guys finish and.
How come the training platform of the shop that Ingrid is?
Same with me.
Okay.
Or maybe you.
The suppose someone broke the family.
Okay.
I think exactly the same. So that's why I did it because it didn't work. So two problems with this. I'll write it down. Actually, I'll write the second one down. The first one that was it's not generating platforms. And I actually noticed this one in Malaysia. And then I got to ask. And now for the full month, I'm training and I didn't have time to figure out. But MF240, no, shaft platforms is it, right? -1 level don't work. Mhm.
Just now, the downhand,
Hmm?
the downhand platform actually should be
Yeah.
stand.
Press space bar twice. No. Press space bar. No.
Space bar.
Yes. 1, 2. Okay, I'll write this one down too. Okay. All of them are upside rotated. Someone is messing with these families and without changing the assistant. So MF240 bottom families need 2 space bars. Okay. I might sit down and fix those. You can try also on your computers, maybe the problem is with me, to do the assembly generation. There's like a second button. I tried to show you, but I think you were talking to him. So here, there is like click there, yes, and then click select, and then select these two, click finish. And there's very few settings. So just click, and put 3,000, let's say 3,010, 3,020, not 300, 3,000. And then, yeah, just click all this so and see if it's going to create a drawing for you. Click finish. Yeah, same thing. It cannot create drawings so fast. There's no point of even looking for them because usually it like things. And then when it gives you this, you can go to sheets and you can find your drawings there automatically created and dimension for you. But it doesn't work.
So the second button is about what? This one.
So,
I click off.
this one, click on the second one. This one does something else. This one puts select this and finish. And click, and then yes. And then I think this sets let me see. I think this sets the parameters.
Really? Is it this one?
Whoever wants to have quick break, when we come back in 5 minutes.
Inside must. Only one. Like move something like that. Like move tools is similar to the AutoCAD. You just move like AutoCAD. You don't say this is Revit. You down. Why do that down? Oh, you create. Oh, you want to align.
Of the design.
Curve.
MD.
Correct,
MD, the MD.
MD. Great.
You need to
Correct,
tell if you want such a.
Leslie, Jenny, he said he's not happy now. You see, last Virginia when we go to the workshop.
Just now.
Last?
We go to Virginia workshop.
Yes, sir. Regional.
Yeah, with him.
He said.
He said,
No, you actually.
he's not happy. Leave now, he's resigned. And he mentioned that maybe something about maybe his goal or something.
What about now the outing?
No, since there's no replacement, they said everything and
Just click.
actually going to take over for the going to take care of the
Yeah.
wood maybe.
It's going back.
Huh?
Going back, Perry.
He's, you know,
Yeah.
he's from Perry.
Previously,
Oh.
Perry, Africa.
South African.
So he's going back to his Cape Town.
I'm not sure, but he's going back Perry. He told on, he announced it. The town hall. They have town hall meeting today.
He said he's going to Perry.
Good, better opportunity.
So he's empty there.
Maybe higher.
He told you.
Some of the guys, I asked them,
Oh.
they told me that he's going back.
But I think it's normal, right, going here and there. People will put you ready, you do Revit, and half of one then.
I think you have to.
But they have not do Revit.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're not
always
doing
see like those things. That's why I feel like most of
Nothing. Okay, you don't want to share the fun things with me? Okay. No problem. Yes.
I'm not sure why I still cannot place the.
Generate the. You do the 3D one. You don't move it.
Create the line, create the insertion point.
This one will be
Then-
zero, right?
Yeah, just
This
click
one you
on
press for
the-
that and then come.
No, this is the second. You
Oh,
click on the
just
first
the
button.
top button is it?
Escape,
This
escape.
top button. Yeah, when you choose this
No,
one,
that's just-
and then you choose this
The first one, sorry. Select, select this one, select the other one,
choose this one.
click finish, you check all the things.
Oh, just now. This.
The board is
It
there.
never come out. Yeah. Nothing come out. So you need to fix. Usually it should come out the other one. It already touched it. But didn't come out.
Every project and place two platforms without modifying them too much and just run it. I don't know why. As you can see, there's a bunch of little problems, but these are, as I said, tools that are developed by external company a long time ago. And I don't think anyone responsible for them at the moment to confidently support them. So maybe over time with the change to the versions of Revit, something stopped working. As you can see, the families are a little funky. But I would recommend just to try to build it in the first project, because it worked for pretty much everyone, right? The MF24. The shaft platforms, the minus platform -1, did not work for me and for Mike. And I don't know for the rest of the people. Did you guys manage to make shaft platform?
On this one?
Sorry?
I don't know.
If you're asking what special platform.
The next quarter.
Next quarter.
So you don't know the system for shaft platforms? Well, this is a system that is done for elevators. So some lessons for basic training again. And if you have, let's say, a shaft for elevator, you can have this and this. So imagine this is a shaft that needs to be casted, right? And you have a system in Docker that is called shaft platforms, and you can click on it, and you can actually first you need to load the family, which is this one, and you place it here. Actually, I think I overdid myself. So this is too big of a shaft platform, and we have to repost to the correct plane, to be here, and maybe like we do here in the trainings, we can just shrink the shaft. I recommend to do this in the real projects as well. If you don't like something, just change the structure. Yeah, so you can align it with this. Like if some column is in your way, just delete it, no problem. They'll figure it out on site. So then you can take and extrude this to here. Because this has different combinations, so it increases, and then you can extrude this one to here. And the way this thing works, first of all, this is a crane lifted system, and you have these pockets. See, these pockets, and this thing, if I isolate it by itself, it has these poles, right? So when it's locked into position, it stays, but when you grab it with the crane for these 4 hooks, this lifts and then this rotates. This thing rotates and allows it to escape this pocket, and it goes up, 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 up. And when it goes to the next pocket, the gravity is rotating it again, and it locks into position, and they just lift it from here to here. And this is how you create a platform on which you put top 50 panels or FAMAX or whatever you like, and this is how you form it. By the way, I did create one already, so I'm going to delete it because it was shitty. Okay, so this is the one that I just created, right? And so how do I develop it? I developed it exactly the same way. Click here, select. I select this one, finish, and I tell it what is the casting step, how much from here to here. See, it's drawn what the result should be. And then I put 0 and -1. This is level 0. This is level -1. Why you need level 0? Because level -1. On level 0, you put the formwork, right? On the back of the formwork, you install these pockets with nails or screws, nails mainly. So when they cast, these pockets remain inside of the concrete. Then you take out the plywood and the pockets remain there. Then when you lift, this thing locks into position and the platform is here. But before you lift, you need to collect the pockets because these pockets are reusable. So they create an opening in the formwork, but they are metal boxes that you want to reuse. So you have someone getting in from one of the openings here, and then he extracts the pockets from the previous casting step, and then takes them up and installs them on the next casting step. After that, they climb up. And then these pockets that are here currently holding the platform are at the bottom. Someone goes, collects them, and puts them on top, and they keep climbing like this. And this is not self-climbing system. This is crane lifted system. So it needs to be lifted by a crane in order to go up. So we click finish, and it develops the platform, but the -1 level family is complete mess. At least it was there. Now it looks like more better. Nice. See? So if you want to see what's going on, see, this is how the platform looks like. And these are the pockets that see, this is the thing that lays in them, and this is rotating and allows the platform to go up. And the rule is you have to have roughly 50mm gap, so the system can overclimb the pockets and not get jammed into the shaft. Because in construction, usually the precision is equal to 1 thumb, So wall could be a few centimeters left, right? That's why you have to make sure you are not really close to the wall. Okay. And there's a cutout here because this thing is rotating in the platform. See, there is cutout because so here you're locking the hook from the crane to lift, and this is left. So when you try to go up, this rotates to release from the pocket. Okay, simple and nice system. All right, so what's next? Next is these are the two fully automated. I'm gonna actually try to make assembly for this one. Maybe this one is gonna impress you. I don't know if it's gonna work. Click finish. There's no proper tag in this document. Okay, obviously there's something wrong. Something has changed over time. That's why this doesn't work. So I'll address all these issues and we'll let you know when I figure it out. So this was the beginning and everyone was thinking, yay, they're going to make everything so fast with tools. But so far, none of this was created to that level of automation. And even worse, this level of automation degraded after 5 years because no one actually supports this project actively. But in the meantime, a little bit of a history. What people got excited about is why shouldn't we just make this one to be one single family, right? Take this one, right? Except this one, obviously, and say, why don't we just build them like this? And we just pop them and place them on the drawing, adjust a few parameters, and we're good to go. First problem is that if you make them like this, they become huge. And when you make layout with them, it becomes very difficult. Look how long it takes to copy this. Okay, it's not that long, but so now I want to rotate it, put it some other place. It's much more difficult to do like that. Second, first of all, this one is now multiple families, but imagine if it's one family, it has much more parameters, much more, one more level of nesting. And this one was creating a lot of problems. That's why I think the idea came from maybe high-rise team. They created this simplified helper families, right? They're not helper families, they're bracket families with the outline of the platform, okay? And these are used for laying your, designing your layout. They are lightweight, they can move faster, and they contain every single parameter that you need for the entire platform. And then with the help of this tool, they got converted into this. How do they get converted? Well, technically, this is a separate family that live by itself. Like this one is one family, right? Which I cannot copy, and it pisses me off. Okay. Then this is another family. Oh, sorry. This is another family. And these families you can find in the so there are 5 separate families. Look, no, actually there are 13 because we have the guardrails. But platform is one family, traveling unit is another family, +1 is another family, -1 is another family. And they have all the same parameters. You can see exactly the same parameters as in the level 0. And what the software does, it reads the parameters and then fills them up and place them on top of each other. So how does it do the placing? Well, very easy. One moment. So let me show you where they are. They are here in MF240. If they're already placed by the software, but you can place them manually. So this is this family that we used for design layout. Then this is level 0. So I can take level 0 and I can place it somewhere. I can place it here, right? Let's hide this one and forget about it at the moment. This is how with these families. First of all, this family has a placing point. And where is its placing point? Placing point is here. No, unfortunately, this is its insertion point. All right, this is the insertion point. And you have to look for the same place, but placing point on the other family. And that's should be somewhere here. Just look and let me know if you see orange box. Huh? Where? Left, right, up, down, but the men one, not the woman one.
Right.
This is left. And that's why I asked for the men right, not for the woman right. So okay, left. Yeah, sorry. Ah, I think it's here, right? No?
No, at the end of the triangle.
This one, you mean?
there. No, at the
To this way?
around at the end of the triangle. Ah, yeah. No.
Okay, what we can do is go like this. See, this is my insertion point. Obviously, this insertion point, maybe it's here.
Under the triangle,
It's
yeah.
here, it's here, it's here. Yeah, there you go. See, this is. Yeah, this one is flipped around, so it needs to be like this, okay? So how do we align those? Well, we have to find where is the insertion point. So if I select the placing point for yeah, they contain internal information for what you have to place on them, but you don't do this by hand. But I'm just showing you what the software does. But if you need to change it, you can take this and you can place it on top of this one. See, pink. And when you place it, it guarantees you that now this is in the correct place, except that it's not on the same level, but below. Because why? Because this is GMF, and you know GMFs, they only move in the plane. So that means I have to rehost it. So how do I rehost it? I have to find the insertion point. This is I cannot find which point is for the platform. Which point is for the platform? Let me check. So it's here, right? It's here. This is in front of the profile. So let's see in front of the profile. Shit. In front of the profile. See, they chose the freaking worst place to put this point. I cannot find it. See, I cannot see it. Is it this one? Is there a point here? I cannot see it. Yeah, that's why this is not good to be done by hand. But if I rehost it, it's going to go into the correct place. You can see that, right? I just cannot find the point. But the problem is right now, even if you manage to do that, the issue is they're completely different, right? Oh, maybe. Now it's in the correct place. And to lift it up, I can probably, maybe from here it's a good idea. Oh no, this is the insertion point and this goes here. Okay. So we do edit work plane, pick a plane, and I choose this one. See, now it's in the correct place. There you go. But because there's other points, so this point is for insertion of the traveling unit. This point is for insertion of different things, you know? Each point shows what to, okay, now it looks perfectly arranged, but the problem is now the parameters are not matching. So what you can do is, you see, these parameters are, let's make it something more understandable. 1,500, 3,700. Okay. Okay, let's do that on this platform. So we do 1,500, 3,700. Huh? There's something also that I'm missing. And yeah, this is the total length, which is 680. So we go here and we make the total length to be 680. Okay. And see, it's perfectly matching. So I just want to try to explain how the whole software works. It's not actually a software, it's a logic. So you create a simple family, you enter all the parameters, and then you create these placing and insertion points, which tells you where to put different things. And then the software copies the parameters. This is what I did now by hand. It was done by the software in a couple of seconds. But why I'm explaining this is because I want to show you how they extended these things, how they made they're going to make it in the future. How they made it is, okay, I will show you now the other systems that we have available. They are in Docker CAD, not here, which I'm here, okay, I'm in HiRise. Then I need to turn off the framework sets and click here. And now these are all the systems that are available. So for starters, we're gonna get, I'm not gonna go through all of them because there are too many. But let's say we can take SK50 plus traveling unit, similar situation, right? Here, the problem is you have to load this one by one. So I'm gonna load first the helper family, right? And the second problem is they don't have like a proper visualization in the catalog. So we don't know which one is which. They don't have also proper names. That makes it a little bit more difficult. But at the moment, CCB and the software development team, they are working on an improved tool that looks like a little bit like the MF240 and Shaft platform forms, where automatically is going to do the loading of the families for you and is going to block the correct ones. So I'm not going to do too many. I'm going to just do 2 or 3. So this is the helper family. This is the platform family, and maybe we can put the -1 family. You can obviously do all of them for many systems. For SK50, I think for 100 we don't have. For XClimb, for Mast, for many of those. Do you guys do climbing systems here? Which system? Okay, maybe I should have tried it for short track. We'll see if there are families for that. I mean, if you remember, the MF240 was loading the 7 new families that needed for like 10 minutes. This one is the same, but it's one by one each and every family you have to load by yourself. Okay, two are enough. What? I know this is the platform, yes. And maybe let's put, it's very difficult to say which one is which. I guess it's this one. Let's load one more. After that, we're gonna talk about revisions, because revisions is also important part that we couldn't touch yet.
So. I think the platform really quite. That's why it's the same thing. The sun does not in the one create one bomb. It could be perfect. It's the same. I just I see this one. Now this one should be the same. Now it's at the same level. My gosh, really.
This is when you have more than 35%.
I need to know when I do something wrong. How to fix it.
So what we just covered was this part. Unfortunately, half of them didn't work, like placing additional equipment and automatic assembly drawings. I guess, as I said, I wrote down all these problems and I'm gonna show it to, I'm gonna give you feedback about it. On tools, general work row. For this, there is a webinar, which I recommend. Print to PDF, I'll show you because it's easy. Okay. Yay. Okay. This, let me see if this is correct family that I loaded, but I'm not takes forever. But again, no. Is this -1? No, doesn't look like it. Or yeah, it is. It is. Is it -1?
-2.
It's -2, yeah. I'm gonna. This is -1, I think.
Number.
Another application asked for the suspended platform of.
I cannot hear you. Sorry. What?
Suspended platform of MF report.
Yes.
In our family, in the arrangement, we have -1, -2.
Mhm.
In MF.
Probably. I don't know. Let me see what it says, but I haven't done. What it says in the configuration. I think it was like +1, 0, and -1 and -2. No. It was only -1. I think there was 4 settings, right? And there was +1. There's traveling unit. There's -1 and 0. Just turn on. I cannot check it now because my Revit is busy. But if you click on the button, you see what are the options. I think there's no -2 because there's no need for -. You just need to collect the cones and that's it.
But after we pull it out, I saw that we have level 0, -1, and -2.
Really? Okay, maybe there is such option. I don't know.
No, because I took intermediate suspended platform and then -1 screw on the ground platform.
So there's like intermediate suspended platform. This is basically -1 with -0.5, let's say.
Then I have level -1 screw on bracket platform, 2 units. Just we can do 2 multi-platform. Extra on the.
I don't know in which situation this is needed, but again, I haven't used those in quite a while.
Then, how about in the suspended platform? The timber beam is masked by red color. Is it because of the third party developer protocol? And we can see the timber beam,
Why they're red? You mean with the planks or which one?
the timber beam.
I can imagine that if it's red, this might mean that you are over the maximum length. Can you check?
Timber beam, but for level 0, I can see the yellow color timber, special one, that's a suspended platform one.
Yeah, I also saw that on a +1 was red, right?
Sorry.
On the +1 was red, right?
And plus, I'm talking about the suspended one.
-1.
Yes, sir. For
Is it red?
level 0, I can see the yellow timber,
Uh-huh.
but in minus platform,
It's red.
red.
I saw that. So can you measure with my tool for edge measuring to see what's the length of this? Oh, but actually, you can check what's the total length of the platform from the parameters.
Yes. I use a 5.5 platform then.
There's no logic to be like this because 5.5 is a standard size. I mean, not standard, but we have this kind of size. We up to 12 meters. I don't know why it's red. Okay, this one loaded finally. Good. So we have -1 minus. Is this the same? No, it's not the same. Okay. Anyways, so how do we use this? I already load them, so I can just delete them because they're in the project. Okay. Then I can start placing my thing exactly the same way as with MF240, right? I can increase this, take this, copy it, put it here. I can adjust bracket spacing and everything like I can do like this one can increase, this one can shrink. Also, I can do 2 brackets. And when I select this, I uncheck this one, and this one becomes a 2 bracket thing. Okay. And obviously, I can do the cutouts that I showed you. So if I need to do a cutout, I'm not only cutout, but I can also extend it. So if I do this 500 by 500, it's going to make a cutout like this. But if I make this one to be a negative, obviously it's going to be cut out like this. And also I can make cutout on the other side if it's necessary by using this one, 600. No, at the same time is not allowed. So this one becomes 0 and this one becomes 600, for example. Shit. Sorry, I'm trying to put the wrong parameter. So this one always have to be there. So this one needs to be changed. Instead of this one, I put this one. 0. And then this one. There you go. See? And if this is positive, it's gonna go up. So you can play with these things, okay? Right. So let's make cutout here as well. Depth, you can be minus 500. And this one can be 500. And there you go. Or can I make the depth positive? Yeah, I can. So depending on the direction, it's either cutting out or in. Okay, so let's make negative so we can have the opposite. Cool. So you do your layout. Adjust everything. I'm going to shift this one to show you that it's not there. And also, you can have a look and you see you have also insertion and placing points for all these things. The other thing that is necessary is to host them to the level of the slab, or the end of the wall, which will be our insertion plane that I created. and look how they look like. Perfectly aligned. See, this is their insertion point, and it can be corrected from the parameters. Okay, then someone had to develop the same tool, but for each and every system, which is crazy. That's why Sebastian made a very good tool called General Placing Tool. And if you look at the icon, actually shows orange and green insertion points placed on top of each other. How does it work? You click on it, and you have to select helper family. So you select these two, click finish, and it detects multiple things that you can insert. And you say, I want to insert level 0 platform. It reads the points that are inside, and it says, I want to insert the level 0 SK50 plus 2 to 3 units. When I click it, it gives me an options. So you have to find the family that matches this one. This was called level 0 platform SK50 plus 2 3 units. And I have level 0 platform SK50 plus 2 3 units. So this is the family that I want to insert. Then I click next. And when I click next here, it asks me which of these parameters I want to overtake. And I say all. Click OK. See, it places them and now fuse the parameters. You see how they're going to change. Look how they're going to change. Now they're placed. Boom. See? When it initially placed them, and then it loaded the parameters, and they automatically became the correct shape based on what you have put. See? Now I have a decking that completely and perfectly matches my settings. Okay? Then I run the tool for a second time. And I select again these two guys. Click finish, and it asks me, would you like to put -1? There you go. So hopefully it's this one. I select, and then, okay, that's fine. Overtake everything, click. And see how their original shape. Now it's going to load the parameters. They're going to transform. Look what's happening. Loading them. Boom. Fantastic, right? Look at this. Huh? Pretty damn nice. All right, so let's see what else we can do. By the way, the next one, I think are hanging on this one. So what I need to do is I need to select the lower ones, and I have to select this and this. Click finish. And now it's asking me for L2, right? And here I have -L2. So I click on this, and it's going to place them. And now I'm going to overtake all the parameters. Click OK. See, now their default state, and they're going to change to according to the other ones. See, now they're going to reload. Just give it a second, and you see how the -2 is going to change. Boom. See, if you look from the top, this cutout is through all 3 levels. This extension is all 3 levels. Look. Beauty, right? What'd you say? You want to walk on it? You want to walk on it? You can walk on it. Sorry, you have boss. You have to do special types of favors to her. I mean, tell her how great she is, and she's gonna do it. Okay, look at this. How long it took us to generate this? A few minutes, right? Pretty nice. Okay. These are the 4 types of families I managed to load. The remainder, you can just, if you have more patience, you can keep loading the rest of them. you can see you said X climb short track traveling unit. Yeah, you do have that. So you click on this one. Yes, with traveling unit. You're using traveling unit or you're using something else?
We're using traveling unit, we're using as a scaffold,
Okay. Okay.
sometimes
What?
Gallup solution. Next level is structure.
Okay. Let's see. I mean, I don't know if it's really worth it for us to have a pause now so you can test this one because it takes super long time to load the families themselves and then you have to click 3 buttons. Just remember when you need to do this, just come back to this video. But it's super simple. Place the helper family. First, you need to load all the families in your project. Place all your families, then run and select the appropriate families. The new version of which I saw demo a couple of weeks ago, actually, when you choose the system, automatically knows which families to load and it loads them for you. And then when you select an item, it knows which family to attach, so you don't have to choose even from the list. So it's way more smarter and it's with a nicer interface. And I think this one would be officially supported by headquarters because this one is done by Sebastian. So you can see if he wasn't doing these things, we'll be still in the dark ages. We're gonna be cavemen. Yeah, so let's place one of these. No, okay, this is gonna be the last one. I'm probably not gonna show more. Yeah, so I place it. There you go. Then I put it on the correct my insertion plane. Then I rotate it with spacebar, use move, place it to the wall, make my layout. Okay, now to try this one on a real project, right? And again, you have tons of parameters. See, this is your constraint section. See how long is the constraint section. See how many parameters inside. If you look at this family, your head's gonna explode. Look. Parameters. These are just controlling parameters. And underneath you have the dims, you have the visibilities. It is crazy and it has formulas. Look at these formulas. The best thing is you can do this as well because you already have the knowledge. See, this formula is a little bit too long, but it's not too much. Like if and you have some sort of a condition, then you have true value, then you have false value, and it's just mathematics. It's a simple geometry. Sometimes you need to use trigonometry, and maybe when you were in school, you were wondering why the fuck I'm learning trigonometry. If I knew how much I'm going to use this one in my life, I would be like, shit. But thankfully, I learned it well. Then I cannot say the same for the differential equations in the calculus, but yeah. This family is quite complicated, especially this one that automatically, imagine what this thing does. It replaces the scaffolding tube, it moves this and rotates and attaches to the correct place. It's crazy, like to have this. This is separate family with separate logic. You can go inside, and this is family that is made specifically for bracing. This family itself, see how many things it contains, and it has its own parameters. Look how many configuration parameters it has. These are the supporting parameters. These are the freaking formulas. And here I can see. Yeah. And look how big is this formula, right? You cannot really see the end. Doesn't have end. It's like endless formula.
to like this.
Imagine how you debug this. No, I cannot open this more, so it's more. See? How you debug, how you test this one, I have no idea. No, I do have idea because I also written formulas like this, but yeah. See how many parameters there are here. You see how many type parameters they're switching between different things. And this is only in the bracing family. So you can say that a lot prep work has been done for you. And you're lucky that you're joining it when the things are already starting more or less to work. So again, you can click on this one, click on general placing tool, and it's going to ask you to load distribution beam. It's going to ask you to load level 0, but I don't have them now, and I don't want to load them because it's going to take forever. But you got the point, right? And I urge you to test this one. Just play with it at home or play at work for the next project, and you see that it's pretty cool. It can save you time, especially for a quick offer. Imagine how you make the layout. You can sketch up the layout on hand or in AutoCAD with lines, just where the brackets are and where the platforms are. And then someone has to model this in Revit. But end of the day, you're going to have pretty accurate material list or 95% material list ready to go the moment you finish the model. Okay? Problem comes when you have to do something custom and you're not used to making the families. But with time, this works as well. Okay. Any questions about the 2.0 families? No?
So this is the 2.0 family.
Yeah, these are the 2.0 families. And you can find them in various places, but majority of them are in no in CC beam, in high rise. These are high rise things. So you have Xclimb 60 short track traveling unit, or Xclimb short rising working platform. Then you have SK50 plus traveling unit. You have SK50 plus shaft. You have SK50 plus mast, SK50 plus rising, SK100 mast. You don't have SK100 rising. You have SCP. You have protection screen, and you have TOS. So, by the way, I'm looking at them in 2021, but it doesn't matter. So these are 2022 are the same. So this pretty much everything in high rise is there. Then you can go to CC Beam, and they have climbing systems. They have MF240, shaft, WS10, which is also cool. Let's see. Let's test this one. This should be easier too, because it's like lighter, supposedly. But for normal jobs like ASCII, WS10 platforms, MF240 platforms, they are quite easy to place. And then you can place also how many columns on them, or 50 when they make them ready. Yes.
How to change the quantities of the box from 3 to make it like.
And there's the checkbox. Let's look in the parameters. When you uncheck the checkbox, it becomes 2. You see it? This is also a parameter that is passed to all other families on the other levels. And that's why I made an example with 2 and 3 brackets to see that when it places it by default, it's with 3 brackets, but then when it passes the parameters, it just unchecks this one, uncheck. But you can do it by hand if you want. You just look from one family and pass it manually by hand. But these two just reads them and writes them into the other one. You saw it, right? Okay, this one loaded. Yeah, see, this one is the so-called lighter platform. It's the WS10. But actually, this one can be more useful for branch work. It depends, of course, what you're doing, but like this, place it in position. You adjust it, oopsie, you adjust it to whatever you want. Let's say you could just scratch, make it like this. And you can do this one like this. And then here, you can take this level 0, load it, hopefully today. If not today, tomorrow. This is ridiculous. Okay, about links, we discussed, I haven't highlighted it, but we're talking about links throughout the entire time. So how to position links and how to import and manage them from the manage links field. No, there's more things.
Revisions.
Yeah, revisions. I'm just waiting for this shit to finish. So I place this one here and let me show you again. You click here, then you click on this, click here, finish, and exactly the same thing. I want to place level 0. Give me level 0, click next, overtake everything. Okay, boom. And there you go. You have a perfectly perfect WS10 platform. See how long it takes? And this is the first one because it took a long time to load it. But if I want a second one, I can just copy this family like this, modify it to the size I want like this, right? And then click, select, click, finish, click, click, next, select all, next, boom. Try to make a platform like this so fast. And keep in mind, this is like drag and drop. Like if I want to adjust, I can adjust. If I want to increase, I can increase. If I want to cut out, you just need to learn this. They're always the same. So you do 500 by minus 500. Cut out, boom, you want to do it, select, cut, finish, this, next, all, next. Boom. See how quickly I make platforms? Tell me you're going to be faster than me in AutoCAD. And by the way, one more thing. I can select like this. Oh shit, fuck. I do like this, right? I do like this. Isolate. Isolate. Click and go here. And I go to schedule from visible. I go to let's say all labels. This is what I can come up with now. Click here. There you go. We're ready to ship to the plant. Right? Everything. I mean, if I had the patience to load the handrail, I would have the handrail as well, but I don't have it because it takes forever to load it. But see, everything is here. Scaffold tubes. Everything.
But I will not be demanding, but this still whether on the horizontal arrangement can be given selection if we want to extend a little bit wider,
Sorry?
still whether
This
from
one.
the, yeah, from
I
the properties.
suppose I haven't studied the properties for this one, but I understand because this system supports that. So let's see. Which one? Yes, the width of the platform. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I just have to find if there is like a maybe this one. But is this gonna change the type of profile? So platform length, cantilever, distance, platform cover. So this is one thing that it could be. Docking above, decking below, decking below VS 10 or VS 12. Horizontal leg. Horizontal weighting length. You have 1 to 5. So you change this one to 3. Look what happens. See? 4. And then you can change this one to become oh shit, something happened to my computer. But then you can increase the width of the platform by changing this one to, let's say, 2.4. I don't know. I mean, this is probably not the right size. It says video driver or cord. So I have to exit Revit. But yeah, you can control that, obviously. And this is going to be applied to the platform itself. So I would say this is pretty close to be perfect. Like as long as they make the other two that is really, you don't have to think about anything. But even with this one, the number of parameters are not so much. The number of platforms that you can add are not so much. So we can do that. So this is one more system that you can apply easily on your day-to-day job. So you can do walls with Frame, you can do top 50, you can do Dockerflex by hand, you can do shaft platforms, you can do MF240, you can do all these things. These are small things that apply on projects. You can do shoring, D3 and Staxo. And if you want with the other two, you can do also Staxo 40. No one's flying tonight, right? You're here tonight and tomorrow you leave. You flying tonight? What time?
9.
So you want to leave what time?
5:30.
Okay. No problem. You can still watch from the taxi. She might be on time, but for you,
Yeah.
we do until tomorrow morning. I'm kidding. We're close. Plus, I have to leave something for the next time to come to teach you more things. If you invite me, maybe you're not happy, and then tell the boss, don't send this guy anymore. He doesn't know shit. How long it takes to start a Revit on a brand new computer? So you go take Grab from here?
Yeah.
The main airport, or there's only one airport here? And in Malaysia there are two.
Yeah.
Here's only one, right?
I think there are 4 here.
4?
Terminal.
4 terminals,
No, I'm talking about airports.
Two.
not 2.
You have two terminal, two airports.
Correct.
Wow.
The small one is this. Silver.
Which one are you flying from?
Changi.
The bigger one.
Get to terminal.
What airline? Singapore Airlines?
Air-
Airlines. The ones that are losing planes over the ocean. I know. No problem. There's no ocean. Like there's only one small river between the two countries, so they will find it if it drops there.
I think it will not pass through the ocean. I think it will just be the simple.
You cannot, because it's an island, so you have to eventually go over. But he had to be very precise in order to jump in the water, because it's so tiny river. The airplane just gonna fly over it, even if it's falling. And they still haven't found this plane. That's not normal in 21st century.
Yeah.
To like, what? How can you not find a full airplane of people? Okay, so we tested all two 2.0 families, majority of them. By the way, I didn't look if we have something else interesting in this part of the catalog. This is ridiculous. I clicked the button catalog. Okay, so in CCB, we have 4 more sets. So there's additional equipment, climbing equipment, shoring. Let's see what's in shoring. Nothing really. Unikit shoring. So we have predefined some elements for building towers. You have this trusses, so you can build out of it. You have variable, which I don't see preview of them. You have Xsafe. I have no idea the way this thing is used. Not in our region. We have Docker table. You have Docker Flex table in my catalog there. There's a stair tower, which I don't see as well. Bridge, cantilever unit, cantilever forming CFT, forming traveler. Then we have frame form or column. This is the one that we used last week. You have tunnel systems, heavy duty support, Voltos, thread connectors, and other systems that I haven't used. Docker deck tables. Okay. We have stickers. 3D stickers to be placed. Then 2D annotation families. This is the ones that we used last week as well. Detail-white and generic annotations and tags. There's non-Docker families. You have toilet, you have concrete placing boom, you have forklift. If you need to make some beauties, you can just check what's available here. We have some boats, and then there's the steel profiles. So if you want to build something with the standard steel profiles, they're all here. HE, HEB, all these profiles are available. So very good place to look for parts in the climbing system. We have MF, we have this one, there's 10 and 12, and we have recently added D22, also working with the placing tool, general placing tool. Okay. So you have Imperial and Metric. So many systems, many systems are ready to roll. You just have to jump into the deep side of the pool and start swimming or drown, depending on how much you learned to swim today. All right, cool. So what's next? I mean, do you have questions about 2.0 families? Like, you realize I cannot go over each and every, but you can see that they're repeating. So this section for cutting is the same. We started from MF240 to SKE through even WS10. They have the same exact logic. You can switch between beams, you can switch between profiles. So just read the profiles, test them, look how they act, and you'll see. Okay, questions? I mean, I'm asking for answers, so either say no or yes. Most likely, most likely you selected the wrong family. For that's the thing. You have to very carefully read what it says, and it has to be exactly the same. Because the software is kind of smart and it tries to sort them. Usually the first one that you select is the correct one. But if you use the wrong one that is for different system or not exactly the same, it will still attach it because it doesn't have an idea what it should be. It just, you tell them this and goes and finds it, place it, and adds the parameters that are available. And since the parameters are mostly the same, most likely you insert it either in the wrong place or you insert the wrong family. You saw that when I did it, they were fine. The only one that I messed up was the shaft platform, but it became the same problem to you. And by the way, this problem, the shaft was only on certain size. First time I generated was like the default size. It was wrong. But then when I stretched it to show to her how to do shaft platforms, I made it bigger, right?
Yeah.
When I made it bigger, then it generated correctly because the family, maybe the small family was, how? See, I don't know. Where is it? Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. See, this one, I made it bigger, right? And this replaces the shaft bracket with the bigger one. And now see this one, perfect. I didn't do anything. But when it was a smaller one, probably it's a different family and some parameter gets broken and everything explodes in different directions. Okay. All right. So next thing is the revisions. So do we have drawings here? We do have drawing. Awesome. So when we want to do a revision, the first thing we need to do is to replace our title block with the one that has ref in its name, right? Unfortunately, I did not make a ref for the 50% one. But if you have time, you can make one. No, I'm kidding. I'll make it someday. But we can use the full size one. All right. Okay, don't I have a normal drawing? Let's do it on a normal drawing. There you go. So here we have some nice language. Chinese, I guess. Who can read this? Okay, good. Then we switch to this one, but with ref. So I just search for ref and make sure this is TB1, so size 1, Great British, ref. It has ref in the name. Boom. And now all of a sudden I have a chart, right? How do I know that? They are in the catalog. I hate this. You probably don't see it, but yeah. They're in the catalog in here. This. So this is the same. You can see in the preview that there's a chart. You can, if it's not in your catalog loaded, I mean, if it's not in the project browser, you can just always load it from here. I start with the ones without revision chart, and then I add it to it when I need. Okay, so I'll delete this one to make space. Okay, the easiest thing to do is just click in the white space to select the sheet, and then here you know that you can change stuff, right? This is how you fill up the information here, and the revision is done from here. Okay, done. We're ready. Finish. No, I'm kidding. It's not so easy. First of all, there is like this revision, but no information about who made it. And the second is, here's the information for the person who made it. It's some John Doe, but you cannot change it, right? Yeah. So also I can, yeah. So then how do I change that? Well, there is a place where you define new revisions, and this place is manage, and it's in very difficult to remember place. It's in additional settings, and it's revision issues sheets. You can write this down because you're not going to remember it the first time. See the Danish guys, they don't need to write down because they know everything. No, they're just high tech and they're using keyboard, not paper.
Just not.
Okay, that's good. All right, so you click there and you have a new chart, a new interface. So here you can define a couple of things. So the first thing is numeric. Should I do alphanumeric or should I do numeric? This means, do I want numbers or do I want letters? So let's say I want revision 1, 2, 3. I change it to numeric. Then I change the date. So obviously 2022 was a long time ago. So this is, let's say, 24th of May. And here is a description. Something happened today. And then here you can change the name. Okay. And then you apply. And right now, this is your revision. And from here, you can control if you want to show it or not. And if you remove this one, I think, no, it doesn't disappear. Okay. So here it says revision 1, and here it shows all this stuff. Then, let's say you want to make another. First, let's say how can we show what has been changed? We can go to annotate, and from annotate, remember that we had something that I didn't. I told you I'm going to show you later. Which is the revision cloud. Revision cloud brings us to the standard menu where we have to draw something, and we can draw like this. And then you have this, right? But then the next step is, how do I show which revision is this? Then what I can do is go to Docker cat, article caption, boom. Aha, what do you say? Pretty damn cool. Or if I want to change, here I can tell this belongs to this revision, all right? But then let's say tomorrow something new comes up and I go to manage, additional settings, and then I create a new one. And the date would be 25th of 05/2024. And this is going to be more things happen. And then this is going to be by three little pigs. Okay, and now what we can do here, I can choose which one I want to apply. So if I want to apply this one, I can click on it and it appears here. See, this automatically becomes 2. This becomes 1. And now I can change this one if I want to belong to this one if I want to, see? But I can just keep it or delete it and say the change was here. So I create a new one. I choose to be on 2, right? Which is the current one. And then I go to docker cat, article, caption, boom, number 2. Okay. And this is how you control. It shows the latest one, but there's even more. So if you go to, let's say, this layout. No, this layout, this is too simple. It's also okay. That's okay. I'm going to put like title block with revision. Remember that we had revision 1 and revision 2, right? But in revision 1, you don't revise all the drawings. Let's say you have a 500 drawings. In revision 1, you revise drawing 1 and 3. But then comes second revision, and you revise drawings number 3 and number 5. So, and the revisions, they're issued at certain date. So revision 1, it's relative term. So revision on the 24th for this drawing, for first drawing is the first revision, right? But this one, 1002, was not revised on 24th. It was only revised on 25th. So you cannot have set in stone number, because otherwise, if I use this revision that I created, it's going to be number 2, but there's no revision number 1, right? So what happens is, if I click on this, I can choose which one of these 2 I want to use. And if it was on the 25th, look what's going to happen. This is sequence 2, but because I don't have 1, I click OK, and automatically this is revision 1 for the date of 25th. Because this one was revised once on 24th and is revision 1, and second time was revised on the 25th, which is revision 2. But the need to change something arose on the 25th for this drawing, and I simply go here, choose which one of these already created revisions I want to apply, and Revit internally keeps the numbering correct for each of these drawings. So this automatically becomes revision 1 because there was no revision on the 24th. If I want, if this was not the case, if it was already revised, I would have checked this one, and now automatically becomes revision 2, 24th becomes 1, and 25th becomes 2. So it's very clever. It keeps track for you of these things. You don't have to think about this. You just create. All you need to do is go to manage additional settings and then create revisions with dates, in which date you want to be applied. And there's one more thing. Let's say I am here on this drawing and I don't have anything applied, right? I can apply either this one or that one. But if I go to additional settings and issues, what the fuck? I can tell today's 25th. We already submitted 24. So I call issued. This one was issued, okay? Then today's 25th. Someone else starts working and says, ooh, this I have to revise, right? But when I go to do a revision, I see here it says issued. So I should not place this revision because it's already been sent. It technically allows me to do that, but I shouldn't do that because this one's already issued. So if I put it in this, that means it's already submitted and You should not put more inside of it, right? That's why this shows you, this is issued. Today is this date, so let's put this one. You click it here, boom, and now it's just like a way to show you that this one you should not use anymore. And if all have been issued, like if let's say this also been issued, you go and you need to do this one. You go here and you look, both of these have been issued, so I should not use them. Then you go there and create a new one, and you say, I want this one to be on the 26th of 05/2024, 2024, blah blah. The wolf, no, little red riding. Okay, and now this one is not issued. Click. What? No, I have to click here. Sorry. There you go. See, revision 3, but here this is revision 1. I didn't change the text. You can put whatever you want here, but this is revision 1 for this particular drawing. Is that clear? This is super important because otherwise you have to keep track. Did I revise this one in the previous one? So you have to have probably your own Excel and write down in the revision of this date, this is 1 for this drawing, but for that drawing is 2, for that drawing is 3, and so on.
That means this revisions, a collection of all revisions happen to a project. And then,
Yes, that's why they put on from manage.
because I think you're working in two different locations of the drawings. The one is order building, one is assembly drawing, and then only having one.
Yeah.
Of the revision.
Yeah. If I want to do if I want to do this on any sheet, the title block is agnostic. It doesn't care if it's placed on production or assembly or execution. It doesn't care. And that's why this one is managed from here. It kind of sounds like not logical place instead of managing it from here. But the idea is that Revit keeps centrally track for the entire project. So you bring those, you design, you put these revisions not based on number. This is revision 1 to revision 2, revision 3. That's why here you don't specify this is revision 1, 2, 3, but the main part is date. So you issue this, you make this one, and you're going to submit it on the 21st. And this is what you use to assign. Okay, and then this issued tells you whether or not this one has been issued, so you don't have to, so you should stay away from it. Okay, and that's why you don't like say this is 1, 2, 3. See, this is not set in stone. So when you apply this one, it says revision 1. When you apply the other one, it says revision 2. Because you might have a drawing that doesn't have at this date didn't have nothing to change, but at this date has. And if this is stone written 2, it has to apply 2. But it's not. You just specify whether you want letters or you want numbers. And Revit handles internally, should I put A, B, C, or should I put 1, 2, 3, depending on how many revisions you issued for this. And you control this one from here. You tell, I want to have this, or I want to have all 3. Then this becomes revision number 3 from here. Okay? This is also, in my opinion, big advantage over AutoCAD. Makes it smart.
For example, sheet 1 and sheet 2, we have one revision, but the things change is different. So how to put in the description different things for this revision?
Well, I think the description of the revision should not be specific for the sheet, but it should be, I don't know. That's a valid question from her. Because you cannot say I changed this and that because this is going to show everywhere the same. It's a good question. Yeah, I cannot change this one from here, obviously. Then it means that it has to be, let's see if there's anything here. Independent, yeah, revision 3C. This one is grayed out, so you cannot change it here. That means it has to be something generic, like changes of you write a one sentence description of everything you did in the entire project. So modifications in assembly drawings and execution drawings.
So it's like,
And then to point what you're saying, this is where you use revision clouds. You put the revision cloud and say, I changed this, revision cloud, I changed that. Because otherwise, what kind of description you can write in this sentence? Like you cannot really explain. It's like writing a tweet. You have 100 letters to explain what you did. That's why you have revision clouds. So yeah, good question. And the answer is, you don't put it specifically for the sheet. You make one sentence tweet style description of what you did for the entire project in this revision. Okay. Other questions about revisions? Good. This was also important topic, which we're closing.
the one who can issue the drawings can be done by, the one who can issue the drawings can be done by anyone.
Yes. Yes, but theoretically, this is either issued or not issued. And even if you put it issued, it's not actually stopping you from putting it. It's just it's not really making it so you cannot do it anymore. It's just highlighting and you know when you do it. And also it can be undone. You can uncheck it. So it's not something that requires authority. It just requires you to keep track of this thing. Like whoever is the team lead or like project coordinator, make sure that yes, we submit this one, just change this value there so people know that you shouldn't put stuff on it anymore. Okay. I'm looking at this print PDF. So while we're on this topic, I think I showed you the other day. I'm pretty sure, but you don't tell me if I did. There is this print PDF thing. And here you just choose the section in which your drawings are, and it shows you the drawings, and you click. Here you choose the location where you want to store the drawings, the PDFs. And the only setting is use good quality PDF. So it's kind of a weird because who would not want to use good quality? But the problem is that when you use good quality PDFs, they become quite big. So the developer added the option, and by default is unchecked, to try to make them a little bit smaller. And if they don't look like you want, you can try to redo them by using good quality. And there's also by default this one clicked, which is going to update the check by field. So this thing you should keep if you are the person who checked it. As a team leader, if you do that, you keep this one because this is going to put your name. But if you are the engineer who's printing them, you should not click it because otherwise you're going to put your own name as a checked.
By check by in this
I
properties.
don't know what approved by does because see, it says nothing,
Yeah.
and checked by is John, written in a very funky way. Yeah, so checked is the important field.
But in the properties, we should ask the engineer, do not fill it out.
Even if you pick it up, it's not showing.
No, checked by the engineer is filling it up. But the problem is, if the engineer is printing the drawing and this is checked, he's going to put his own name. So look, now it's Peter John. And when I click this to print, this is going to generate the files, but internally it's going to change the John to Peter. And now it's going to be drawn by Peter, checked by Peter. Because you can print 3,000 drawings at the same time and you don't want to go and put your name every time.
But it's was already here. The properties.
For this drawing, but what about if it's not put for the other drawings? Because this is the thing. With this tool, you can print multiple drawings at the same time. Many drawings. See, I just created this and this at the same time with one click. I don't have to go and do settings over. I can print 1,000 drawings at the same time. And this updates everyone. See, this one, it got printed. And, oh, it screwed up author. I know, maybe this one wasn't filled up in general. Yeah, see, but it filled up this one, right? I don't know where the third one is, by the way. It's supposed to be 3 drawings, right? Maybe this one? No. What's the name of the third drawing? Print PDF, order, production, no. Easy. It's 05 placeholder. Okay. Right. 05 placeholder. I don't know why I didn't print it. But you saw that the other one were printed and the size was decent, maybe. Yeah, 79 and 274 is fine.
Different name, is it the name printed, different names pops up.
What do you mean?
If you can open again, but this one is drawing. But sorry, sure.
Huh? Because this one we didn't print.
Okay.
Let's print this one. First of all, where this one lives, this is a order assembly drawing, right? I have no freaking idea why I put it in assembly drawing, but I can look for it. So I go to order assembly, and there it is. So I can do this one.
1001.
Is it 1001? Yes. Okay. Then I put it on the desktop again. And if I check this,
Yes.
it should become Peter. Actually, it's going to become Peter Petco because this one was manually done. See, it changed it here. See, and if I go to see it in the PDF, hopefully, this is going to show. Okay. There you go. The 5 became again. See? And the revised field automatically is filled by the last person's here. That's why revised is not here in the property. See, automatically revised became 3 little pigs. And if I uncheck this, if I uncheck, say I go here and uncheck that, this one I cannot uncheck because it's already issued. This is the thing, when you issue it, then you cannot uncheck it, you cannot remove it. But what I can do is go here and the issue, and then I can say not issued anymore. And then here I can, shit. Yikes. Okay. I cannot uncheck it anymore. Haha. So once you click issue, then there's no going back. Yeah, okay. But again, if the last one wasn't checked, it would have been this person as a revise. Okay. Revised, checked. So you drew it, you send it to this guy to check. Then Glenn says something, you send it to 3 little pigs, he does the check, the change, then goes back to this guy, he checks it. If it's okay, he prints it and updates its name to make sure it's his name, and then you send it again. So this is the workflow. Okay. I hope you remember. If not, just refer to the video or call me. I will remind you. This is easy but really nice functionality. Okay. Questions? What is not working? Can you share? Can you share? Yeah. This one, just change to this. You're talking about the PDF tool. You use the other PDF creator, Microsoft PDF creator. It's also making problems for me as well. There are 2 other types of sheets, or actually there are multiple, but the ones that they are talking about is sheets view and list and view list. Sheet list and view list. By default, we have schedules predefined for us from Docker template. And what we can do with them is, for example, we can have sheet list. See, if I click on sheet list, it shows me let me know when you can. Holy shit, we're already 8 hours recording in this meeting, 8 hours. I'm sure you're tired a little bit. Huh? Okay, so sheet list is a type of schedule that you can yeah, that's interesting. You should be able to edit. There you go. Yeah, it's normal, but it just is different type. When we were creating it, remember when we were creating our this morning, we chose this one, but you can also choose this one or this one, and you create completely different sheet, a different type of schedule. It's actually difficult for me to talk now. So if you take this sheet list, you can create your own sheet on which you can have this. Usually, I don't know if you've seen it, most likely you are, when you get a project from a customer, like there's initially there's logo of the project, then you have a table of content, then you have drawing list, then you have, so this is how you can create this thing. And this is how they create these things. So don't think that this is done by hand. Every project where you see these kind of things, this means this project comes from most likely from Revit. And you can ask them to give you the Revit project instead of giving you some stupid PDF that you can infer stuff from. Yeah, there you go. So you have a list, and it keeps track like drawing number, sheet name, drawn by, issued, date of issue, project type, drawing type, and this is updated in real time. When you change something on a drawing, automatically updates on this. You can use it for that. Also, there's another one. Yeah, you can create your own. You can create your own template for a transmitter. You can create your own view schedule for a transmitter that generates. You put this, and this, and set them, and then you can have this form printed. Also, one more, which is called view list. This shows you a list of all your views, and some of them are red. Do you know why they are red? Because someone didn't follow the rules. Someone placed a view, someone placed this view on a drawing without putting it in the correct place. Meaning, remember what we said in the beginning. When you place something on a drawing, it has to move from modeling to drawing. Let's see if this is true. So this is the view called section AA on top. Okay, let's try to find it. It says it's in modeling, right? So let's look for it. It should be in sections. And then we're looking for the fuck? Where is it? Maybe it's in elevation. Ah, this is the actual name. Okie dokie. So 2000 cohort. 76578 765 which one? Which one? No, it's this one, guys. 76578 76578, but it's top.
No, that's
What
the
else?
Z.
This one is
Oh,
with the
Which one? How more? How many?
Yes, three more. Yeah.
This one.
This is good. 2000.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry, front. Yeah, correct. But no. Ah, yeah, correct. Okay, so let's go to this view. When you go to this view, you see where it is? It is in freaking modeling. All right. So let's not. Please don't die on me. So look, you go here. This is red, right? I go here and change this one to drawing, where it's supposed to be. Go back. No more red. See, this is also a task of a BIM coordinator to have a look at this and say, you guy, fix your views. You can keep track of all views if they're in correct place. Pretty clever, right? You see what kind of a logic you can put behind a schedule to create this logic, and we can easily see how it's done. You can go here, and you see in fields you have a bunch of other things. Then you have filters. There's no filters, and there's grouping by type 1, type 2, and then there's some formula most likely somewhere that does that. No. No. It's here in a conditional formatting. See, this is something we didn't discuss. Conditional formatting is how to format the cell, meaning to give it a color, right? We haven't touched on that, so it's a good thing to show. If you go to formatting, and then the field that we are doing is called view type. So if you go to view type, which is this one, and you click on conditional formatting, you see that there is a formula here created by the user. So it asks if the sheet number is different than 0 and view type is equal to modeling, be red. What does this mean? Sheet number different from 0 means that by default, when a view is not placed on the drawing, it has by default sheet number 0, right? When you place it on the drawing, automatically gets the drawing number out of the sheet. And that's the proof that this is already being put. And then the second thing that it checks, and view type equals to modeling, meaning the user forgot to move it to drawing. Then if these two conditions are true, make the background color red. And when we shift this one from modeling to drawing, then the second of these two conditions becomes false. And because you're doing and, even though the first one sheet number is different than 0, it's true, but true and false in computer science is equals to false. And in normal logic. So this becomes false, and when it's false, the background is not red anymore. So I don't try to dive that deep to scare people with the formatting, but you can do crazy shit because you're doing it only on a specific cell. You can do it on all cells, you can do it on lines, so many things with this conditional. By the way, these kind of things are available in Excel. I don't know how proficient you're in Excel, but you can do conditional formatting there too. So for the lovers of controlling things and making nice tables, schedules are really, really powerful. So these were sheet lists, and view lists. You don't need to create your own. Docker already created these two. You can modify them, you can copy, and if you're a curious person, you can create better versions of those for your needs. Docker material list we built from scratch, so no need to talk about this one anymore. Okay. Sheet lists and view lists. Okay. Let's talk about color display settings. This is very fun and it's light, not much difficult, and I think we should call it a day because even for me it's difficult to talk now. And I'm sure you're not going to remember any of these that we're talking the last hour, but I would be very happy to be proven wrong and you remember everything. So here I don't have. So in this situation, it would be better for me to open the project from this one to show you. Hey, we have to take a photo, but we should have taken photo earlier today before we looked like we had a all-night drinking party.
Sometimes to freshen up our building toilet. Before days of juice.
Yeah, I think we should take a photo in front of this, and maybe we can also invite Gimlian also, or maybe someone else. who wants to join to the picture? Okay, so yeah, but then we have to finish early because this guy's gonna try to run away, and we have to Photoshop him from the picture. We just like when we align, we're gonna align this, and we're gonna leave one empty. And then he's gonna send us passport photo, and we're gonna put it. Okay, at least to give you some laughter because I'm sure you don't remember nothing now. All right, so go here. This is quite fun. It's I'll just try to remember where it was. This one. See, you can do very funny things. Like, remember yesterday we were playing this multiplayer here, and we were like checking in, out, and borrowing stuff. The nice thing is, if someone wants to come and check in or check out something, that he's welcome. She's welcome as well. But let me do some checkouts so I can demonstrate. So I can take, let's say, this and change it to yes. So I checked out this one, right? This is now my own thing. So if I click on this, maybe I should have shown you this yesterday, and click checked out status, you see what happened? It shows me in green everything that is belonging to a checked out is checked out by someone. It would be nice if someone else actually enters and checks out something, because I think when something is checked out by someone else, it's going to be different color. And when you hover over something, see, it says, this is current owner Peter, created by Peter, last center model update Peter, requested by none. Quite interesting. If I go to, let's say, here and check out this one, see, now this one is checked out by me. Then, if someone else comes and checked out, let me know. I'll switch back to this and you can see. Then the next setting that we have is owners. If I click owners, yes, here, actually over there, I think everything is going to be green, but please someone enters and checked in, because this one is now this color because it's owned by me. I'm the owner, right? I'm owner with these two, and no one owns these two. So if you want to know which part is owned by someone else, you can use this thing and this visualization too. See, now this one was taken by someone else, and that's why it's with the front color, and it's with Nino. See, and you can quickly see this is owned by this one, this is owned by that one. Then let me keep it there. So we go to checked out status. See, now these two are checked out by me, but these two are checked out by someone else. Okay. All right. Then we have model updates. So nothing needs to be updated. But if I do, if I stop that, and let's say I change this by moving it, right? That means I already did something to it, and automatically I'll become the edited by person, right? And then if I click on this shit and say model update, maybe it's not because of me. Maybe it's because other people. Maybe this is to inform other people. So I'm gonna just sync this, and maybe Nino can check with the same filter and tell me if he gets this being colored. Let's see. So I'm gonna. Okay. So Nino, please put this, or whoever is also in, put this to model update, and tell me if you have, because I changed this one, but you haven't pulled it, right? Okay, do you get some other color?
Model update.
Yes, for him, this is blue. So we're not gonna waste time to share the screen, but meaning this is for you to understand how many of the things that you see on the screen actually have been changed with someone else. So if everything is gray, that means that you are up to date. And if now Nino do this, please choose click on this reload latest, and automatically this blue should become into the correct place that I moved it, and it should become again gray, white. Did it finish?
Yeah.
Yes, it changed to gray, believe me. Okay, so now work sets. This one shows you what thing is in which work set. This is quite nice because in this way you can spot mistakes. Sometimes person A has supposed to do top 50, but accidentally puts it into the Dockerflex work set, and you can quickly visualize and spot which things do not belong to it. Or sometimes we make like work sets for high rods, work sets for panels, work sets for special steel parts, which are actually in the same level, which is, it's very easy to make a mistake there, you know? And then coloring them like this helps you to quickly spot things that are, do not belong to the right place. Okay? Pretty straightforward and nice, and that's it. And there's some things that you can change. The color for each of these can be changed to whatever you want, depending on the number of layers, work sets you have. And the last option is to turn it off. That's it. This is just for information. It really does not require anything to learn. All you need to remember, this thing exists. So if someone asks you how to visualize it, or if you want to know any of this information, just remember this little thingy here. You click it and you get additional information. All right, color display settings. I hope this is color display settings. Yep, this is it. This work sharing monitor, honestly, I don't know how it works. So I think, let me see, work sharing monitor, what does it do? Should be something useful, maybe. Okay, nothing happened. Yeah, there's like an Autodesk explanation for this. Let's see what else. Maybe one more thing I'll tell you, and that's it. Coordinate systems. They're in Manage, and they are a topic that I can learn more about. They're here. So you have 3 types of coordinate systems, and if you want to see where the beginning of the coordinate system, you uncheck this light, and by default this is hidden. You have 3 coordinate systems. One is called let me see. I cannot explain it now because it's really starting to not be able to talk. But again, I'll just put like this is important topic that I should talk about. Coordinate system. You have one coordinate system which is for surveying, so surveying points. The other one is internal origin system, and they all map, but you can take one and move the beginning of the coordinate system from one to another. This thing started to opening. Okay. How many times I opened it? Editing request, notification, central access, system performance. Okay. I don't know what's the benefit of this. Work sharing and collaborating. This is like the so-called work sharing design method that allows multiple teams members to work on the same project. We talked about this. Local model, central model. Everyone, when they open local model, they work on, they save on, and when they click synchronize, this goes to the central model, and everyone can pull it from there. Managing collaboration is from collaborate. We did this one. So when you're saving a central model that is not on BIM 360, you have to save it on a network drive so everyone can access it. But we don't do that. We work in we work in BIM 360. Working as a team. Yeah, this is the explanations that I was talking about, like how to check in yes and no. And by the way, you see this little thing here, right? This thing shows that the work site that you're working on has not been checked out. And why this is important? Important is because when you have 5,000 objects, and when you have this pinned in that shape, for some reason, Revit selects extremely slow and very frustrating. So the solution for this is just to simply go and check out, take the ownership of the work set that these things belong to, and then this symbol is not going to show there. And that's because when you select it, you're going to be borrowing it. There's explanation, but the simple trick you need to learn, when it selects slowly, you just check out the layer and it's the work set, and it's making it faster. Here is an explanation about the request, which we did yesterday. I'm not really sure what this compact central model does, so I'm going to read about this one as well. These are always things that I don't get time to get to, because yeah, it's not enough. Reward latest is the one that we want to use if we don't want to push something on the model. And the relinquish all mine is the one that we have to use when we leave the project. Work sets, this is how to create. These explanations that we did yesterday. Work sharing, placing a request, synchronizing, approving requests, BIM 360 cloud. We covered all this. Managing, publishing models, we did this today. Creating new model, we did this today. Deactivating work sharing. So that's if you have a central model sent by a customer, usually it's still central model and it looks for his links and all this crap and all work sets. If you want to convert it to a local model, you should not open by double clicking. In general, you should not open project from the Windows Explorer by double clicking. Always, if you want to open a project, you have to go from File and then Open a project. And then here you have Deactivate from Central model, from Central. Because otherwise, if you double click in the Explorer, if I go to the folder where my training is, I can open this project, right? But I will not be able to detach it. I don't have this functionality. So it's recommended that you always open from here. And if it's a central model saved on the local drive, you'll be able to detach it. And this is going to disable the work sets and all these. But then when it disables it, it's going to put them in a single place without work sets anymore. But on the other hand, you want to do that because this is a central model with work sets created by a client. You don't want their stupid work sets to mess up with yours. So you convert it to non-cloud object, non-cloud project to not have their work sets. And then you can use this project to link it into yours. And then you create your own work sets. So this is why this is important to be able to see detached and preserve work sets or detach and discard work sets. So detach means it's going to make it not cloud model, but it's going to keep the work sets as they are. And if you don't want the customer work sets, it's going to delete them. Backup this, I don't know how to do. Restore, I told you this is a last measure of last resort from the menu that I showed you today. Groups, do not use groups, they make it slow. This is 2.0 families, 2.0 families, 2.0 families. IFC exporter. Shit, this is an important topic. IFC exporter is not difficult to like understand. You just need to go to File, Export, IFC, and all you need to do is select the correct configuration, in which in our case is IFC 2.3 Docker Standard Export, because there are different formats, different IFC standards, like 2.3, 4. Something something. 2.3 is an old format, but it's stable and it supports the things that we need. So when you want to export the project, first thing that you need to do is select this. Second thing that you need to know, and I talked about this, is every casting step that you want to include, the components into this casting step should not be created one, demolished one. Remember this one? Because created one, demolished one makes them temporary, and IFC does not support temporary works. So that's why you have to make them one, created, demolished in two. So it means it lives between 1 and 2, which means it's not temporary works. In this case, this is going to be exported to the IFC. So just click export, and it will create IFC for you. It can be opened with IFC Viewer or BIM, whatever, the two programs that I told you yesterday. You don't need to remember their names. You just need to remember the two keywords, IFC and BIM. It's BIM Vision and IFC Viewer. Okay, so this is going to save it somewhere. I don't care. I'm not going to open it. There's nothing interesting in this project. I'm just going over this thing briefly. Okay, IFC Explorer, BIM Vision, IFC Viewer, blah, blah. Bullshit. Filters, we discussed filters. I hope you understood them. That's why I left. I started with them. I did want to try to teach them there because now even I cannot speak. Copy, special, create assembly, rename, all this we did. This one, project transfers, standards we did. Home tools we did. These two guys did. Docomotion we did. You have to watch the Sebastian's webinar. Exploded views, my tool we did. Sheets and views and document material list we did. Okay, I think we covered majority. Exporting schedules. This is, I showed you yesterday, export report, but not yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. File export reports, and from here you export it the schedule. This is going to export it as CSV, and so on. So this, or the other option is to directly count it with the button. This is the schedule. Schedule can be exported or can be counted. We did this. Specific functions, project transfer standard. This is the one that comes from yeah, this is they explain here why they created this option. So we have this transfer project standards, but in Manage there is something that is the same transfer project standards, and it comes from Revit. So the question is, why did we create something that already exists? And the explanation is because it doesn't copy something. I don't care. Just use the one from Docker. Don't use the one from Revit. Okay. Same way like creating assemblies. Don't use the one from creating assemblies from Docker, from Revit. Use the one created from Docker. Okay. Inserting from files. Fuck. I cannot talk about this. I mean, it's like how to insert from. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I'll just write this one that I need to have a look at it. Even if I learn well about these things, then when do I explain them? Like, we don't have enough time for this. Okay. All right. What else we have? Creating family templates. I told you just need to rename RFT. Yeah, RFA to RFT. Purge. Use in project. Do not use in project. Use in families. This one I have no idea how it does, what it does. Like, I mean, I might, but I have to read it. Local workflows. Yeah, this one basically says that you have to go to this team site in here and read about the workflows. Vim at Docker. Basically, you have to contact CC DENG, meaning Competence Center Digital Engineering. And they have documents for naming convention, data storage. There are documents here that are, you can basically, everything that you need, if you want to learn new things, you go to our team site and look for here, and there's like webinars, education, document structure, and here you can find a lot of documents and read if you are curious and don't have anything else to do. Okay. The main takeaway is just sign up for this. Sign up for this team site or teams, and from there you can explore what is available and learn new topics. And these are all the documents that you can open and read from here. BIM in Docker, all kind of procedures. So if you like to read documentation, just open it. For the CC part, you can contact me first. Like usually that will make more sense because we had a training and I'm responsible for the area. I'm more in your time zone than Austria is, at least with 3 hours closer. So we have more of an overlap. And if I don't answer you, ask Nurliza. Ask Nurliza, she knows. Okay.
But contacting you doesn't mean that we'll be chargeable.
Of course, it's gonna be chargeable. Obviously,
Business.
This.
like who does something for free? No, I mean for small things, obviously, especially in the beginning, I'll help you out. Okay, my boss shouldn't hear that for free, but if you are too much, we're gonna just send you small bills, like 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there. Yeah, we're just gonna send you like $10, like this. Enscape, bullshit, like I showed you, just order it. I didn't show you anything about Dynamo, but just know that it exists. And I showed you a couple of times how to run script with Dynamo Player. Beyond that, you don't need. If you really want to learn, I can give you a private lesson for $50, no problem. No, basically, we don't cover much, just how to start it and how to connect a couple of nodes. But really, I don't believe you're going to have capacity, and I have capacity now to talk about it. Okay. This one I didn't cover because I don't know how it works. I just put it in my list, so I have more to learn. All right. Generic text schedules, little beam, big beam, blah, blah. And now the most important and last topic is feedback. This is the point where I stop to talk and you start. And I'll record this one. Be careful what you're saying.
Someone sitting beside you.
You know?
Something better than left or right.
But I would appreciate to do it one by one and also to unmute your microphone. So at some point when I'm not lazy, I can open and listen. Although I'm trying to make mental notes. I know part of the things you're going to say. I know that there's not enough time. I know that I'm doing it sometimes too fast, but when there's no time, what should I do? Either do it fast or just not cover half of the content. I try to be on time. I think I was late a couple of times, 5 minutes. I try to remember to give you breaks, but you guys don't even ask, so you're weird. Yeah, so give me feedback that I don't know. Hey, this is, by the way, one of the most difficult things, to give critical feedback in a positive way. Like, it's very easy to say it was great, and most people tend to do that, but I really try and strive to improve myself and to become better trainer and to give better outcomes for the people, because I know this is not easy. It takes time, and my internal KPI is how many of the people I train actually start working and how quickly they progress. So I'm pretty happy with what Chris is doing in Malaysia, because essentially he was one of the people who didn't touch before that Revit, or not much as far as I know, and he's quite far ahead. Like, he's doing very well. Also, we have similar situation in my department. This Lady Francis, she's very eager to learn, and after the training, she's our probably number one BIM designer. She's modeling crazy stuff extremely fast. So I would be happy to have as many of you progress faster. And what I want to know is, what should I improve to achieve that?
Okay, for me, the training is really great. Means I learn really a lot from
Unmute,
space.
unmute, so you can, if you say good shit, record it.
Yeah, so for me, it's really great because I really can learn basic. It's not like I try myself which button to use randomly. Throughout these things, and I think I have the confidence to start my own. Because previously I really don't have the confidence. If like Dennis asked me, okay, we see now you do this in Revit. Wow, I'm super scared because I have no idea how to start. So which button to use, like how to create a section. But now at least I'm confident. And one thing is that because this training is recorded, so that at least I can like view back the videos, which part I miss out or I forgot. The downside is that that's that one thing. Is that if me personally, I would prefer the training to be like the full day, not the half day. These are the only things because the half day is really, I think is like slight disturbance because need to put our minds in our like after the training. Oh, we need to continue with our current work. Yeah, these are the only things.
Okay. So absolutely, I agree 100% with you. If I was designing this training schedule and length, I would completely put it in 2 weeks, full 2 weeks. With proper breaks, like 30 minutes morning and afternoon, and one proper lunch break for 2 full weeks. The only reason why it's not done like this is because we are actually asking the entire company to stop working because of us.
Yeah.
I told you, the Austrians are doing it 1 full week, and you don't have no choice. Because they're the headquarters, they say this is how we do it. If you want training from us, pay us €2,500 per person, and you stop your entire office for 1 week. That's why not too many people opted to go for training there. That's why I have so much work this year, because everyone actually likes cheap and likes more manageable. And that's why we came up with this schema. Instead of doing it 5 days every day, full day, we're doing it 2 weeks, half day. And then because the time was not enough, we made it 2 Fridays full. Even this is not enough. Even this is actually less time that headquarters is taking, because they have online session and they have the project that they have to do on their own time, not on in the time of the training, which we incorporated here. So I agree with you. Problem is your boss. They don't want to stop work, which makes sense. They have a completely different interest. They need to. Maybe the solution for that is to not train the entire office at the same time. Just train 2 people at a time. But then you cannot justify bringing me here. That means you have to send multiple times 2 people to Dubai, right? Because sending 2 people to Dubai is cheaper to sending me to Singapore, right? Sending one by one, it doesn't matter. But then I cannot come here to train one person. You have to still send a dev so I can create a group. So this is the other approach. But yeah, it is what it is. I agree with you. Thank you for the feedback. But something in the way I'm explaining now, the time I told you this is known. I know certain topics I don't know very well because it's just too much. And I'm trying to improve every time to know more and more. That's why I'm making this note. Certain things are not so important, but they are somehow put here. So do you have any suggestions of how to improve? Okay, I know I'm perfect, but right, Mike?
Same thing with BC. I feel this kind of training need to be a full 2 weeks. Actually, we've been talking about it usually afterwards, after the training, that in one day, there's a lot of information, important information that we need to learn.
Pay attention.
Yeah, you have to pay attention. That's why.
You're fully drained, and then you cannot, like, in my opinion, this is just the thing to appease them. So they seem that it looks like from the outside that they're not stopping work, but after 6 hours of doing this,
Yeah,
how much productive work you can do.
yeah.
So you're just here sitting on your desk and trying to recover.
Yes.
So in reality, you're not doing much. But
Especially, if the transition, I mean, the trend of the workflow in the future here in EAP is in this direction, then we need to pay more attention.
100%, it's not, this is, as I said, it's already decided, we invest. You see the amount of things that I'm talking that do not exist in Revit. The amount of things that are being developed, all these families.
Yes.
Buy Revit and you have walls and columns.
Mhm.
Build every single family by yourself. Build every single formwork set. All the data. This is a lot of work that is being put here. If you think they're gonna cancel it, you're lying to yourself.
That's why when I ask you, are those power tools is solely for the local Revit?
Yes, they are for us. They're not externally available for anyone. But even if you give them, they have to give the entire package because they work with internal project templates and family names and things like that. We have a package that is available for clients, but it does not like these formwork sets for 2.0 families, they're not included. Power tools are not included. The com tools are not included. So they basically get the bare bones local cut plus the families, the family catalog. And that's it, which is enough if you have the single component, you put them like Lego. But we are professional engineers and we want to be able to produce results. So we're not giving them our full tool set, so we can actually still have added value. Okay, but any suggestions for improvement?
I think in the past 2 weeks, I mean, in these 2 weeks, I learned a lot actually, even though it's a fast-paced one somehow, but I still enjoy it.
That's also important.
Yeah. So
You guys all enjoy it? Did you enjoy it? Because you didn't seem to enjoy it. Huh?
I think a little bit faster for me as a
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
But you have two very good positioned specialists on both of your sides. I mean, I have to like share my commission with them because they helped you move forward. No, I'm kidding. I'm not getting commission. I'm getting salary. Okay, so besides being fast, anything else?
luckily have a video so that I can look back and I'm free.
Okay.
You have to be free, huh?
Yeah, then need more hands-on practical.
Hands-on, yes. Well, I think the whole exercise, the whole training was hands-on, don't you think? Like you have laptops in front of you, we do something and then you train it. I mean, you try it. I mean, I try to do as many of the things that make sense by yourself, try to help you or you help each other. Actually, it's better than when you help each other because like one person finishes, then helps the other. And when you are questionnaire, you ask. So I think it's better than just me going around and everyone looking at their screen. Because some people finish faster, some people finish slower. And I have to go through each and every one of you. And if you help each other, this whole process actually gets faster. And we can move on to the next topic faster and compress more knowledge in the same time. Although it's a questionable if this is a good thing because, yeah. Okay, you, because you need to leave soon.
Yeah.
I don't even use wheel of names. I'm just.
Yeah, for me, because it's my first time also to do Revit. The longest time I've been using AutoCAD.
Come on, you've been using Revit, don't you? Don't lie to me. What?
I've been using it for 5 minutes.
Okay.
From the scratch.
Yeah, sure, 5 months. Ask the other people. 5 months. She's doing it one year or what? That's why I said if you have questions, ask her. Don't ask me. Okay.
I was enlightened with some of those options that you could easily, for example, those in the common tools or in the other function that you could easily produce those things with a matter of shortest time.
You mean this 2.0 family placing
Yeah.
tools? Yeah, these one are good, but keep in mind not everything is standard. So there's always amount of things to be done. But for you leaving,
Yeah,
it's a feedback session time. If you want to hear something,
I have something on tonight. Yeah.
all right, then thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks
I-
for treating them.
Yeah. Okay. I hope they're happy.
I think
We'll see in the
they,
feedback.
look at their face. This one, no, this one, and then this one, blur. See this one.
Okay. Yeah, we're just talking about. But maybe we can do a photo.
You can do.
You take a photo with us. Or
Yeah,
she
sure,
does.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can help you.
If you align cement to align your heads to the proper level. Align.
I go right. After that, I go right.
But no,
Yeah, but then you have to be your baseline.
should I put my. But then come for another photo with us. I have two.
Take one for them first. You can change it to a live photo and
No, it's fine.
yeah.
What?
Okay. I don't know how to do it.
All right,
Yeah, thanks.
thank you. I got
Please,
feedback from a couple more people. I think he needs to fly soon. If you want to fly. Okay, so I guess. Hey, we have a lot of pictures. I was saying in the group. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope I see you again.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see, yeah.
I have more people and I'm going again.
Pressure pops.
No.
Yeah.
If you need a refresher, that means I didn't do my job, or you did your job.
It could also be that there is actually improvement to the program to make it easier for us to work. I believe that later there'll be more development.
It depends, like, you can have like training for time or for project coordination, big coordination and things like that, but yeah, let's see.
Let's see.
First, let's start working with it, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right, someone else wants to give me more feedback before we go?
Thank you. Already be working right now. It's the difference, huh?
Yes.
All right, who's left?
You haven't finished.
Who? Nino.
Well, I think this training is quite fast, even though it's 2 weeks. But I think it's our initiative already to do our job or to do our part.
Mm-hmm.
Because we already, there's no more reason that we can, there's a video, we have the apps. Yeah, I think really with our part of it.
So it's fast or it's like, I don't understand what's the feedback that it's too fast, but what can we do in order to improve that?
No, it's not fast. Actually, it's fast paced, but could really digest it.
You can.
Yeah.
Okay, I am glad. I mean, this is my goal. So can you compare it to different trainings that you have? Like, have you had other trainings in terms of like, not only Revit, the other trainings that we had in Doka?
This is my first.
Okay.
That's why I cannot.
Any of you guys went to other trainings?
Other trainings much faster. Only 3 days.
Okay.
Way back before, there's a basic training. So in terms of using the AutoCAD before, so teaching you how to use the framing, insertion of the framing, assistance, all of this one. Maybe the difference from before to now is we are planning to work it on a certain daily work now.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike before, it's a part of a curriculum, let's say part of the what you call it, program for a newcomer for a company, but in this case around, it's for everyone to implement
Yeah.
on every country, so every branches that they're onboarding. Maybe the difference from this one to the other training is that we don't have that much time to collaborate on those topics that we have. Some issues that we have for every computer.
You
Let's say
mean
for example,
here you don't have time, or there you don't have time?
no, here, we don't have that much time to let's say, for example, one person had an issue, tackle this one, what's the problem that he encountered, something like that. So we immediately try to solve the issue from his computer without other people knowing what's the issue that he encountered, he or she encountered.
If it's like, at least my feedback, my view of this is, when someone had a small issue about the thing that I showed and they missed, I don't share this with everyone because apparently other people don't have problem with it. But if a new thing arises that I didn't mention, like you said something that I forgot to tell, like, and then I show this to everyone, and this should be in the recording. That's my goal. I don't want to hide the information, and I try to answer everyone's question as long as it's having. My feedback to you is, you guys are a little bit quiet or shy. Don't like ask questions. I ask, did you finish? No one says anything. Maybe this is a cultural thing, not like me. I constantly talk too much, but like, yeah, just try to be a little bit less shy. More or less shy. Yeah, that's probably correct grammar. All right. Anything else from you?
Let's say at the beginning, I felt like it's not totally planned for everyone.
What do you mean?
Because during at the beginning of the invitation for this one, no fixed schedule, no booking on the time slots for
I didn't
everyone.
organize it. You guys organized it, or Aileen organized it from upstairs. I told you, I came here and there was, I have nothing in my calendar. No one told me how to get to the office. No one told me when to get to the office. So I think I messaged you on the chat
In this channel.
to ask you, what time should I come? I come to the office. There's no label in the entire building, there's Docker. No one's even there to say this way. I have no idea where to go. Imagine I didn't have, like, I'm coming to a foreign country and I don't have like a data service on my phone. So what do? I just go downstairs and look around, office by office until I find Docker.
But it's a good feedback from us also that we can inform our managing director that
Yeah, you
to add some.
You can just like write an email, come. I mean, I didn't send me like a list that I can take taxi and stuff like that. That I know, but I didn't know where to find Doka at what time to come. Or maybe I didn't read it somewhere in her email. So it might be me. Okay.
The rest is everything's okay. The documents is shared to us is very useful. And at first, when I look at documents, I don't understand it. But when you explain to us on how do you to use those functions, then it's much easier for us to understand all those
This is
worries in the documents.
It's like bullet points. These books these documents don't contain much information. Many of them are just show how to desk video or
Yeah.
show how to desk help or explain this button, explain that button.
But how
If you have to write it as a text, all these things that I said, this book is going to become 500 pages.
And for us to not read that much.
And no one wants to read this kind of thing.
Yes.
So the other thing that I encourage is if you have time and patience, and I'm doing this for like 6th or 7th time, and I can assure you, you're not gonna do it, but you're gonna promise me you're gonna do it. If you're not gonna do it, is you watch the videos, and when you watch the videos, just write down, mark down the timestamps and send it to me, and I'll make them so you can switch between them easily, like on YouTube. Not like on YouTube, because this is YouTube. So you can have timestamps and you can read, I'm looking for this topic, click on this topic and guess here, because watching an 8-hour video, it's not easy.
Yes.
So, but everyone is like, why should I do it? And everyone uses it. Like, it's up to you. I don't care. I have 55 videos like that, literally, and no one actually gave me this. It's up to you.
Then Nino, day 1, Larissa, day 2.
Okay.
Way day 3, Mark day 4.
All right.
Victor day 5, day 6, day 7.
Ladies first, but now unfortunately they're last. So who wants to start? Come on, don't be shy.
And especially on the system folder,
Mhm.
which I don't really design before.
Mhm.
Most of the, I think,
So we do 2 in 1. You do Revit and basic trainings for some of the systems.
yes.
Yes,
It's a good training. The way you explain is easy to understand, and it's for me it's quite slow actually.
It's slow.
Yeah, for me it's
I'm slow.
not slow.
You again.
It's quite.
You mean the pace of the training?
Yeah, the
wasn't-
pace is okay. The pace is okay. Can keep up with your.
I've noticed
speed.
that you pretty much finished everything without asking almost any questions, and that's I mean, when I say ask you, when I tell them ask you, I mean it, because the difference is you've been using it for how long? What, over a year right now? Yeah. So you are not like you opening the software for the first time. You know the menus, you've been using them all the time. So for you, it's just filling up the gaps. So in my opinion, even though you knew, for you, this was very effective training. You fill up the things that you didn't know, and most likely you're going to have immediately jump start your work, because 100% you're going to continue working from tomorrow or from Monday. And now it's going to be much more easy for you, because for someone who doesn't use it so far, I'm sure that probably 50% of the things are like, yeah, but at least, as they said, they are going to have the confidence to start. So you can see the difference when someone uses it for 1 year and someone that never used it. It's normal to be like this. Is completely normal, nothing wrong. Okay, but any constructive feedback, like criticism? Speak slower, curse less.
Speak slower.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, everything is so I can understand properly and
Okay, thank you. I told you giving a critical feedback is constructive critical feedback is very difficult. So you always, especially in person. So that's why we're going to send a feedback survey, which is going to be anonymous, maybe. uh, no, it will be anonymous. So you can write your real opinions there. But no matter what you write, tell your bosses it was good. Okay, wait.
I think I'm the one who.
I know one critical feedback. Peter should learn to take off his tray with food and put it back into the dirty dishes.
I tell you 9 days, and then on this today, I think you remember to bring.
I did. Yes.
You remember it today.
I mean, it's a hard habit. I've been building this laziness for 8 years. I told you I wasn't like that before. I was born in Bulgaria where we don't have like Bangladeshi people who clean the tables, and it's normal for us. But 8 years in Dubai takes its toll. You know, you become lazy and complacent. Anyways, this is joke. I mean, I'm sorry that I didn't do that, but regarding the training, so.
The beginner, he is at the beginning, but I feel like it is very rushed. But after I know few taps, and then maybe I become a little bit feel better. And then at the second week. So what I want to suggest, if I can suggest like instead of saying the whole very long stretch for one topic, sometimes
To break it down in a smaller.
yeah, maybe you can break it down to the smaller one so that like me, the beginner one, right, I don't need to memorize and sometimes you already say that okay, I can understand what you are saying, but when I start need to do it again, right? Then because you have already talked for about sometimes 30 minutes.
Yes,
then
yes.
To me, it's very difficult to go and find where is the
Yeah,
budget.
you need to remember these
Yes.
and repeat them in
Yeah,
5.
yeah.
Understand?
The only-
How about today when we did the
I think today you did it.
yes, the schedule. The schedule, we were breaking it down
Break it.
into small pieces.
Yes. This way will be.
No, I
Yes.
understand, and the logic is correct. You're right. That's actually the only thing is it gonna be enough
Because of
time?
time it constraint, yeah, you have only.
Time constraints is one thing, but on the other hand, if I give you more information, you at once, you need more time to recreate it. But if I break it down into smaller pieces, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, smaller pieces, maybe you won't give.
I think some people trying to follow along directly with me when I'm showing him. I think
Yeah,
she's doing it
Yes.
and then he's trying to do
Yeah.
it. I've been participating in different kind of trainings, and I know, for example, I was doing like Unreal Engine last month or a couple of months ago, and I was trying to follow up with the lecture, and the lectures were like 3 hours straight. It was difficult. So then I had to like just at some point I was like give up and start listening, try to analyze it in my head, and then try to repeat this afterwards. So it's difficult depending on the topic and on the person. So for example, for her, it's easier because she's familiar with what to
Yes.
wear.
Yes.
That's why I always recommend it from the beginning to create your own shortcuts, even in the training, because even I try not to use shortcuts on purpose because this was also feedback from people. But after 2 weeks, if you don't know how to switch between wireframe and shaded and between like to isolating and unisolating from the temporary, this is the thing that you have to know by heart now. Okay, well, thank you. This was useful. Pretty much the only critical feedback. Everyone was like, it was okay. Great. And also you can see the seating arrangement was nice because you guys didn't have computers and you start completely from scratch. I don't know how much experience he had, but I've noticed that she's helping you,
Just
he's helping him, and sometimes even you helping him. So it was pretty nice arrangement, in my opinion. And these guys, they were doing their thing.
They're the masters.
So again, what was your experience? Because I think you did, no, Mike. Your experience before that, because I forgot. I mean, my head is exploding. So before that, before these last 2 weeks, no Revit at all?
I did one project with, I collaborated.
Okay.
Now it makes sense what you're doing on the panel assembly because she's doing that already long time ago. Because I remember I asked her, how did you do that one? That make it like the transparency and so and so and so. Because we're trying to implement those way of working to this
Another project that we're working in parallel with another project that is working.
Mhm.
And
So you also touched something.
yeah, but the first time that I touched with the Revit is I'm not detailing in the detailing works. I have two engineers who's doing all the detailing works.
In
I did the
Philippines.
drawing in the AutoCAD and then they're converting it into Revit model. And then
They're not converting it, they're modeling it.
modeling, sorry.
Because
modeling
converting
it.
is like just taking it and
Okay.
importing it, which is also possible. But then you're receiving a dumb models that don't have any families and logic inside of them.
Yes. And then they're the ones helping me to understand how to navigate the Revit.
And that's something that you have to know, and I hope I gave you this.
Yes, but all that we have right now here is more on the detailing work, which I, from my understanding, I should know because I'm those trying to work on the project and I have the 2, 3 engineers working on the beam detailing works, and I'm pushing them to expedite this one. And from my understanding, the engineering works is must be in 15 minutes. It must be done, but different in Revit. So
You can see like the most important for me, that's why I want to have as many
different people.
different levels of people, but mainly I try to get also the upper level of people, team leaders and even heads of engineering, because these people, you cannot control people if they don't know what they do.
Yes.
That's why the best managers, they started from the bottom and rose through all the steps in order to understand. And that's okay. You and probably the other managers did that. But when there is a shift in technology like what's happening now, because this is nothing different than a shift of technology. There's nothing to do with AutoCAD. I hope I at least convinced you in these 2 weeks that Revit, actually, if you know AutoCAD, it's worse because it confuses you. Like, okay, the good thing is I can give you reference. I can tell you think like this in regards of Revit, of AutoCAD, in reference to AutoCAD, but this is profound shift of technology, way of thinking, way of modeling, way of making drawings. You see some things are super slow, but then other things try to beat me in placing the WS10 platforms. In half an hour, I can make a layout with the material list and general layout drawing and sections. You cannot even start putting them in this amount of time. Not even talking about material list. So, yeah, this is what I try to achieve, to teach people, to teach as many people as possible in the higher levels, because they need to understand that it's a process, it's a different process, and it takes time. And I want them to see the benefits, not to think of it of the next annoying things push on us by headquarters. Because if you learn this, if you master it, you can be more efficient. And you can do more cool things. Yeah. That's why I was super happy that Wolfgang, for example, came to my training, and he followed it completely end to end without, like,
he usually is on the meetings from 8 in the morning until 5, and then I'm gonna catch him to talk about with him. But for this training, he freed up himself for the entire time. He's like head of engineering of the entire area, and he followed along like everyone else, whatever I said that he did. And now he has very good knowledge of it. And also the week we have, as I said yesterday, we have every week. This is something you guys can practice between each other if you want. Or maybe you can combine yourself with some people from Malaysia. We have every week scheduled 1 hour session. Everyone's invited, starting every Thursday at 8:30. And we invite and encourage everyone to join. This is with the permission from Wolfgang, and also he's part of this meeting as well. He participates as participant. He tells things that he learns things from us. And we call this exchange of experience. Maybe this shouldn't be done forever, but at least for the first year, in my opinion, we should do that, because there are many things, small things that you're gonna be encountering every day. And the only way we move forward is if we share information. If everyone keeps information for himself, because you can say, yeah, I learned these tricks, I'm gonna be better than the rest. Yes, you learned this little trick, but you don't know another 3 tricks. So, and if you have a problem, you cannot solve something, this is the right place where you can go and ask questions. And in this way, you can create knowledge and keep it in your department and grow it. Because I also have limited capacity. If 10 people start asking me questions, I won't be able to do anything else. And you can see, besides training people, creating families, I also try to develop tools. Maybe not as good as the one Sebastian did, but still, some of them are useful. And I'm planning to build more of them, and I don't have time. So the more you help each other, the better for everyone. Okay? Plus, you don't get invoices from me.
This is a very good one.
Yes. Okay, well, thank you. It's quite a long day. Let's see what's the recording. 9 hours. Awesome. I told you. Someone can get directly on the plane. Stop. Thank you very much for participating, and see you in the future. Bye. Yeah, in the future, maybe we can combine another group to